La gente, perdón. Ay, hermana, qué asco de calor. Me duele la cabeza. Me quiero morir. Me quiero arrancar rápido a tiras. Hay un tarrin en el disc. A la puto.
Lo.
Hermano, no puedes tener un modelo. Me estoy muriendo. Me quiero morir.
¿Por qué
Hermano,
hace
todavía
tanto
me duele la cabeza.
calor?
Sí, pero es que en el calor me duele la cabeza.
Duro.
Me tomo un ibuprofeno, un puto nolotil. No
Bueno,
sé.
que ahora hay 22 grados, 23 seguramente
Sí,
por
es
ahí.
por el calor.
Ya calmo un poco.
Me estoy
Yo tira por
hidratando
la
bien,
mañana.
pero me da igual.
Una fría,
Porque
una toalla mojadita en
podría
frío
ser
y fuera.
por deshidratación, pero en este caso no es. O por falta de... por estar bebiendo poca agua y tal, pero no es el caso. Pero la pastilla es que ya me la he tomado. Y no me puedo volver a tomar ibuprofeno hasta dentro de un rato largo. A no ser que quiera irme con San Pedro, que quiero. Pero no sé si el stream es el lugar para... No estoy yo segura de si me puede funar el... Ah, está todavía puesta la cámara.
Oh my god.
¿Me explicas por qué se ve así el VTuber? Hola.
¿Is that a vaso con hielo?
No, ya no tiene hielo.
No.
Lo que hace efecto de hielo es el vaso per se, que tiene como... como
Y
un
es helado.
efecto. Vale, ¿dónde coño está el modelo y por qué está movido todo el... Vale, ahí está. Ah. Es eso, ya me tomé un nolotil, que es por los dolores de cabeza. El nolotil no me hizo nada. Me he tomado un ibuprofeno, tampoco me ha hecho nada. Y aquí sigo. Hostia, buen Lego. Ah. Vale, tengo que moverme la luz. Encima estornudo, ¿sabes? Porque, bueno. Para que me reviente la puta neurona que me queda.
Ah,
Ah. Oh. Sí, yo igual. Cuando me levanté me dolía el la cabeza. Yo llevo todo el día así. Y encima, hoy a la tarde, me dolía mucho la cabeza y dije, hermano, no tengo cabeza para trabajar. Trabajo a la noche. Pero es que me sigue doliendo la cabeza, hermano.
no.
Así que ahora no me queda de otra que trabajar con dolor de cabeza. Eh, Voy a dejar este modelo, me da paja cambiar, no te voy a mentir. Voy a poneros. Sara. Ah. Escuché que la chica. Aún. ¿Cómo os digo que esta noche el PC no la ha pagado?
No fría.
Viene de un 24 horas el PC. Bueno, se va a marcar más o menos. Digo que culpemos a los Team Calor, literal. A ver, ¿qué puedo poner de fondo en lo que... Cambio. ¿Qué hay para ver? Ahí hay un vídeo de Sammy Colby.
Oh. Pero fría.
Ajá.
Dinocriptidos.
¿Por qué?
Why not?
¿Tiene vídeos nuevos?
Cuidado, a lo mejor.
No, Tarry. No, castigado.
¡Oblígame, perro! Pues fría, ¿cómo te digo? Que ahora lo máximo que me llega el profe es a 60, dándole caña.
Buena. Buena.
Todavía no probé la VR. Falta esa parte. Pero por el resto, puta madre. Liberación. A ver.
Tenemos vídeos de Sammy Colby y tenemos vídeos de Mujin, yo creo. No sé si uno o dos. Uno. Ah, no, igual ya lo vimos, ¿no?
Hola.
Ah, no, sí, sí lo vimos. Ah, la vuelta a subir. Ah, no,
¿Qué?
coño, que lo que yo me... No, no lo vimos. Yo me vi el directo de este... De este vídeo. Ya lo he sacado el vídeo.
¿De qué? No me he enterado.
De un artista de... Yo no trazo ella. Pero sí. Encima sin ningún tipo de vergüenza.
Ayuda, desde que encendí el PC por la mañana no he parado de gamblear. Estoy jodido.
No.
No he apagado el PC desde ayer.
Joder. ¿Hiciste el logro de los platos?
No, que va.
Joder, vaya por Dios.
Eché a perder esa run, o sea, la eché a perder básicamente. La usé para conseguir puntos de prestigio. Y la idea es hacerlo de los platos cuando haya prestigiado todo. Porque, o sea, no sé si me va a ayudar en algo, pero vamos. Me quiero arrancar la punta de la polla, ¿sabes? Así que primero voy a hacer lo demás.
Vemos Goti. Oh. Y esto es para comprar por si me quedo sin. Hostia, vale. Lo más importante. Larga vida Castilla, el que sí.
Ah. Nada que ver, hoy he estado viendo un directo con el competitivo del League of Legends, que es lo único que veo del League of Legends. Y pregunta a alguien en el chat. ¿España tiene rey? Sí. No le contesta al tío del directo. Es como, entonces, ¿por qué tienen presidente? Y el tío de... Porque el rey está para estar. Para llevarse con otros reyes. A ver. Que pongo el vídeo del Mullin.
Es decir, que hay super jackpots que a lo mejor tardan en salir su puta madre. Puedo reventar 15 que no salen, ¿eh?
How far
No.
would you be willing?
Joder.
¿Qué cojones? ¿Por qué se me ha cambiado de... O sea, ¿por qué cuando he cambiado de ventana? O sea, he cambiado el vídeo de un lado a otro y ha sido de... Ah, voy a proceder a poner un vídeo
Bueno.
de Juan en lugar del que estabas viendo. Y yo como... Ah.
A ver, mejor lo que se te ha puesto que se te hubiera puesto otra cosa, ¿no?
Tampoco tengo nada preocupante.
¿No? Ah,
No
vale.
por...
El tiempo, cosas que he buscado de la X-Men para vender piezas, el personaje de Son, una comi en el Vigem, más preguntas sobre la X-Men,
Un pico.
una figura 3D del... para descargar en STL, las cartas del Streamloots, el bot sin poner, el PayPal con absolutamente nada que... Porque está cerrado.
Yamiko Okami. Sed.
El drone, el coffee
Yamiko Okami.
y el Twitter con
Sed.
una imagen de... Voy. Con una imagen de mi hermana VTuber a la que Arai le ha puesto en las gafas del modelo escenas de Crepúsculo.
Ah, bueno.
Perfecto.
Ya está. No había razones para preocuparse. Ay.
K7,
To fake an artistic career.
8.
Well, with the rise of generative AI, this has been a question on many people's
E2,
minds.
77.
And the reasons are many. It could be for validation, for fame, for money, or all of the above.
Vi que puedes comprar una mejora del gato para que te tire los tickets que pierdes dinero.
Por eso te decía... No sé si te acuerdas que te dije una vuelta de... Llega un momento en el que da igual.
Sí, a ver, estoy farmeando prestigio.
Ya me quiero un cofre del Minecraft.
Va. Lo he visto.
It would always start out the same way. Draw
juego,
sexy and
¿verdad?
appealing fan art of characters that come from very passionate fandoms, make enough of a buzz online due to
Vale,
these
y ahora
fandoms, and then
necesito-
start charging money.
Me encanta
for
cómo está
different
todo
services.
como...
Chocopie's Patreon, for example, in which she has 2 tiers.
Como
with
está todo
one
censurado.
charging $10 per month. As of today, she has over 180 paid members, people who are giving her money, thinking that
Wow.
she draws real art. But that's not all.
Tremenda
This was
las
for
censuras.
behind-the-scenes content, for brushes, for tools, pretty much exclusive content. What if you actually wanted her to draw something for you?
Ya,
Well, on one of her many different
amigo.
accounts in which she pretended to be her own sister.
Okami.
That she was 15 years old, she would charge $700 for a full body commission. All while having an NSFW Patreon after having told everyone that she's 15. I wish I was making this up. But of course, this wouldn't be enough to satisfy.
Ay,
Shopify.
15 y
Because
el
as I
padre no es
mentioned,
más
she had figured
18.
out the formula. This is why over the last few years, she would make
Yamiko
multiple
Okami.
different alt accounts.
Said.
Specifically,
Are you
9
sure
different accounts
you
that
are
we know of,
15?
in which she would rinse and repeat the same formula. Make sexy fan art, get a massive fandom to give you
No
engagement,
puedo con
and
el
eventually reach
puto
a
audio de la
verification,
cámara, tío.
charging money for
Yamiko
different
Okami.
services. If
Said.
another artist notices
Yamiko
another artist points this
Pide
out,
cofres
then you
de
discredit them
Minecraft
and
únicamente
sometimes go as far
para que
as
sea...
doxing them. And
para que
bonus
te salga la
points, if
cabra,
that
yo
artist
creo.
happens to be pregnant, then make jokes about
Es
them
su
having
único
a
motivo
miscarriage,
para
something
pedir
that
cofres de
Shopify would
Minecraft.
do more than once. All of these things are allegations made by Teru, an artist who has been keeping
Bleh.
tabs on Chocopai's behavior, her alt accounts, her art progression, the way she operates, and on June 14th, after many months, would release a Google Doc exposing Chocopai and her best friend Nyan Yakwi of tracing, scamming, doxing, and a multitude of different things. The document itself is over 100 pages, and it's a work of art. Formatted
Pues
beautifully,
si queréis ver el
with
vídeo
different
que estoy
sections,
viendo.
color codings,
Okay.
and GIFs. It does its best to provide proof in regard to the accusations made against Chocopai and her friend, as well as, more importantly, pointing out the red flags you should look out for when trying to commission an artist. So due to the rise
Ay, no,
of
me
AI
equivoco.
and the significance of this topic affecting so many people, I figured we had to talk about it. And so without further ado, let's do this. Alright, so when you go to Chocopai's Twitter account, the first thing you notice is that they joined the website on October 2025. Don't let that fool you though, because they've been doing this for a while. As I said in the intro, they have many different accounts, with some created earlier. And if we were to go back in time even further, then you'd find that she's been active in Russian-speaking communities for even longer. If you browse Twitter, especially if you're in certain fandoms or seem to like fan art a lot, then you've probably already seen the things that she posts on your feed. This high level
Sí, yo con alguna
engagement
cosa
allowed
esta
her
tía
to
me he
build
encontrado.
quite a following on her main account on Twitter, as well as on other platforms like her Instagram. If you go to her Patreon, not only can you subscribe, but you can also buy her brushes. This is aimed for people who want to emulate her style. So far, this has been a success, seeing that she has over 180 paid members on her Patreon and can charge over $700
Jesus.
for a single commission. Another person of interest in Teru's document is Nyan Yakwi, otherwise known as Maria, someone who's also been around for a while and who is a close friend to Chocopai, emulating her exact strategy in building a following and then selling products. And so this is where Teru comes in. An artist that's had their eye on both Chocopai and Maria, and who's exposed other AI tracers in the past, like Asami, an AI tracer who had gone as far as using a chroma key to hide an entire color from a drawing time-lapse in order to hide the fact that they were tracing right then and there. Now, Teru didn't come out with this document about Chocopai randomly. They've been calling them out for a long time. In fact, as far back as October 29th, 2025, when they would quote tweet one of their suspected alt accounts by the name of Michi and say, showing layers means nothing when you're tracing AI. Posting a time-lapse is better proof, except you had tried that with your previous account, Chocopai Art, and people didn't buy it back then either. And it clearly didn't work with your Mashiro account, so maybe just stop tracing? Smiley face? So even as far back as October, Teru was implying that yes, Chocopai had alt accounts and that she was trying to do this multiple times. But that wouldn't be the only time that Teru would directly call out Chocopai before releasing their document. Here's a tweet from March 22nd, 2026, in which they say, imagine being such a disingenuous fraud, posting this and pretending that your improvement is genuine when you're just a pathetic slop-rater. You're spitting on the face of artists who actually put effort to improve, so next time maybe compare it with your real art while adding Chocopai. In the image posted, Teru would show us the old art of Chocopai, in which there was some light progression, versus the incredible leap of skill that we see from 2024 to 2025, in which Teru alleges that Chocopai started using AI full-time.
Hombre, sí,
In fact,
quiero
Teru would
decir,
say it themselves. Typical AI grifters suddenly
no sé
10
cuántos
years of
artistas
experience after
conocéis,
2024 and still clinging to
Ian
their
Mau
delusions,
4.
trying to pretend that
pero
they
si
have
de
the
repente
skill
veis,
Como me
you
gusta tu modo
love
chibi
to
con
see.
tentáculo.
si de repente veis que vuestro artista en 2024 hace este arte, ¿vale? Y en 2025 hace esto, preocuparos. Que os tiemble la puta raja.
¿Qué pasa? Que no he entendido. Espérate que miro.
Hombre, fíjate en el arte de 2024
Vale, sí.
y el 2025. Igual es un motivo para que te tiemble la raja, ¿eh? O sea, yo no sé cuántos artistas conocéis, pero
Miamau 4.
ese progreso
Sí.
de 2024
¿Es
a
malo o bueno que haga
2025
ese arte?
no es el arte que hace, es el progreso que hay. No es humanamente posible. Por mucho que tú... O sea, yo no sé si habéis visto el arte de Arai. Pero quiero
Miamau
decir,
4.
Arai del
Sí.
2023 al 2024 a 2025... Bueno, a 2026, que en
Miamau 4.
2025 no la comisioné,
Sí.
ha mejorado, obviamente, una locura. No empieza con esto, ¿eh? O sea, a ver... yo mantengo, si de repente veis este progreso, que os tiemble la cola. Si encontráis dibujos viejos y el progreso es este de un año para otro, a mí me temblaría la cola.
Miamau 4. Sed. Temblar el poto.
Quiero decir, no os puedo poner el arte comparativo que voy a poner en el chat del stream, ¿no? Pero ahora ya hace mucho el tema de comparar. Sobre todo cuando tienen modelos que tienen tipo... Mira, este os lo puedo enseñar. Este post de Arai os lo puedo enseñar. Otros no, pero este sí. Cámaras para el... La mano en 2024, la mano en 2025, todo esto es el mismo VTuber. Mano en 2024, mano en 2025, mano en 2026. Hay un progreso muy gordo.
Miamau
Se nota.
4.
No viene
Sí.
de ningún lado,
Muy
¿vale?
buena
O
evolución
sea,
ADN.
la primera mano no es como que tenga absolutamente nada que ver con la última, ¿sabes? Es decir, ha cambiado muchas cosas. El ángulo, cómo hace los dedos, sí, ¿no? Pero quiero decir, se ve por dónde va viniendo. Esto a este aire no le pega ni el aire para convertirse en esto.
1, 2.
En un año.
Miamau 4. Sed. Las uñas están bien bonitas en las versiones.
Eso mismo que ese sí que le puedo enseñar. Porque el que no puedo enseñar
Miamau 4.
es...
Sed.
no estoy subido
Y la
por
mano
separado.
también, obvio.
Este es el modelo de ESFE del que está comparando la mano, ¿vale? Ese no se puedo poner en stream porque entonces ahí sí que me pega un buen caso Twitch. Así que lo dejo en el chat del stream. La primera mano, que era de, a ver, ¿de cuándo hemos hecho que es la primera mano? El primer dibujo es de 2024, el segundo es de 2025 y el tercero de 2026. Quiero decir. Por eso que os digo. Si veis por dónde va viniendo el artista, bien. Si el artista de repente saca Ultra Instinto y no tiene nada que ver un arte con el siguiente, preocúpense. Igual que este tampoco le puedo poner en el stream. Porque me va a castigar Twitch. Así que lo dejo ahí.
which
Quiero
Terry alleges
decir.
that Chocopie started using AI full time. In fact, Terry would say it themselves. Typical AI grifters suddenly gaining 10 years of experience after 2024 and still clinging to their delusions, trying to pretend that they've put half the effort to develop that skill. You love to see it. Now look, the artist community despises generative AI. What they despise even more, arguably, is people trying to pass off generative AI as their real art while also charging for commissions and products, like brushes on Patreon. So Terra wouldn't be the
Claro,
only
o sea.
one to call out Chocopie's behavior in the last few months or even year. They would, however, be the only person willing to make a long, well-formatted Google Doc while presenting what they think is irrefutable proof that both Chocopie and their best friend, Nyanyakwi, are AI tracers, running multiple accounts at the same time and trying to scam as many people as possible, hoping to take down this facade once and for all. On June 14th, they would post, Chocopie and Nyanyakwi have been tracing AI across many alt accounts. From fraud to harassment and doxing, here's how to spot similar accounts that are selling traced commissions. They would then continue saying, back in October of last year, I quote tweeted a post from one of the accounts involved. All this time, I've been stressed from the fact that I was publicly denouncing someone without being able to provide all the
Myanmar
evidence
4.
right away. I'm sorry it took so long. I knew about Chocopie
¿Cómo va el
before
jueguito de apuestas
Asami, and
Nulstita?
Asami's doc was just a
Bien.
small side task while working on Chocopie's doc. I never expected Asami's doc
Ando
to be
haciendo
biased. That was
una-
extremely stressful as well, because I was trying to avoid being
Un
an
logro.
AI doc person, but now my reputation is set. Now, I don't think anyone expected Asami's doc to go as viral as it did, but seeing that she tried to fake a time-lapse using a green screen, yeah, that went viral everywhere, even overseas, right? Even Japanese people were like, what the hell is this person doing? Which eventually, of course, prompted me to cover Teru's doc about Asami. And in that video, I
Myanmar
was
4.
taken aback as to
Sí.
how well formatted
Pobrecito
Teru's
el Eldar,
document
espero
was.
tenga
And
mucha
of
suerte.
course, here they do it again. Incredible formatting. Multiple sections.
Con su
Tiny
partida.
Primer
boxes
truco
built
trato.
into the document itself in GIF format
Bueno.
Wow.
and organized so neatly. It really is incredible. The document itself is around 111 pages.
Ponen
Myanmar
el chat de,
Around 90
pobrecito
pages
Elder, ojalá
dedicated
tenga
to Chocopie
suerte.
and Maria with their alt
¿Y yo
accounts.
qué hice?
The last 20 pages
Pobre
call out
cosita
other
fea.
examples. of their
Sí, sí,
tracers.
sí, así.
But for the sake of this not getting
Ah,
too
sí,
confusing,
bueno,
we're just
hoy,
gonna
hoy estoy
focus
mejor que
on
ayer.
Chocopie
Ayer es
and
que
Maria. But that's only part one of
Ayer
the
el mental
document. There's
estaba
also
roto.
part two,
el
31
mental,
pages
el mental
long.
se estaba
I'd say
rompiendo.
this is more of a
Cada
bonus.
segundo que
It's really
pasaba
about
se estaba
AI tracer
rompiendo.
red flags, something very important if you seek to commission an artist. But seeing that it
Hoy
simply
no, hoy
goes
no.
more into
Hoy,
detail about things that
hoy
are
estamos
Myanmar
mentioned
4.
multiple
chill.
times in the original document,
Hemos
we
estado
won't be
ahí
going
Hay
over
cosas
this.
de
I'll leave a
comida.
link in the
dándole.
description. If you ever plan to commission artists, definitely take a look at it first. All right, let's get into this. The document starts off saying, Chocopie, the Russian fraudster charging up to $700 for traced AI commissions under multiple identities. This document is about fraud, scamming, and the ongoing issue of artists charging
Myanmar
hundreds of
4.
dollars for commissions that are traced from
Comes
AI. Chocopie
papitas.
runs multiple Twitter and
No.
Patreon accounts pretending to be different artists, owes clients hundreds of dollars
Como
for undelivered
tortitas de,
work.
de maíz.
Specifically, clients who commissioned
Como
them
de
can
arroz,
be
creo que son
assured that
estas.
she was a genuine artist
Sí,
and
de
not
arroz.
tracing AI, harasses other artists, and has doxed people simply because they told others she was tracing AI. As she encourages her artist friends to trace AI as well, she's the center of a Russian-based AI tracing circle on Twitter. My intention with this document is to raise awareness
Myanmar
of AI
4.
tracing fraud commissions and
Sí.
how time lapses are not definitive
Las buenas
proof that someone
tortitas de
isn't
arroz,
tracing.
espiguilla de
The
arroz.
doc will be archiving Chocopie's manipulative behavior and her long history of pretending to be a victim that is falsely being accused of tracing. While you can browse the doc using the tab on the left, let me emphasize on these sections. And here we have 4 different sections. Number 1, ghosting clients and not delivering work, on top of the work already being fraudulent as it would be traced. Number 2, pretending to be different artists to farm traced AI commissions. Number 3, gaslighting, making fun of other artists and plagiarizing art while acting oblivious. And 4, doxing and mocking a pregnant artist. So yeah, we're barely halfway
Done?
through the first page, and as you can see, it's already quite heavy. The document would also specify, Chocopie isn't the only scammer I will cover.
Doxing and mocking a pregnant artist. Para la gente que no sabe inglés, básicamente, no, doxear ya sabéis que para que indica. Porque está muy usada en la comunidad VTuber. Pues básicamente revelar información personal de una
Ya
persona.
va, ya va.
O sea, que reveló información personal de una persona y encima se rió de ella, y esta artista de la que se rió y reveló información está preñada.
Riox-animaciones.
La va a venir muy bien para su estado de ánimo.
¿Qué onda? Recién vengo de la secundaria Onisp fumando.
¿De la secundaria?
¿Machete? ¡Machete el machote, tío! ¡Un buen puto machetazo al querido! ¡Joder!
Yamiko Okami. Sed. Especifica arroba criox-animations.
¿Está el Yamiko?
Criox-animations.
Sí, sí, de la escuela.
para ser
De
más
la
exacto.
escuela somos conscientes. Pero.
¿Cuántos años tienes?
Este
canal
es- por ahí.
Este canal es más 18. Y no se permiten menores.
secundaria.
Y para mí, secundaria.
Está chiquito, joder. ¡Machete!
Mátalo ya, no igual.
Escapó, ya nunca más va a volver a escribir.
Eso te iba a decir.
Se asustó.
Justo eso iba a decir. En verdad, es una opción.
Criox-animations.
Dice, ¡machete!
17.
No, está en la línea verde, en verdad.
Está en un vacío legal.
Porque acuérdate que la gente de
Así con
17,
tributos
a no
actuales,
ser
¿eh?
que le jueguen muy al verga.
Nos vemos el año que viene.
Oye,
Afila, Yami, afila.
Sed. Espera que me anda mal el wiji.
recordatorio. La gente de
Yamiko
17, en teoría, a no ser
Sí.
que se porte mal,
Good one.
que demuestren que tienen 3 años mentales, en
Criox-animations.
principio se pueden quedar.
Pero falta poco para mi cumple. Emoticono cara triste.
Yo tengo 3 años mentales. ¿Qué puedo hacer?
Pero tú eres un adulto, aunque tengas 3 años mentales.
Se escucha de fondo
pero soy
el
un adulto
machete de Yami
irresponsable,
filándose.
no es lo mismo.
Ya, pero yo no he dicho que
¿Dónde lo
tengáis que
pone?
ser adultos responsables. He dicho que tengáis que tener más de 18.
Ah, vale, ok.
Con eso ya vale.
Se escucha la rueda de afilar del Yami.
Ha
ahí.
tocado el
Machete.
palo del Criox muy fuerte, ¿eh? Ha sido de 17 y yo de... ¡Uf!
¡Machete!
Al puto palo del van, ¿eh? Al putísimo palo.
Yamiko Okami. Sed.
Necesito un emote así.
Emote easy ahí.
In this document. Notably, one of her closest friends.
Él ya me ha afilando el cuchillo.
Her own section will be near the end of the document. Here are the multiple.
Se ha quedado con ganas, ya.
Chocopie rewards, Chocopie, Meech111, Michi20, Mashiro WWW, Levadiol, Kira Uip, UIIJ9P, and Choco Shitpost. Before I begin, I will make it clear again that the purpose of this document is for clients to know
Yamiko
what to
Okami.
look out for before commissioning new artist accounts.
No
so
me
they don't
dejan
end up
comer
paying for
carne
traced
fresca.
AI. These accounts often
XD.
have
Y-
no AI in their bio, deceiving potential clients by implying they don't use AI. Despite that, I know some people
Un
might still
segundito,
argue, well, they like the
acá,
final
acá,
product, so why do they
rápido,
care
aquí.
after they found out it was traced from
Ahí.
AI? When it comes to artistic endeavors and purchase of any types,
Criox-animations.
advertised is just
Sed.
as important as the final
Pero
product.
hoy soy muy responsable.
Otherwise,
No.
traced from an existing artwork
Si
that wasn't
Kufi estuviera
AI, it would
aquí ella no
still
se
be
queda
plagiarism.
afilando el
So
cuchillo,
yeah, usually
ella de
the
una
logic
XD.
behind hiring a very talented artist is the fact that they took
Criox-animations.
years to perfect
Tenemos
it.
sonido del Yami ahora
Soy
mismo,
consciente de lo
gente,
que
en
es.
directo.
Artist turns out to be someone that just uses AI,
Escuchen,
then
escuchen
I
cómo
doubt
suena el Yami
anyone
ahora
will
mismo.
say, "Yes, this justifies the price," right? And so the document continues.
Y el
Chocopie uses
afilador.
Telegram a lot. So a lot of screenshots will be from Telegram, machine translated.
Ahí
from
tenemos el
machine
sonido
Ay.
del Yami
to
ahora
validate
mismo.
the authenticity of
Yamiko
the
Okami.
posts, instead of directly
Sed.
screenshotting the
Igual.
Telegram channel, I
Good
will
one,
use
good one, good one, good one.
Telegram.io, a service that lets you see Telegram posts on your browser. That way, anyone can confirm none of the Telegram screenshots are edited and translate them on their own. For example, Chocopie is already aware
A
that
ver,
I know
¿qué
about her.
vuelve a sonar?
And so here we can see on the left an image of a post that Chocopie has made in Russian.
Y
On
el
the right, we can see where
afilador,
she
señora, saque
saying,
sus
"Can you believe
cuchillos.
that
Me encanta
someone
cuando
actually cares
pasaba
so
por mis
much about
tiempos.
me that some crazy woman on Twitter has been writing about me for a month
El
now?"
afilador.
señores, afilamos cuchillos.
Me pega un hostel en la mano.
Terror de necomance. Sí. Me sorprende que Usara no tenga ese, que eso fue la que la convenció de que jugáramos Lethal.
Quiero decir, una cosa es que me gusta el sonido y otra que lo tenga para escucharlo cada 2x3, ¿sabes? Lo pedí en el Lethal porque vi que había un mod en el que lo podías tener, que la tienda sonas así y dije, lo necesito.
Terror de necomance. Sí.
Sí, me pasó la cookie por aquí.
Hoy el
por acá.
putazo, jaja.
Se pasó la cookie por tu cara.
¿Qué te la niña despierta?
Está bien, Kufi. Hola, no sé, no me entero.
No, carajo.
Hola,
antes,
Kufi.
Ahora no, no
Ah.
está.
Vale.
Que lo ven en el speech en el chivato.
Mi manito.
Te lo han chivado,
Vaya, Es cuando le aplicamos la inversa a la Kufi. Mira cómo nos ha abandonado, fijo que está con nosotros. Ya no nos quiere, todas iguales. Mucho cuerno, mucho cuerno.
While Chocopie doesn't really hide the fact that she is tracing to her private Russian fans, she's often hiding comments on
Ah,
Twitter
qué
and
guapo.
blocking users who mention AI. Chocopie has 2 active Telegram accounts, her main art account and her shitpost account.
Jackpot, me cago en la puta.
A sus fans rusos no les oculta qué traza ella, ¿sabes? Como de, jaja, mira lo que hago y se ríe con ellos. En Twitter es como de, mencionas que usa IA y es como de, no, bloquear. Eliminar comentario.
Shitpost account is where she blatantly confirms using AI and makes fun of other artists with her friends, but it goes private whenever people on Twitter bring up her lies and past conflict with the Russian arts community. So on the right, we can see 2 images. The first one being her main Telegram group, the one open to the public. It's called Chocopie and has the image of Pavel
Acaba de comprar el
Durov,
huevo.
the founder of Telegram. On the second image, we can see the private channel that has
Acabas de
images
comprar el
of
huevo.
macaron with straw.
Sí, el huevo.
And
Que no lo
speaking
tenía,
of
el
private
temporizador de
group,
huevo.
we'd see 2 different posts. The first one, in which Chocopie says, "There will be no proof because I have 20 years of experience. I've been drawing since I was born with an AI in my arms. And of course, I have 50 IQ. Shut up." In the second post, she says, "I will trace AI until your grandchildren come of age." These 2 posts were made in 2025. The document would continue. There's more messages with a similar tone, bragging about using AI. If you want to look them up on her telemeter.io page. But I feel like the point is already very clear. So let me go back to her multiple accounts and how she pretends to be different artists to farm transactions and multiple pages. So here we can see multiple screenshots of those different accounts, and the document says Chocopie runs multiple accounts under different identities. Chocopie, Michi,
Riox-animations.
Variol, Kira, etc. I will try to make it as
Uy, aún me
straightforward as
anda
possible
horrible el
what
wifi.
connects these accounts together, but I will
Riox-animations.
elaborate
Paga el
on
wifi.
individual accounts.
Bueno, a ver,
Sed.
First, let's
tienes
look at
17,
the
dile a tus
signature
padres que
picture
paguen el
of
wifi.
account images and put it next to Mashiro and Levariel's signatures. This font name is called Paragraph and does not come pre-installed on Windows. So here we can see 3 different images. Chocopie's old signature, Mashiro's signature, and Levariel's
Riox-animations.
signature. They all use the
Sed.
same exact font.
¿Me ves cara de
¿Es cara de mayor de edad? No, ya no.
Riox-animations.
Ese sonido de afilado.
No lo escucho, puedes poner el afilador.
Has said she has no connection to Mashiro or
Segundito, un segundito. Ay, que lo cerré.
No.
A ver.
Chileno.
Comprensible
A ver
que
cómo
vaya
era.
mal. Yamiko Kami. Arroba Criox-animations Yamiko 9 looking.
Cara de mayor de edad.
A
A mí me he corregido yo cuando le he dicho de paga el wifi y he dicho mierda, espera, 17 euros, que lo paguen tus padres.
Criox-animations.
Me
Me ven cara de chileno.
Lo sé.
Criox-animations. Onispache MPH, Onispache MPH.
Ahora que me dices responsable y para otra no.
Para una cosa sí eres responsable y para otra no. Yamiko 9 looking.
nothing to do with me. So a complete backtrack on saying I don't know who these people are. The document continues, on Michi's original tweet claiming she isn't tracing, more on that much later, she posted a Google Drive link that leads to a folder with her time lapses.
Buah, increíble. Y
By
el...
an account named Nympha Tian. This Google account also just so happens
Bajo
to have an
animations.
AI-generated image as a profile picture. The
Soy
document then
argentino.
say there's an Instagram profile with the username Nympha_Tian.
¿Me explicas por qué el automod dicho de... No, soy argentino, boludo. No puede ser un mensaje.
Soy argentino, boludo.
ID
The fuck?
5141202 with the name Lavadiol. On Lavadiol's Patreon, they disclose using AI. Teru is a private detective. What the hell is even happening? Damburu also has the usernames Kira Uip and Nympha Tian under the artist page for Lavadiol. Why? While Lavadiol is the display name for the Pixiv account, the legacy
Bajo
username
animations.
is Nympha
Set.
Tian. So
El más
already, early
sensible
on in the
post.
document, Teru is making the connection between
El automod está, vamos.
Chocopi. On Kira Uip's Twitter, you can see retweets of Chocopi, Mashiro, and Michi posts. And the reason this account is under the Lavadiol artist name, as stated by Danburu mods, is the following. So when you change a username on Danburu, which is an image board site, you have to ask moderators and you have to give them a reason. Here, the moderator's reasoning is public, saying, create alias from Kira Uip to Lavadiol. Reason? Because it's the same as her Patreon. So the person behind Kira Uip is the same person behind Lavadiol. The document continues, going back to the Wayback Machine capture of Nymphia Tian's deviant art on the previous page, the Twitter button in the About Nymphia Tian section leads to a Twitter account under the Nymphia Tian handle. The link doesn't work as the Twitter account was renamed. But if you search for the previous username, you can see their current one, UIIJ9P, with the link to Lavadiol's Patreon on their bio. We can then see two images in the document showing that. Back in 2025, when Chocopi stopped being active, Michi became more active instead. Michi's account was basically abandoned shortly after my quote retweet of her post. An account timeline will be provided later. Since I've yet to show any art examples of these accounts, here is a preview. All of these are traced from AI. So here we can see art from Chocopi, Michi, and Mashiro. And Teru says, I'd like to point out that all of these accounts were following each other at one point. After all, Chocopi doesn't seem to care if people know that she follows her multiple accounts, as she was quick to follow herself after she had made a new alt account for Mashiro, Mashiro_alt. And here we can see two images of that. Chocopi following Mashiro and Mashiro following back. Chocopi was taking commissions and running separate Patreon accounts for all of these at the same time, with the Michi account charging up to $700 for a commission, and Mashiro up to $253. We can also see Lavadiol taking commissions, but without specifying the price. So yeah, a lot of money. Of course there are artists out there that charge this much, sometimes more. But that's typically because they've worked on some big projects before, they're highly in demand, they have incredible talent, and they worked hard on it for a very, very long time. And just bear in mind, the person charging $700 here is Michi, and as you'll find out later in the video, this was someone pretending to be a 15-year-old. I wish I was joking. Anyway, the document continues. As I have to go through
estoy al borde de la ruina, gente. Ay, que me arruino. Ay, vale, recuperé.
Going in chronological order, starting from 2024, pointing out the red flags as I move from Chocopi's old accounts to her most recent ones. A summary of red flags will be at the end of the document, now part 2, but these accounts usually have the same. So here we have 3 steps in this pattern of behavior. The first one being the new Twitter
Te dije que no le metieras tickets que puedes perder dinero.
Artist, in many instances, immediately buying a blue checkmark, the Twitter verified account. If there's old art online under that username, there is an extreme, nearly impossible jump in art skill, especially anatomy, within less than a year. The skill jump is usually during or after 2023 when AI Gen became more advanced. Number 2, comments mentioning AI are quickly hidden, and when people point out obvious AI/tracing elements in an uploaded image, the image is deleted. And number 3, proof deflecting, becoming aggressive when asked about their process. And in most cases, the proof such as time lapses just raises more questions instead of clearing up a potential misunderstanding. But how much of a sudden skill jump? Something like this in 5 months. So here we can see an image from Chocopi on September 2024.
Hostia.
From February 2025. The skill jump is not only massive here, but the art style is very different too. Everything from
Aún más duro. Si os acordáis, este dibujo lo hemos visto antes. Y era como de, ha sido en un año de diferencia cómo había escalado el arte, ¿no? Que ha sido cuando os he dicho de, si veis esto en el perfil del artista que queréis comisionar, huir. Correr en dirección contraria, o que os gusta.
También puedes hacer la de a ver cuántos dibujos sube, a ver cuántos dibujos ha subido en una semana, y si ves que sube 27 diferentes y solo sube diferentes cada día, a lo mejor también ahí tal.
Vaya.
Bueno, es que conozco artistas muy...
Claro, pero si cambia su estilo de dibujo en cada dibujo, ¿sabes? Digo.
No, pero
Llame
es
ahora.
que esta chica... Esta chica con la IA que usa tiene un estilo muy consistente, la tiene muy entrenada. No es que tú digas de... ¡Ostras! ¿Cada dibujo tiene un estilo distinto? No.
No sé, vos vamos a intentar continuar el Ratchet & Clank. A ver si no crece tanto.
Pero yo decía de un año. Esto es de septiembre del 24 a febrero del 25.
Ábralos.
¿No veis la...? Hola, estoy.
¡Un estoico!
No se te escucha una mierda, pero bueno, hola.
No sé si veis esto, correr en dirección opuesta.
¿Ah?
¿Están jugando?
¿Qué es chicrachi? Mientras chambeo.
Myanmar 4. Sed.
Ah, vale.
Oliwis, buen pirata pelirrojo de los mares salados.
Eso a lo mejor llame por las tardes, que a lo mejor vuelvo ya para las tardes, ya que no me calienta tanto el ordenador. Me lo calienta como un demonio. Recuperamos las tardes de directo.
Myanmar 4.
Pero eso.
Sed. ¿Cómo estás, Estoic?
A ver.
Te saluda Ñan, estoy.
Conecto la capturadora.
Ah.
Conecto la play.
Que te saluda Ñan, que cómo estás.
Bien. Mañana me toca...
Mañana te toca.
Turno extra.
Ay,
turno extra. Déjame terminar, qué rico.
Le tocan.
¡Super jackpot!
Myanmar 4.
No te-
Creo
no te
que te he
esperaba,
roto.
Darry.
Creo que te he roto a Elder, estoy, ya lo siento.
Sí, en un día, en un momento me dice lo de... Hostia. Me dice, no, que la culpa es la Goofy. Y yo, no, culpa es Sara.
Que metió a Goofy.
Sí, que metió a Goofy después que te metió a ti. Literalmente estuvo, creo que medio directo de él, diciendo, dale, estoy con suerte o no.
A ver, mientras iba a conseguir, mientras tabulaba rápido en la otra pantalla y te daba clic, ¿sabes?
Y en una va y le digo de que dice, va, quiero ver si me sale el super jackpot en el 1. Y le dije, no, en el 2. Me dijo, pero es que tal, yo creo en el 1. Y yo, no, en el 2, te jodes. No sabía que había un 2, sinceramente. Y de repente empieza con lo del 2 y le sale el jackpot.
Hijo de puta.
Ay, yo de, wey, era puro pedo.
Era puro pedo, güey.
Estoy. ¿No te apetecía jugar a Apex?
Mira esta, me la envió la Goofy. Y yo dije,
Se nota
uff,
que ese jueguito que le mandan le gusta apostar
Es
mucho.
que
colaboración con
Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk.
Joder, está haciendo un collab con Cyberpunk todo el puto piso.
Claro, va a ser Fortnite. El Cyberpunk es Fortnite ahora.
Estoy con no he cerrado el juego del gambling, por cierto, en todo el día.
Ya me lo suponía. ¿Es gratis o qué?
No.
¿Cuánto
Hay una
vale?
demo. Prueba la demo.
Prueba la demo.
Myanmar 4.
Sé uno de nosotros, estoico.
Eso
La
la
demo,
demo.
la demo.
Elder, ya te dije que me echaron de 7 casinos.
Claro, aquí no te puedo echar.
Claro,
Pero el
aquí no
problema
te pueden
no
echar.
Ay, qué hijo de puta.
Vamos, estoy con una caladita, dale una caladita, estoico. Estoy con una caladita.
No, que si es una caledita yo me muero, Torre.
Solo le funciona un pulmón, tío.
Métele una monedita.
Venga, con una monedita. Una monedita, toco de la
Una monedita no te va a hacer
¿Qué
nada.
casinos da value TF Estoico? ¿Qué te pasó?
Sí. ¿Qué te pasó? Le pasó contar cartas.
¿Cómo que si te quedas sin esto que te pasó? Digamos que sí, un poco cortan cartas y todo lo que... Total.
A ver, si le sabes, facilito.
No es muy difícil
Claro.
tampoco.
A la gente no le gusta que cuentes cartas.
Es que no es muy difícil lo del loco. Hay solo 52 cartas en una baraja. Si no hay...
Al póker ahora
Si vas
entiendo
contando
bastante.
y hay 17 y no salieron 2 ases y tienes 2 ases, pues digamos que igual van a haber 2 ases en las próximas 3 tiradas. Hay
Hostia.
muy altas probabilidades. ¿Sabes?
Lo pintas así y es en plan de...
Y el que se hace paja con las probabilidades, pues...
Básicamente.
Pues está en la mesa del casino ahí como... ¿sabes?
Myanmar 4.
¡Ay, sí! Dame unas, hijo de perra.
A mí me echaron de
Salía
dos
una
casinos
y yo
en
dije,
Epic con capucha X que parecía un villero, pero bueno, pasan que cosas X de...
La pregunta es, ¿cómo te acaban pillando contando cartas? Esa es la duda.
Realmente no es que te pillen, pero te dicen, oye, ¿sabes qué? Has ganado mucho, has perdido poco, estás vetado. No tienen manera física de demostrar que estás contando.
Claro, demostrar no se puede demostrar, pero en esos sitios igual la casa siempre
perder todo
gana.
mi dinero.
Buah.
0,8%, o sea, 0,
Myanmar 4.
es la nada misma, es menos de un 1%
Vale.
Billetes falsos y yo tiraba un
Es que todo el mundo de los Salmon Beach.
¿Lo vas a
Mira,
echar al
tira
gato?
10. Tira 10.
10.
Sí.
¿Qué 10? Espérate.
No,
pero si hay 10. Hay más de 10.
No, de 10.
Es de demasiado tarde, dijiste el 10.
Mira.
Hijo de perra, ¿cuántos compraste?
Yo no, los compran solo. El bot, míralo cómo lo compra. Lo tengo entrenado.
Mira el bot.
¡Hostia!
Bizarro salvaje.
Mira, un visor.
Myanmar 4.
Hijo de
Ah, lo vi.
perra, hijo de perra.
De ají que prefiero jugar a los gachas.
Sí, lo vi esto. Sara, no, por favor.
¿De qué? Ah, lo de
Jugar al
la...
app.
Lo de la collab.
Son 80 y tantos gigas, por favor.
Do it, estoico, do it. Ven a jugar con la Coffee conmigo y con Naito.
¿Me vas a comprar tú la skin?
Pero los escuadrones no son de 3.
Que te lo compren tus amiguitas.
Qué hijo de perra.
Hostia. Mátalo.
Ay,
¿Sabes quién se quiere matar?
yo.
Enviaría llamada.
Un streamer mexicano se tatuó en el brazo de México World Champion, no sé qué, 2026 en el brazo.
Imbécil.
Le vamos a ganar y vamos a viste la Copa de
Señor,
México.
siento perder todo mi dinero. Menos mal que lo puedo lanzar a la basura.
Se tatuó todo desde el hombro hasta un poquito antes del codo. La Copa del Mundo y México World Champion 2026.
¿Seguirás jugando el juego de la granjita o solo
Igual.
fue esa vez?
En un partido que el
¿Contra?
árbitro le regaló todo. Inglaterra.
Ah, bueno.
Es que el problema que tengo con el juego de la granjita es que ya me acabó la demo. Hasta que no saquen el juego, no tiene mucho sentido jugar.
Hablando de demo, me enviaron un correo.
¿Qué?
Me enviaron un correo, una demo.
Wow.
Me dijeron así como: hola, vemos que has solicitado acceso el día
Myanmar 4.
5 de junio.
Sí.
Qué hijo de
Ah,
perra.
era demo, pensé
Yo
que
como,
estaba completa.
No, era demo. A jugar.
A ver, 1% de perder todo el dinero. Me la puedo jugar.
Ahora tienes un 1%, yo que tú no le hago nada.
Dale.
¿Cómo te explico que ya lo compré?
Ya lo estoy viendo. Qué hijo de perra. Hijo de perra.
Dale, sin miedo.
No, si me doy esto, le estoy dando. O sea.
Ay, ¿con qué ha
Por si acaso voy a hacer una
sido?
cosa. Voy a dejarme un par de platos aquí arriba.
¿Con qué ha sido hoy que me has hecho la automatización en plan de, oh Dios mío, he conseguido esto? No me acuerdo. Hoy me has pasado algo y ha sido como de... He conseguido no sé qué. Ya estoy en la automatización.
Sí, el comprador automático.
Ay, de... Ah, vale. Y yo como...
5 minutos después perdí todo mi dinero por el puto
Y
gato.
yo, bueno,
Pues follows.
te juro, Sara, que cada vez que escucho a Bizar y su voz es muy parecida a la de un conocido que tengo aquí en mi ciudad, pues está complicado porque no sé cómo decirte que en Argentina no está, ¿eh? Le gustaría, pero no.
¿De qué cosa?
Joder, que si me gustaría y tanto.
El Nian, que es de... Te juro que la voz de Bizar, me dice de Sarita, te juro que la voz de Bizar, cada vez que la escucho se parece más a la de un colega mío de mi ciudad. La de un conocido. Y yo como, pues está jodido porque...
Me suena de algún lado.
Quiero
Imagina, de
decir...
repente Nian dice que es argentino, pero trabaja en Chile.
No, es argentino y está en Argentina.
Ya, pero
Al que
por eso digo,
realmente
¿te
servirán
imaginas?
No tiene la desgracia de Bizar.
Ya me jodería ser argentino y vivir en Chile.
¿Qué pasa?
Capaz es esquizofrenia XD.
Está bien que somos voces en tu cabeza, pero no somos esas voces.
Un bizardo y se le llame.
Myanmar 4. Sí. Jajaja,
Ahora el
exactamente.
huevo tarda mucho en bajar.
Iba a decir algo, pero después se ponen a llorar.
Estoy con recuerdo de lo que te dijo
Dice,
psicólogo.
Ya, por
dice el
eso dije.
especialista en llorar, ¿eh?
Sí, imagínate si yo me pongo a llorar por cosas así, después él...
Que tengo un sobre de cromos de dinosaurio.
Es que mi chamba me deja secuelas.
El
¿Qué tal con el jueguito?
autismo
De
está feliz.
momento, el disco
Mira un
va
T-Rex.
bien. No le da por crasearse. Por gastado.
El puto... Lo siento. Ay, el puto dinosaurio. Jackpot.
Jackpot.
Uy,
Bizarre, termina esta mierda y nos vamos al sobremiramiento.
Wow.
Oye, hiciste la diaria.
Traicionero.
Ah, ya, menos
puto
mal.
juego.
Vaya, llevo sin entrar. Yo llevo sin entrar a un
Sí,
huevo,
el que
pero es
dice
que...
ayer esta es como voy a jugar al sobremiramiento, me meto. No, yo ya hice mi diaria, adiós.
Claro. Loco.
No, lo
El
estoy
hijo
jugando
de
en mi
perra.
Play 3 con mi capturadora, que lo tengo aquí, y mis juegos
Sí.
de segunda mano.
Claro.
A ver, realmente la capturadora, que es lo que me falta, el resto lo tengo.
No,
Por eso
podés. No existe, no mientas. No mientas, no existe. No
¿Vas a jugar
existen los
al
videojuegos en formato
¿Vas a jugar?
físico, Terry.
Vaya, es verdad, yo también tengo unas cosas. Joder.
Vos también. ¿Cómo se te ocurre?
Juegos
¿Cómo se
formato
te
físico, es
ocurre?
una mención del gobierno.
Si lo chaparon.
¿Cuál?
Yo insisto, Sony está lavando dinero con esas cosas.
Sí.
Porque no es,
Sí.
no es el
Ahora
primer
mismo está un
juego.
poco culo apretado.
No es el primer juego que hacen lo mismo. Van como 4 juegos que hacen lo mismo,
El que hacen me he perdido.
Lo de ¡wow! Viene un cuádruple A porque gastamos 1.000 millones de dólares, no sé qué, el otro, su puta madre.
¡Ay, no! Soy gilipollas.
Como todo.
Tengo mucho calor para trabajar. Mi cerebro no funciona, me duele la cabeza. Tristemente no puedo, porque el sábado y el domingo ya no trabajo de base, o sea. Que o lo hago hoy o...
Sales y lo cancelan.
Dejo morir las cuentas de brotes, ¿sabes?
5.000 de daño, di que sí.
El calor afecta a tu
No
memoria.
sé, después te la va a quitar, ¿no?
No, afecta a mi cerebro, ¿eh? ¿El qué?
Después te la va a quitar, ¿no?
En algún momento se supone, también te digo, no es que valgan mucho ahora mismo, no sé qué coño quiero hacer con ellas, pero no valen para una mierda.
Lo único que voy a decir es que si juegan el juego del último gato, no lo jueguen con mucha fe.
El último gato.
¿Qué?
Es todo lo que puedo decir.
Hostia, vale, ok, va a ser triste, gracias.
¿Pero qué juego? ¿Qué juego? No me he enterado.
El último gato, The Last
El juego...
se llama.
El juego este en el que tienes que cuidar del último gato del mundo. dije.
Del universo.
Eso del universo, bueno, me da igual. El mundo y el universo es lo mismo.
Si tienen un día más o menos malo, no lo jueguen, bro.
Venga.
Depresión en bandeja, vale, entendido.
¿Por qué no lo recomiendas? Ya lo voy a jugar mañana.
Depresión.
Depresión en bandeja.
Voy a jugar
Vale,
ese
gracias.
mientras me veo el nuevo anime de Cyberpunk. ¿Qué te parece?
No, está
Joder, y un cuchillo en la mesa por si acaso, ¿no?
Claro.
No, estoy.
Estaba viendo de comprarme un arma. El Blizzard lo
Creo que
Sí,
creo que
yo
darte
también lo sé.
cabezazo contra una pared es menos doloroso, ¿eh?
Ah, y el Elder también lo sabe. Y mi hermano.
¿no?
El Elder
pero
también lo
este
sabe.
personaje- Sabemos muy bien cómo va a acabar esa pistola.
Encasquillada.
Posiblemente.
Estoico, por favor.
Chico, tienes mucha vida por delante, aunque te joda.
Joder,
Aunque te jode, tienes mucha vida por delante.
Elder Coño, que era animarlo, a desanimarlo a que lo haga, no animarlo a que lo haga. Hijo de puta.
Mierda. Yo lo intento, ¿vale? Yo lo intento, no soy bueno en esto.
Ahí viene alguien de Elder, me voy a desuscribir del server, no sé qué. No, bueno, sí, está bien. Como te quedan muchos años por vivir y como, joder.
Yo lo intento, joder. Yo lo...
Pero que
trabajando bajo presión.
quiera motivarlo a que no lo haga, no a que lo haga.
Si tuvieran un día malo,
El no se te olvide.
Vale, ¿quieres decir lo que no lo haga? Fácil. Estoico, si te suscribes sos puto.
No.
Ah.
Bueno, eso ya lo soy, así que ¿para qué?
Quiero decir, te iba a decir, o sea, si te desuscribes eres puto. Ya lo es.
Ya lo
Nada,
sé.
pues si te suscribes eres entero, ya está.
O sea, ya ha vendido el culo por dinero.
Eso a la polla.
Tendrías que chupar un pie, Estoico. Si tal, te
Joder, no, ya.
Está solucionado, venga.
Solucionado. Si se suscribe tiene que chupar un
¿Qué
pie.
pasa?
Si te suscribes te metes un pie en la boca para que lo chupes, no te preocupes.
Pero no solo uno, todos. Mínimo 7 pies.
Bien sudadito.
¿7 pies o 7 pares? Porque joder.
7 pares de pies.
No.
Hostia,
Todos sabemos que Estoico le dicen minero atrapado.
Me alimentan por el hoyo.
Porque le dan de comer por el otro.
Ay, no nos pasamos, es verdad. Quiero decir, es el que va vendiendo el culo por ahí, a mí me cuenta.
Pero luego para chupar un pie en una casa no lo hace.
Ya, literal.
nada,
de-
el pico fino le llamaba.
Es de chupa un pie. O sea, estamos hablando de un pie, ni siquiera al par, de pies. Un pie y te dan una casa de por y te dan una casa de por vida. Estoy de no, ¿sabes? Yo de hermano, ¿dónde está el pie?
¿Dónde firmo? ¿Dónde está el pie? ¿Dónde está el pie?
Yo de hermano, ¿dónde putas está el pie?
Insisto que mi pregunta era totalmente válida. ¿Es un pie bonito? ¿Es un pie sano? ¿Es un pie sin enfermedades? ¿Es un pie limpio?
De mujer.
Lo único, ese pequeño regusto de calceto.
Tiene ese regustillo a 7 días metido dentro de un calcetín que no se ha bañado. Ese.
¿Cómo que
Ese.
7 días?
Ese me lo-
¿Is that the reference?
Bueno, tienes que sufrir un poco por una casa.
A ver, todo se ha dicho, de verdad. ¿No te lo van a poner también en bandeja de plata?
O sea, ¿qué quieres? ¿Que te lo den limpito? Tampoco así, ¿no? Es una puta casa.
Un pie sudadito, de estos que huele a Roquefort.
Sufres un poco, pero solo es un momento.
Ok, ok. Ahora
O Camembert, te doy a escoger.
Eso es como
¿Es
de-
un pie de mujer?
No, es un pie de hombre.
me sale
No, Famous Premio, no.
me sale me sale una chica hoy que ha puesto en el Vigent, ¿no? Como un en sus tours te puedes saltar el usar ya a cambio de 87.000 euros, ¿sabes? 87.000 euros.
Joder.
87.000 dólares y tú puedes usar el arte que ya hagan IA, ¿no? Eso le pasa a Goofy. Y le digo, y la chica dice que aún así no está segura. Seguramente negaría las comisiones. Digo, hermano, aceptas un par, te compras una casa, ¿sabes? La pagas a tocateja.
Literal.
Y luego ya
No podés. Acuérdate que no
¿Cómo?
podés.
Bueno, ¿qué? ¿Dos primeras
Bueno,
Claro,
compras una casa prefabricada a tocateja, no pasa nada.
Acuérdate que en España no pueden comprar las casas ahora en efectivo.
Una casa prefabricada a tocateja.
No, de verdad no se
Te estoy
puede.
diciendo, acuérdate de que en España hace un par de años ya no se puede.
Pero hablo prefabricadas, no creo que las prefabricadas no se pueda. No estoy segura.
Es que,
No puedes hipotecar algo que no está conectado a un suelo.
Mira,
Esto
pero me refiero
es
a
muy
que-
fácil. Te dan el dinero, lo metes en cartas de Pokémon y luego te lo vuelven a dar, pero vía por banco. Ya está. Es que
¿Te imaginas llegar ahí e ir a la inmobiliaria, ¿no? Poner un maletín, abrir un maletín.
Cartas de
por
Pokémon.
una casa.
Te cambio estas 10 cartas de Umbreon UR en estado 9 de 10 por tu casa. 80.000 euros.
Viendo que yo vi a un pibe cambiando
Dame
un
la
coche por un Charmander.
Hostia, ¿qué?
Sí.
Ujú.
Sí, loco, hay cartas de Pokémon que estoy que valen como una casa.
¿O más?
Que yo soy retrasado, pero tanto.
Tanto.
Tanto no llevas porque no chuparéis un pie por una casa. Así que.
No, sí, o sea,
No,
pero, o sea, hay
la
gente que
verdad.
más, a eso voy.
Sí. Oh, sí.
Quiero decirte, las cartas de Pokémon son muy caras. Yo el otro día desenterré unas cartas de Pokémon que ni siquiera son de Pokémon, son de Pokémon de un evento del McDonald's. ¿Lo creas o no? Valen algo, digo, ¿qué dices? O sea, no valen millones. No valen millones, pero valen 5 pavos cada una. Yo, ¿de qué dices?
Si a mí no me hubiesen cagado en los cines latinos cuando fui a ver la película de Pokémon al cine, tendría una carta de Mew que valdría mucha plata.
Wow.
Latinoamérica.
Corrupción. ¿Dónde fue? ¿En Chile o fue en otro lado?
En Argentina.
Claro, ahí te
En
pasa
Latinoamérica
por
no te
tu
daban las
país de
cartas.
mierda,
En Latinoamérica no
¿no?
daban las cartas. En ningún cine
Ah,
tiene una
hijo de
carta.
perra. Hijo de la gran puta, loco.
Si tenés la carta en un buen estado y una de las primeras ediciones que regalaron te pueden dar como $2.000 o algo así por la carta de Visa.
Hostia.
Hostia.
Una Mew New Era, esa PSA 9 o
Y
10,
encima,
puede evaluarse hasta en $3.000.
o sea, valen 5 pavos. En verdad mentira, porque supuestamente tengo una de Eevee que se mantengo, son de una colaboración con el puto McDonald's. Tengo una de Eevee que cuesta 10 pavos.
Dios.
Bueno.
Y es como,
Yo tengo una carta de 30.
Sí, bueno, pero es que las mías son de colaboración con el
Mira,
McDonald's, no son ni siquiera cartas, digamos, de Pokémon. ¿Sabes? Es como de
Mira, vas
hermano.
juntando para la nueva case.
Pero es que para que valga 30 necesito graduarla. Y graduarla vale 90 euros.
Claro.
Ah, joder, Hijo de la gran
Efectivamente.
No sé, que no les hago, no me importa.
Que no le sabes, es una estafa piramidal entera. La cual en cualquier momento cae. Muy mal.
Solamente hay, creo que hay una sola empresa que te manda fotos sacadas con microscopio de dónde están los defectos de tu carta. Hay una sola que hace eso bien. Todas las demás son todas estafas.
Todas las demás depende de la persona. O sea, depende.
Sí. Pero...
¿Qué pasa, Pistacho?
Sí, por eso
Pistacho de
decían que...
aliméntame.
Alimentame. Pis y tacho, pistacho.
El pistacho seguramente esté más bien de humano tengo calor.
No sé por qué lo dices. Ahora puedo limpiar platos, por cierto, automáticamente.
Te lo dije. El Scratchy, el juego de rascar, tiene para lavar platos. Para poder conseguir rascas, primero tienes que lavar platos.
Me acaba de tocar un jackpot en un plato.
Hostia.
Sí. Me preguntaste el otro día de... Ay, ya... Ah, no, espera, me lo preguntaste yo creo que en el último, ¿no? En el de la muerte.
Sí.
Yo creo que de platos igual no me preguntaste. Pues sí, hay jackpot en los platos. Y super jackpot.
¡Un super jackpot! Ay, he perdido.
Venga, lo perdemos.
Vaya. Vaya, por Dios.
Sí, por favor, que me dispare. ¿A ti qué te parece?
He ganado un super jackpot de plátano, sí, de plátano.
Then you can hire someone else to
¿Y eso de Tarry qué fue? Ay.
adoptable commissions on Toy House. We get to the next subsection, which is
Yo creo que se estaba tocando mientras lo dijo.
a few months before the Global
¿Qué mierda es esto? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Por qué estoy haciendo almas? What the fuck?
Ah.
Vale.
¿No entiendes por qué estás haciendo almas?
Aquí, atacar, hijo de puta, ven, es que loco.
So here we can see multiple images
A
of
ver,
that client
esto
messaging
joder el
Chocopi on
otro.
Twitter, initially getting the response, oops, sorry, lost access to Toy House
Jackpot.
on February 2025, right? A few months after
Yo te recomiendo hacer todas las almas que puedas.
Chocopi up until July 26, 2025 in
Joder, el
DMs,
daño.
and eventually in October
No sé para qué sirven, pero
2025, they can be
Qué
found
rico.
in the replies to Chocopi's posts saying,
¿No juntas 2 más 2? Que hace el boleto de última oportunidad.
6000 de daño, qué rico,
Chocopi
nivel
never
2.
answered to the client.
Ah.
To receive a refund.
Ah, no
The case
entiendo.
of another client she had ghosted after
Joder, es-
$300 commission will be mentioned later as it is tied to
Joder,
her
el-
sister Michi.
¿Qué pasa cuando rascas el boleto de última oportunidad, Zelder?
Que me muero.
Vale, si tienes almas extra.
Se mueren las almas.
Exacto.
Tonto salvaguarda.
Ahora yo no entiendo. Ahora yo no entender, yo entender.
Yo, ahora yo no entender, le parto la cabeza.
No
¿sabes?
entender.
Soy Uber 49. Sed.
Que no había
Hola,
Yo nunca
tontería.
entender.
El que nunca entiende.
Ah, es verdad que no tengo el. Ay,
Me ganas de vivir.
Imagínate,
Dime.
imagínate que mañana aparece
Soy Uber 49.
un tomboy muy guay.
No
Pero
sé,
tú
De
te
una-
has
no
muerto.
entender.
Nunca
Soy
sabes.
Uber 49.
Por eso no te puedes morir.
Te bajo.
Silly moments, silly face.
Pero el tomboy me quiere.
Es importante,
sí.
es importante.
El
una
tomboy me
pregunta
quiere,
válida,
hijo puta.
Es una pregunta válida.
Ay, pero me va a querer o no.
Sí, sí, sí. Te va a querer y te va a tratar bonito como nunca te han tratado. Así que
Joder,
You can pause the video if you want to take a look at it for yourself. I mean, it really
Se vale
is very
¿Dónde vendo mi
easy.
alma?
But this document will go
No,
through
solo
every single
estoico.
one of these accounts individually in upcoming
Ah.
sections anyway. Let's begin looking at each
El que
account
tiene las
individually,
posibilidades de
starting with
comprarse un
the
arma aquí soy
Patreon.
yo.
Patreon
Tarry.
does display that the images are AI. I have a lot of screenshots of her activity on Twitter with this account as it was suddenly suspended sometime during September 2025.
Que no
As of
están tan
March
caras,
que-
la verdad, pensé que iban a estar más caras.
que no miren la puta
Que en España está más jodido, ¿sabes?
Levadiel's original uploads
Pero
have
los
different
arcos
AI
también
style
están
than Lucy's
baratos,
current
están a 100.
Bueno, un arco te dejo, un arco darte en el ojo con un arco es complicado.
Patreon initially.
No es tan complicado aunque lo parezca,
Se clava un 180 grados hacia arriba y se lo ensarta de fijo.
A ver, así sí, ¿no?
La cabeceo, ¿no?
Ay, de cabeza, cabeza.
La prende de pecho colorado.
Lo debatimos con mi hermana y estamos de acuerdo que el arco es más rentable. No, más rentable no, pero es más...
No,
Pero
ninguna
sí.
rente. No, ninguna de las opciones es rentable porque ninguna te va a generar ingresos. Así que no son rentables.
¿Cuánto dinero te
No,
daría de
rentable.
loco?
Pero
Me das la capacidad de darte dinero.
¿Cómo te digo?
rentable no, coño, la palabra era otra, perdón.
Me
Era
acabo de poner ya mi.
asequible.
No creo que pases el test psicológico para tener un arma, Y de
¿Cómo te digo que teniendo el servicio militar al día, ya
No me
estoy
hace
exento de eso, una
falta,
parte?
¿sabes?
Falta.
Qué susto. Ya no hace falta, lo estoy.
Efectivamente.
No hace falta.
No, pero así lo que me acuerdo es que tengo que mirar dónde coño restaurar una que tengo que está
adivina
guapísima.
quién estuvo 2 años ahí con armas y todo.
No sé cómo estuviste.
Imagina a qué puto loco le dejaron entrar en el servicio militar.
O sea,
Yo quería quedarme, pero ¿sabes por qué no quedé?
Yo no
¿Sabes
sé.
por qué solamente no quedé? Por la
Porque eres un
catarata,
puto
no por otra cosa.
esquizofrénico. Mierda.
No, por la cataratas.
Yo conozco una amiga de mi ex que estaba en los milicos en Argentina y que conociendo su frontero psicológico, no sé cómo le dieron un arma. Lo primero. Y lo segundo, cuando en Argentina te egresas de alguna de las Fuerzas Armadas, te dan el fusil con el que te entrenaste. Esa señora tiene un fusil FAL en su casa. Y una pistola, 9 milímetros.
Wow.
Tiene 2 hijos.
Tremendo pistolón.
This is what it used to look like. And it pretty much said, I am 15
Yo no le
years
daría un
old,
arma,
my
no,
birthday's
no.
on March 8th. I use an iPad Air 2022. And to confirm that this was edited, Teru would also
no sé,
link the
yo digo
telemeter.io
nomás,
post, which shows the original. She does
Me
indeed
cuadra, o sea, cualquier persona que sea amiga de tus ex, la verdad es que me cuadra.
For so many reasons, you're about to find out
Era
why.
buena gente,
Actually, you can see
era
her
buena
photos
Que
gente.
no.
from two different accounts.
Pero está un poco cucú.
Where she posted
Las típicas frases que sueltas cuando sales en el telediario. Era buena gente, pero estaba un poco... No sé, me olía raro.
Yo nunca me esperé que enterrara a su gato en el jardín.
Anyway, Michi did not immediately mention being choked by
Estando
his
vivo
sister.
ahí.
Started noticing the same-
No me ha gustado ese
A mí
¿Cómo
tampoco.
ha sonado eso?
Ese no ha sonado muy bien.
Muy convincente.
Pero como ya he hecho algo parecido,
Maybe that's why our styles might be a little similar. Because I've been inspired by her since I was a
Viene
kid.
loco de eso,
So
¿no?
people, no negativity. I love everyone. There'll be a
Le gustaba la magia, la brujería, el vudú, no sé.
Sí, hizo
La
magia con el
brujería.
gato.
La brujería sí le gustaba a esa señora, fíjate vos por dónde.
A mi hermana le gusta la
Hostia, la
brujería.
red flag, me cago en la puta.
Hostia, pero
A ver,
tu hermana.
si no te
tu
parece
hermana
una red flag
estoy-
haber pasado por una fuerza armada y...
A ver. A ver.
El problema es que la coreana que le quiere reventar el cráneo también, ¿no?
A ver, yo
Bueno,
quiero
de hecho,
contexto,
aún
¿por qué
peor.
te quiere reventar el cráneo? A ver, yo...
Es-
No sé si le
es-
quiere
Reventar
solo,
el
también te
cráneo
digo.
y el culo.
Iba a decir militar en activo. En activo, vamos a.
Vamos a dejar que Celton todavía no nos ha dado
A ver,
información.
ahora...
Ya, mira,
Ahora está más en
Tarry.
pasiva que otra cosa.
A Tarry, estando desde un server, le hizo Tilín una surcoreana. Esa surcoreana básicamente le quiere reventar muy fuerte el culo a Tarry.
Ajá. ¿Y Tarry, tú qué opinas de esto?
Yo no sé cómo he terminado en esta situación.
Sí, siguiente pregunta, ¿viste?
Thank you. You know, no mention of her being her little sister, no like, oh my god, thanks sis, none of that. Just
Y a
TY.
Tarry le gustaría
Anyway, the document would continue.
ese suceso.
Sí, siguiente pregunta.
Sí, vale. ¿Y entonces por qué tienes miedo?
Porque tiene
Alexito,
un
no
arma.
tengo miedo.
Porque es militar en activo. Tiene entrenamiento militar.
Ya, a ver, tú no le ves lo malo a eso, así que mejor tú no opines.
Ajá, veo, entiendo, muy bien. Entonces... Pero es que, ¿cómo? Pero aunque tenga entrenamiento militar, mira, estoico, supuestamente lo tiene, en teoría, ¿no? Pero...
No, pero es que esta mujer, para que lo entiendas, hasta hace 4 días estaba en la guerra en puta Arabia, ¿sabes? Quiero decir, Stoic igual a la guerra no ha ido, ¿sabes? Para empezar.
Y no porque no quisiera,
Sino porque dijeron, el puto ciego este se va a disparar en un pie.
No, porque curiosamente
No, porque tenías muy buen aim, sí, ya lo sabemos.
tengo buen aim.
When Chocopy and some other artists ended up on the list of suspected Russian AI users, Chocopy started trying
Digo,
to
podría ser
defend
ciego,
them,
pero tengo boy
bonding
name,
over a
curiosamente,
shared
hasta más de
problem,
noche
so
que
to
de
speak.
día,
I'm 100% sure
raramente.
that because of the situation,
Wow.
Chocopy was heavily
Ajá.
inspired by Michi's
Vale,
story,
entonces,
her
en cualquier
age, her
momento,
username,
en la casa
everything
de
else.
Tarry
And speaking of
entra
this
una coreana y le
inspiration, right,
revienta,
this will lead us to the
le
next
revienta,
Te lo
le
jalo.
revienta los ojos.
Bueno, ahora mismo creo que lo tiene complicado.
Está, digamos, que pasaron cosas. Y...
Digamos que ahí donde decíamos que está antes sucedieron cosas.
Hostia, qué guapo.
¿Está 3 metros bajo tierra?
No.
No.
¡No!
Ah.
Pero su
Medio pelotón
pelotón
suyo
sí.
sí.
Ajá. Bueno, te puedes ir dando como cajón que no cierra, tú tranquilo, ¿no?
Desde la cárcel.
Creo que no entendió.
Creo que tampoco.
Creo que no entendió.
No.
Su pelotón.
A ver, pero es que tienes que darle contexto. Elder, cuando un superior pierde gente debajo de su rango, en otros países serios, no España, no Argentina, los ejecutan. Normalmente.
O hay
Como un acto
una...
simbólico. Como ahora se están implementando leyes de civilización, no los ejecutan, los ponen
Espera, ¿qué?
presos. Claro.
O sea, si se te muere alguien, vas a la cárcel.
Correcto.
Y antes
Con
te mataron.
suerte vas a la cárcel.
Sí.
En efecto.
Ah.
Ahora comprendes por dónde está el problema.
No, ya saldrá, tú tranquilo, te reventará el culo en algún momento.
Joder.
Creo que no entendiste la parte de preso.
Y ya saldrá, ¿no?
No lo creo.
Es casi de por vida. Y si es que tienes mucha suerte, pues sales a
¿Mm?
los 80 y tanto. O casi muriendo.
A ver. Contra más arrugada la pasa, se dice que...
Joder.
Mientras más arrugada la pasa, más...
Que no aplicas la de las asiáticas se conservan bien.
Sí, el problema es que de repente se hacen viejas y son de la tercera edad.
Las asiáticas se conservan bien. Bueno, a ver, está perdido una teta, ¿no? O sea,
Joder.
Perdí una teta. ¿Cómo que perdí
Sí.
una teta?
Sí.
la última vez que apareció no se contó que la volaron una teta.
Pensaban que se había de otro barrio.
Pensaron que se había
Le
muerto.
dieron en
No,
el corazón,
que va la
no,
hierba
porque
no
tenía
muere.
esto, se saca la teta.
Estos 120 centímetros de...
teta.
Perdón. ¿Para qué tengo estas ubres?
Pero eso, ahora solo tiene una teta.
Ya estoy vuelto. Vale,
Ahora
entonces...
es monoteta.
A ver,
Un monoteta.
entonces, por lo que he entendido, se le murió todo el mundo y lo mandaron a Guru Sleep.
Bueno, no sabemos que tenía...
No sabemos.
Sí,
Tenía que hacerlo del juicio militar o lo que
tenía,
fuese, ¿no?
sí, tenía corte. ¿no?
Eso, la corte militar. Para decidir qué hacen con ella.
Pero no es como muy siglo XIX, ¿sabes? No sé.
Es que los países asiáticos son así.
Sí.
Es como deshonra.
Es como, es coreana.
Pero yo pensé que estarían más... tal.
¿Civilizados?
Sí.
No, recuerda que el tema del honor en los países asiáticos están muy arriba que las reglas morales. Están mucho más arriba que las reglas morales. Como, vale.
Pero se mató solo porque es mi culpa. No importa.
Se mató bajo tu cuidado. Bajo tu, ¿cómo se llama tu mandato? ¿Cagaste?
And fluctuating anatomy proportions between images. So pretty much inconsistency with weirdness. Just like her previous
Entonces,
persona,
a ver,
the
es que...
pattern that followed
Vale,
was the same.
entonces hasta los
April
80 no la vas a volver a
18,
ver, vale,
5 weeks
entiendo.
after the NHAYS incident, Michi posted a
Bueno,
time-lapse
fue
that
bonito
proved
mientras
that she
duró,
was
¿no,
not
Tarry?
tracing. The first thing to point out is all the
Vale.
art program. In this case, this is a 30-second
O sea, no se puede tener toda la vida, se dice.
time-lapse.
No.
Unlike Procreate, recording a trace time-lapse isn't as straightforward
¿Qué
with
pasó?
CSP because it doesn't have hidden layers. However,
No,
there is a way
no.
to hide a layer from showing in
¿Qué
the
pasó
time-lapse.
ahora,
We're
Visor?
limited to
Contame.
binary line work, but it's still
Ay,
possible.
no tenés.
Personally, I don't think Chocopi/Michi is using that method here. There
No
is
tengo que.
another method that would let you
Ay.
forge a trace time-lapse with
Ay.
CSP that doesn't even involve
No
the
puedo,
program
es que no
itself.
puedo
Besides
decirlo.
those two methods,
Sí que
a
les
more
cancelen y
method
les
is
cierran
using
en
AR
la
to
cuenta
trace
de
here and
Twitch,
then
el
cherry-picking
stream.
from there.
Dímelo, dímelo por,
Y
dímelo por
llegue,
de-
y llegue la policía
But it's
y llegue la
not
policía a
suspicious
tu
in this case, but rather
casa.
the way some hair streaks have no
di-
coding
dilo
information
por.
about
Ah.
Dilo por
Escribilo,
chat,
escribilo.
Pero entiendo que eso que ha pasado por el chat.
No pasa.
Eso que ha pasado por el chat, leer. Hijos de puta.
A ver, a ver, a ver.
hand, poor line work compared to anatomy, etc. And this time lapse
¿Qué
doesn't really
cojones?
do anything. However,
Ay.
if the same time lapse had been uploaded by someone without AI tracing like flags in their other art,
Ay.
or someone with a long history of online art uploads and consistency, then it would be less likely to suspect that it's traced. So see, this is dangerous, right? Like, imagine if someone had been drawing legit
Oh,
at skill level
hostia.
for 5 years, 10 years before AI.
Hostia. Ay, Dios. Amigo, que se pone peor cada mientras más lees, ¿qué cojones?
Ya verás, a ver.
Amigo.
A ver, a ver, a ver, a ver.
No había leído, estaba entendiendo muy
Ay,
bien.
enojada.
No había entendido muy bien porque me había saltado las 3, 4, 5 palabras de la primer párrafo. Vale.
Ay, está enojada la señora. Está en-
Un poco.
Oh, sí, sí, o sea, no.
Solo un poco.
Tracers usually worry a little too much about being shown when their art account is brand new. Here we can see
Solo me bloquea el
Hermano, mientras más decía cosas, más racista era, hermano, ¿qué cojones?
Es más gracioso cuando lo lees sin tener contexto porque me salté 7 palabras del principio y del final.
Vaya.
Y me que lo estaba leyendo diciendo no entiendo una mierda. ¿A qué se
Pero
refiere?
¿cómo escaló así? Me cago en la puta.
Literal. Es como mientras más leías, más cancelable era.
¡Hostia!
Estaba leyendo y digo, no, pará, lo leí mal, ¿verdad?
Pues parece ser que no.
Dios santo, amigo.
¡Hostia puta!
And so, with this new account made, it would bring us to the next
A ver,
major
Yami, ¿qué
section
fue lo que me
titled
mandaste?
Charging
Pizar, tú que lo sabes todo.
$700
¿Quién ganó hoy en el
for trace
fuchibol? Porque no tengo ni puta idea de nada.
Españita.
España.
Españita.
Estaba hablando con Lod cuando me dijo lo de que estaba viendo el fuchibol.
Españita ganó 1-0.
No sé contra quién, pero
Contra tu vecino.
Ah, vale, entonces, vale, entiendo muy bien. O sea, le podemos ya conquistar el terreno. Qué loco es para
Algo así.
¿Cómo conquistaría el terreno?
Algo así.
¿No te acuerdas que, hermano, en directo dijo Lod que había estado el partido contra...
Ah, sí, bueno, ok. Vivo en un mundo de Yuppie, no sé si te das cuenta, esto digo yo.
Ya.
Yo
Por
existo,
eso te lo
o sea,
estoy recordando. Por eso te lo estoy recordando.
Y ahora,
I live, I serve.
ahora en una hora juegan Disparos Unidos contra el país de las coles de Bruselas.
Joder.
Joder.
Me cago en la puta.
Sí, Bruselas.
qué pop.
Bélgica.
Ah.
Porque,
Disparos, joder, ya.
Disparos
No se equivoca.
A ver.
Loco, que Donald Trump escribió un tweet de bueno, la FIFA quizás podría sacar la tarjeta roja que le pusieron a nuestro jugador estrella. Donald, Patito Donald, el muchacho, el boy, ¿cómo te dijo que ni siquiera tiene un nombre pronunciable en tu idioma? No.
¿Por? ¿Cómo se llama?
Loco, ¿no lo viste?
No.
En la selección de Estados Unidos, la mitad de los jugadores son como Rodríguez.
Wow.
Al que le sacaron la tarjeta se llama Balogun.
¿Qué?
¿Vos crees?
¿Qué?
¿Vos crees que es de Estados Unidos? Que está aquí.
Balón pistola, joder, qué buen nombre.
Folarín Balogun. ¿Vos crees que es de Estados Unidos? ¿Te parece que es el hombre de Estados Unidos?
La
que de
pistola de la
Estados
bola,
Unidos no.
Val o Gun. Val o Gun. Dios.
Y
Hostia,
digamos
Yami.
que es color noche.
Lo del palito,
color
yo creo que
crimen.
inflige hemorragia más que veneno. Me cago en la puta. Ese palito chulo.
Palito.
Y
Palito.
y lo gracioso fue que Donald Trump puso un tweet ahí de
Palito V.
hola FIFA, ¿podrían sacarle la tarjetita roja a nuestro jugador?
Eso no era, no sé, no le sabe
V
al
palito.
fútbol. Ay, ¿qué se fue?
V palito.
Palito, palito.
¿Y eso?
¿Qué te pasó?
Ustedes Discord dijo, vaya, esto es vergonzoso.
Así hizo, no sé. Pero no era como tal, que no se podía meter la gente que tiene poder al tema fuchibol o algo así, no sé, no tengo ni puta idea.
Hostia, esa lata de café, Yami.
Es que la FIFA...
Le gusta el dinero.
Entiendo, le chupa la polla, vale, sí, o sea...
Hostia, y de nuevo se fue.
Bueno, adiós.
Ah, se fue ahora para el... Bizarre, ¿estás bien?
Está censurando la FIFA,
Está censurando la
¡No me quieres dejar decir la verdad!
Se la chupa, se la tal bien, ¿no? O sea, limpita, claro, contra más arrugada la pasa. No, sí, no.
Joder. Sí, la lata de café, lo de los pancakes, la Nero se llamaba.
¿La Nero?
O sea, que se la chupan.
No, es que fue gracioso porque puso un tweet el chabón y la FIFA...
¿No la viste?
Lo vamos a ver.
Ya, el café en lata.
Sacamos la tarjeta.
¿De verdad?
¿Qué pinta esa cosa?
¡Que sí!
Se la sacó.
¡Que sí! ¡Se la sacaron, loco!
Se la chupa
Hostia,
bien.
pero en directo.
Joder.
¡Se la sacó! Cuando llegue el temporizador a cero, voy a enseñar los huevos y la polla en directo.
They would continue to farm commissions under Mashiro's
Ay,
persona while taking commissions on their
latigazo.
Michi account at the same
Latigazo.
Latigazo, a trabajar. Latigazo.
¿Qué estás haciendo?
Anything, or so it seemed. On September 26, 2025,
jugando,
artist
haciendo para
Yoclash
latigar
noticed
gente?
that Mashiro was taking
Ah,
commissions
Ratchet
and
Clank.
pointing out that their work was AI.
Ah.
Yoclash's tweet below is a quote
Que tengo el
from Mashiro's tweet
electrolátigo.
on the left. This is the image that we just saw that had zoomed in elements where
A
Terra was
tirar
it's very
un
obvious.
robot.
Lo de ayer en el Minecraft
Before that
Dungeon.
post, another
Hostia,
artist
fue
on
durísimo
Twitter
esa
tried to
mierda,
alert people about
Es
what was
verdad que tú
happening.
aguantas
While this
esto.
post alerted some people, it didn't gather enough traction
No,
to
no
respond.
Por
aguante.
si acaso,
Only after Yoclash's tweet and I
hay
received
un
the
gay
impression that
NDR.
Mashiro finally replied to people, but the
Sí,
red
sí,
flags
sí.
just
Sí,
fell
sí,
out.
sí,
You
sí,
see,
lo vi.
tracers
Ah,
tend to
bien,
come up
me
with
aguanto.
ridiculous excuses. So here we see even more
Oh my
red
God.
flags. The first one being
Meca.
charging 20%
Ah,
of the
mi
commission price
directo.
if you wanted a time lapse
Bizarre.
commission. So imagine an artist is charging $100 for a
So,
commission.
venga,
you ask to
gilipollas.
see a time lapse to make sure that it's real, and they tell you, oh, actually, if you want a time lapse, instead of paying 100, you have to pay 120.
Oh.
That's crazy. The second red flag is
Pero-
claiming that publishing
Premium
time lapses
Ice
would be
Coffee.
unfair for people who
Ojito.
pay for their
Pero es verdad
Patreon,
que tú
because the Patreon
aguantas-
has time lapses, that's
What?
a
Hostia,
really
qué buena
good
pinta
excuse.
tiene,
No,
¿no, Yami?
Tarri no lo tanqueo. Estoy con Ose, no entro. Pero Tarri-
Le hizo de putito el estoico.
No, loco, yo lo intenté invitar, no pude, wea mía no es.
No, invítanos. Estoy en la torre, pero hijo de puta, hace un momento, pero estoy en la torre.
Estoico.
Lo invité.
También te
Después lo
digo,
invité y
dice-
no podía.
Dice, es que me salían los dos en oculto. O sea, en el momento en el que dos usuarios distintos te salen a ti en oculto, creo que el problema.
Pero es que a mí yo literalmente hice como estaba
Están
conectado
turados.
y conectado. ¿Qué wea? ¿Qué más wey?
Oh.
Ajá, sí.
Dale, dale. A ver si se arregla. Ah, es de Gringolandia. El café.
But before getting into that, let's continue talking about Mashiro. As I've already elaborated on the red flags at the start of the section, to me there was no doubt this was a scammer. Even if they had never uploaded Gen AI full of melting elements and nonsensical hair and just continued tracing instead, the other red flags were very evident. And while I could 100% confirm they were tracing, the time lapse is usually what wraps it up. On September 2nd, 17th, 2025, one day after seeing Yokash's post, I made a post about Mashiro because I had noticed I had mutuals following their account. And just as expected, within an hour, Mashiro untagged themselves from my post and I was blocked. On September 20th, 2025, 3 days later, Mashiro would finally post
Yo
the highly
creo
requested
que no lo
time-lapse of their
aguantarías,
work,
lo de
but with
ayer.
comments turned off.
No sé,
con
lo que ocupo y lo que me curo.
Procreate has a function that lets you hide
Joder,
layers
está
from
A ver,
probar?
a mí me one-shoteaban de una y tenía bastante armadura.
This is Chocopi we're still talking about.
No, pero no hace
After
solo
trial and
falta
error, we found out what
armadura,
makes
hace
time-lapses
falta
work.
velocidad de
probar?
ataque y estunearlo.
There are two sketch drafts
Yo lo
before she
estuneaba,
draws them.
pero...
Déjame terminar que estoy en la
Time-lapses
incursión
tend to fill
arriesgada
out
esta.
artists easily.
El
Someone
estoico,
who's releasing
el estoico
time-lapses,
jugando
art
al
actions, or
Dungeon
workflow
Dragon.
sees the time-lapse on the right. Nothing would really stand out as unusual.
Ese fue el Tarry ayer.
In the final image. So on the right we can see the time-lapse. In it, Mashiro would initially draw a sketch, completely scrap it,
mientras
and then
tal,
draw
voy al
another
baño,
one with a
vuelvo.
completely different pose. In the final image,
Pero es
Terry
verdad
pointed
que
out
tú
that the
aguantas
hair
uno
is
de estos.
looping. It just looks weird, something that AI would do. The
Ah.
document continues, and Mashiro is
Van a
interested
ir
in
a
other
jugar al
art have strange
sobremiramiento.
elements when zoomed in. They use an upscaling site for their art, and they
Eso
never
fue un
noticed
bizarro.
before because the art looked quote-unquote
Que
visually
yo también debería ir a jugar porque
While it's
necesito
true
hacer
that
la
AI
diaria.
upscaling will generate artifacts, this tends to happen extensively when the image being upscaled is small or blurry. I know that this is just a ridiculous lie, but for the sake of evidence,
Que
let's
el
find
doctor
out what
Nefarious se
upscaling
pasa
site
por el
Mashiro
bar.
is
Hemos
using
recuperado
that
su
apparently
cartera.
generates these strange artifacts. And so here we can see
Joder.
DMs between
Doctor
Mashiro and
Nefarious en
someone else, where that
el
person
Ratchet
asked him,
and
"Hey, what
Clank
upscaling
Rift
site
Apart
do you
logo
use?" And
está
Mashiro
guapo.
sent airbrush.com. On the right we can see a
Buah, a
tweet
ver
made
cuándo
by
le
Mashiro
llego.
explaining that,
Nah,
hey,
me
the
lo
reason why my
usaré.
artworks
¿Qué me
look
faltan
strange
para
when zoomed
tal?
in is because of
El de Play
60
4
image
que
upscaling. This brings us to the next subsection.
Sí, no, a ver,
titled AI upscaling. Mashiro
Del
is
Nexus
ahí.
pasa al del
melted
4.
elements
Eso,
from
lo
artwork
único que
because
sé es
they
que del
upscale their
Nexus
art.
pasa
They say
al
they use
de la Play
Sí,
4.
nada, de este
image benefit to upscale.
pasa
So in theory,
a la
we
aventura
could recreate the
pirata,
image on the
luego
screenshot,
atrapados en
right?
el tiempo,
So here we see
Nexus,
three
y luego ya el
different
riff
comparisons.
aparte.
The first one being the traced image, the second one that was upscaled
Que el de
by
la Play
Mashiro
4
with
no
very little artifacts,
tiene
and
tal
the third one
para
is
PC, hijos de
real
perra,
upscaled.
Ah, no, yo tengo,
And we can see
compré
that traced and
el
real
riff aparte de
upscaled
PC.
look similar. There's no
No,
weird
sí, yo también.
artifacts, so to
Sí,
speak.
ya me lo tengo
Bianco,
platinado,
Bianco.
si te fijas ahí.
Crazy as the
Me lo
Mira,
compré a la vez
cuando
que
puedas mira
el,
DM y dime tu opinión.
I mean, even the
que el
people
Red Dead.
itself,
El
Voy.
Red
even the
hace como
people
6
look
meses o
weird
más que
in
no
the one that
terminé.
Mashiro was using. It doesn't even look like a
Pues,
proper
No sé, me
Lo
demoré
terminé que no
20
empecé.
y poco ahorita, me demoré 20 y poco ahorita en sacarlo todo al
I
100%.
recall another instance where someone painted over an
Ay,
image and claimed it was
ya
due
verás,
to AI
voy a-
upscaling tools, and more recently, another generic AI gen account lying about their uploads being drawn by them and that the artifacts were
Va a pasar un
once
año
more
desde
a
que lo
product of
compré y todavía no lo he
upscaling.
abierto.
After posting the time lapse and having blocked everyone who mentioned
Bueno.
AI, Mashiro would continue to post on their account as if nothing had happened and promoting their Patreon. Comments were turned off for a while on their newer uploads, so no one would be able to bring up AI or tracing. So here we can see two different examples of AI tracers saying, oh yeah, the artifacts are there because of AI upscaling. And in the middle of the page, we can see the many artworks that Mashiro would continue to upload even after their time lapse. This would lead us to the next subsection titled AI Tracer Commissions on Twitter. Chocopi was tracing commissions as Mashiro, and Michi had posted finished commissions, but did Mashiro ever get to scam someone? Unfortunately, the answer seems to be yes, but none of the commissions were ever uploaded publicly. I was able to acquire Mashiro's commission files below thanks to a contributor. So here we can see 4 different illustrations that were of course traced according to Teru, and they all seem to be half body. Mashiro was charging $320 for half bodies. So this is at least $1,200 alone based on commission files that Teru was able to acquire. That's a lot of money. The document would then continue. Thus, the main reason for this document is not to cancel Chocopi. Instead, I want to raise awareness about fraudsters like these, charging hundreds of dollars for traced slop. This is very common on Twitter at the moment. I will elaborate more at the end of the document, but to give you an idea, here are a few Russian accounts, Chocopi's friends, running the same traced commission scam. So here we can see 3 different examples, all charging over $100 for at least a half body, doing the same thing according to Teru. A lot of these accounts have successfully scammed clients for the past year.
Otra
And
vez
if they
foto
ever
líquida,
have
ya
people
verás.
pointing out their work is traced from AI, it's easier to ignore and block them than to engage. Even if they delete their accounts, they can just make a new account later under a new identity and pretend to be a different artist. On the right, we can see 2 screenshots, for example. The first one being an artist, Misui, who Teru had already called out in the past and made a small document about, charging $200 for sketches, who then made a new account when they were called out by the name of Akwao, also charging $300 for a sketch. Teru would say, my personal suggestion is that from now on, clients avoid commissioning new artist accounts who can't provide a track record of their art online before 2024.
Pues también te digo, por lo que son las latas, que no son ni de 2,50, son de 2,37. Y que por 8 te cobren $24, está un poquito duro.
$24, qué cosa.
Ahora te lo mando, café premium, de esto de Cool Ice. Cool Ice.
He vuelto.
Vale, ahí te lo mando.
Dale, ahí lo veo.
Joder, la mononeurona.
El monocalor.
Monocalor.
Viejo.
¿Qué coño me has pasado, tío?
¿Qué habéis pasado?
Pure
¿Qué?
Black Coffee. Oh, tío.
Del bueno,
With
sin
no
azúcar.
Y con 8 onzas Slim Can, Smooth, Bold and Craft. For everyday coffee drinkers, please 2 ingredient formula made only one high quality premium coffee and water. 100 miligramos of natural caffeine. 100 gramos de cafeína, Dios santo. Dios.
Pues mira
¿A
cuánto
cuánto?
vale.
¿Dónde sale? A ver.
Hermano, ¿por qué hay alguien poniendo
ocho
pesas
latas no
en...
dura nada.
Para hacer eso.
¿Por qué hay alguien poniendo pesas en una GPU, tío?
Eso es
¿Pesos?
Peso.
A pesas.
Sí.
6
No,
a
no.
$25. Dios.
Hermano,
Está cara la mierda.
qué
Sí,
dolor.
sí. $24.80. Con una
sí, que
rebaja
sí.
que costó. Una polla.
Harassment, doxing, and gaslighting. The receipts I was shown, some not published in this document, were mentally taxing and discouraged me a lot from writing about this issue. Someone else that had seen my Mashiro post on Twitter spread the word around Russian Telegram, and I started receiving emails from multiple artists who were too afraid to talk about Chocopi publicly because she had their
Señor
personal information and had
Zurkon.
threatened to dox them if they spoke
La-
against her.
Ah,
These
verdad
emails
que
ended up
el señor
confirming the
Zurkon en
findings
las
that
primeras y
we
después
gathered.
está la señora
Mashiro
Zurkon en
was
el
Nietzsche, and
Rift
she was
Apart.
Chocopi, and it was very easy to deduce what other accounts were linked to her as they were all
El buen
following each
señor
other on Twitter
Zurkon.
and had reposted each other multiple times on Telegram. We had all the information.
Lo tengo aquí,
screenshots,
además, lo
and just
tengo
a matter of putting
impreso en
it together
3D.
document.
Ah, lo
And
tiene
having to
entre...
take a break
Joder, qué
due to
guapo.
unrelated health issues at the time, we were also waiting on some
Y
emails from other
pintadito.
parties that had more information, and while promising
Nice.
at first, eventually we stopped receiving replies. These artists were afraid that they could be traced back by Chocopi or her friends. In the end, though, the info they were going to provide was related to controversial exchanges about Chocopi's past, lying and bullying, and not necessarily AI tracing. But then, on October 29th,
Joder, ya vi.
Michi posted this on Twitter.
Y el señor Diestrón.
Recently, many people on Twitter have started to hate on me and accuse me of using AI without
Ay,
any
por
evidence, and it's
favor.
really hurtful. So again,
Pero
we
era
get the
época de
same
celo, ¿cómo
playbook,
sabías
right?
que era
It's
tu
hurtful,
hermana?
it
Me
hurts.
hace-
I can drop a PSD
Buah.
file and a video with
Pero
layers
era
on
época
any
de
of my
celo,
art
¿cómo
'cause I
iba a
really
saber
have
que yo que era tu
In addition,
hermana?
I'm attaching a link to
Y era
a
un
Google
mono,
Drive that
es
released
como,
a few
ajá.
speed paints of my work from Clip
Ay,
Studio
el
app.
Quark.
I mean, overall, it was
El
really the same
putísimo
issues
Quark,
that were
loco.
used
Más
on her
tonto y no
other
nace, me
accounts,
cago en
right?
la
But this would
puta.
be when they'd also
Es
mention
que es
the
rubio.
whole DM that they made to Enhaze, saying that they
¿Te
had
imaginas
messaged
que
them
debajo de
and
eso es
didn't
rubio?
reply
¿Es
or
rubio?
block them, right? This is
¿Es
when that
rubio? No.
happened in October 2020.
¿Sí?
Tara would
Hostia,
say,
no me
"I
acuerdo
usually don't engage with
dónde se le
tracers
veía.
directly.
Sé que en una
Es
tenía el
cuando,
traje hecho
cuando,
mierda.
en una que tiene el traje hecho mierda y en la otra que tiene como la parte de la cabeza está como abierta el traje y se le ven los
Hostia, no me
mechones
acuerdo.
rubios. Y además, y en una cuando estaba varado, que se le forma como la barba y la barba de rubia.
Buah, pues no me acordaba.
Pues ya te
Que es
acuerdas.
entiendo que será de los últimos. Porque de los primeros no.
Me acuerdo que era de la Play 2. Antes no me llevo.
Entonces es del 2, pero claro. De cuando se queda con los monos que se ve lo de la barba.
Sí, cuando peleas contra él.
Michi had no idea about all the information we had, so I followed along and invited her to draw together on a Magma board. Magma is a website where you can draw in real time with other people. Unskilled
Con el
tracers will
supositractor,
absolutely never accept to participate in something like this. Yes, it is possible
Ah,
to
esa
cheat in
parte,
Magma
ya
the
sé
same way
en
you can
dónde
cheat with
vas.
a time-lapse, but they'll always
Solo
work
con
well
eso.
unless they know if the person is tracing. That's why most tracers will
No
panic or
es.
convert
El
us when we're
autismo.
drawing together in real time.
Ya.
Magma would give us multiple examples, 4 actually. with one being from Asami.
Ah,
Ese a mí
bueno.
también me lo pasó, supongo.
Defensive when asked to draw live, saying things like, "Oh, I don't want
Estaba muteado
to,
porque me
this is
estaban
all
hablando en
drama
otro lado y
farming,
estaba
I've already
escuchando.
provided proof."
A ver qué pasó
De
con
nada.
Sara.
But this is Chocopi we're talking about. Someone who
Hostia,
always
sí la
seems to be
conozco,
one
la
step
sigo
ahead
en
from people that
Instagram.
point out she's
Ah,
using
que la
AI. By
sigues,
tracing with AR,
Sí, la sigo en
the
Instagram.
time lapses appear very
Pero un
legit.
momentito, sigo escuchando
Unfortunately
esto.
for Chocopi,
Me sigo
though,
mutado un
I've
momento.
seen way more convincing tracer time lapses before. I had invited Michi and her sister Chocopi, while fully aware that Michi as Chocopi had
¡Hijo
done
de
magma
perra!
sessions before. She did not know I had this information. Michi would use her best friend Nyanyakwi, so Maria, as a replacement for Chocopi. That's because Michi and Chocopi are the same person. Maria's trace style is very similar to Chocopi after all. If it wasn't Maria, it would be another one of her tracer friends acting as Chocopi. And finally, Michi was going to use AR or a similar technique to trace in Magma. So this was our DM exchange. Michi never replied back. So here we can see Teru DMing Michi saying, "I'm free any day. I'm only doing this on the condition that you and Chocopi will be present and that you will share your full screen capture." This is when Michi would say, "Excuse me, what do you mean by sharing a full screen? How do I do that? Like a video call? I don't know. Are we drawing just a sketch or a full render of the work? And who will we need to draw?" Teru would say, "A call showing your screen with a program like Discord, Google Meet, or TeamViewer, but it needs to capture your whole screen, not just the Magma website tab. Let me know the date and time. I'll be awake for it." Almost 2 weeks later, on November 11th, 2025,
Ya, la cabra me
Teru would
aguantó
say,
dos
"Still waiting
golpes.
for reply," and they would never get it. They'd get ghosted. I was expecting the Magma session to happen as Chocopi
Los
had
creepers
hosted
me aguantan
multiple
uno,
Magma
la
sessions in
puta
the
cabra me
past,
aguanta
after all,
dos.
to prove she wasn't tracing while cheating in the Magma board anyway. Here we can see proof of that in her main Chocopi Telegram group. I won't be disclosing the methodologies and tools that you can use to know when someone is tracing in Magma, but I cannot stress enough that when someone wants to cheat, they will find a way to cheat. Time lapses, real videos, or even drawing in real time cannot be fully reliable when dealing with fraudsters. This is an issue as it erodes trust and credibility for everyone else. But just like how there's ways to cheat, there are equally enough ways to know when they are cheating. Going back to Michi's tweet, providing PSD files and showing layers really does nothing when the image is traced. The excuses that you usually hear when someone tries to pass off an AI-generated image as a hand-drawn are usually, "I paint everything in one layer," or "I already merged everything," or "I lost the file," as these are situations that also happen to real artists. I don't think having files unavailable is strange unless it happens exclusively to images that look AI generated, then painted over, and not ones that look traced. This brings us to the next subsection, Trace Timelapses 5. Now let's take a look at the time-lapses Michi had uploaded to the Google Drive folder. So here we can see 3 different time-lapses. 2 in
todavía
Clip
falta.
Studio and 1 in Procreate. These are sped up GIFs. Teru would say, different face structure, anatomy proportions, and line weight within only a few months. Essentially, these 3 look like they could have been drawn by 3 different artists. So more of the same of what we already saw. However, this leads us to something that was already mentioned, the fact that all these files were uploaded by Nympha Tian on Google Drive. This is Chocopi's original art handle. While the Google Drive link that Michi provided had this name, there's another way to link these accounts. If you use the Wayback Machine to access Chocopi's old card, you can see that the Pixiv button on the bottom right leads to Levadiol. After our DM exchange, Michi went quiet and would stop uploading new art on Twitter. This would be, of course, until January 2026. So more of the same. After their DM exchange, Michi would go quiet and would stop uploading new art on Twitter until January 2026. This would lead us to the next section titled Ghosting Clients Again. This right here is really, really silly, dude, because it would really push the limits of this whole roleplay that Chocopi had going on of her acting as her own sister under the Michi identity. Teru would say, on my quote retweet of Michi's post with the Google Drive link, VTuber Celia Vale left
Ahora
a
en mi
comment
mente
mentioning
todavía
that
sigue la
Chocopi
mierda
had
de,
scammed her in the past
pero
by
era
never
época de
delivering
celo, ¿cómo
commission.
podía
So
saber
here
yo que
we
era tu
can see
hermana?
Celia Vale saying, Chocopi scammed me out of $300 and still has never
Y la
responded
cara
to
de
me
los,
about
¿cómo
it.
se llama esto?
It seems that Celia had tried to
La cara
contact
de,
Chocopi
de Ratchet
multiple
y
times
Clank.
in the past to no avail. From my QRT, they learned about Michi supposedly being Chocopi, so this led to the following exchange. So here we can see Celia replying to Michi saying, please return my $300. It is shameful that your sister, or you, ran away with my money like that. Are you not ashamed to be a scammer or to be related to a scammer? You can't say that you look up to your sister while also saying you have nothing to do with her. Refund my $300. I can even ask someone from Russia to accept the money if you don't have PayPal. To which Michi's account would reply with, oh, I'm so sorry about that. She told me she'd contacted you, with a crying emoji. To which Celia would say, she didn't until today, and I did message your other account about how she still hadn't responded in September. And so next up in the document, we see multiple images of the DM exchanges that had initially put that VTuber in touch with Chocopi. At first, Chocopi was responsive when they were talking about the price and how much it would cost and which PayPal email to send it to. And of course, Chocopi would say, hey, send it to this PayPal account, but also it's very important to make sure that this transfer is for friends and family, not for a merchant. This is because when you send money to someone on PayPal as friends and family, you withdraw your right of refund. This is something you should never do when you're buying a service from someone. But the VTuber Celia fell for it because, well, they trusted Chocopi. They were following their instructions. This would be on January 2025, and Chocopi would then say after the payment had arrived that they would have all of February free just for this commission. However, at the end of January and beginning of February, Celia would send a total of 3 different follow-up messages. And Chocopi would reply on February 11th, saying, "Hey, I saw that message. Sorry, I just posted a proof video to get people off my back. I'll get to your work soon." Celia would then again make 3 follow-up messages, and we would find ourselves in March.
¿Qué haces aquí?
Chocopi would finally reply saying, "I'm sorry, I'll send you a sketch tomorrow." 10 days
¿Qué
would
haces
pass
aquí?
by, and Chocopi would
¿Bajas
say,
conmigo? Que
"Hello,
voy a ir a
I'm
por
sorry,
algo de
I've had
agua.
problems with
¿Y
my
qué
phone.
más?
Aló,
Just starting to
manito.
get in touch.
¿Mm?
Please wait for updates during this month or early
Ahora
next."
vengo, gente, que
On
voy a ir a
March 18th,
por
they would send a
un
very
kilo
simple sketch with
y agua.
barely any details, just an outfit
Vaya
mostly.
nomás.
After the sketch, 2
Venga,
months
vamos.
passed, no updates, no replies to any feedback that the
No,
VTuber had
Yami.
given. On April 9th, she'd say, "Hi, it's been a long time. Would it be possible to receive a refund?" On April 20th, "Hello, please see my above message." On April 21st, Chocopi would finally reply
El
again saying, "Hello,
diablo.
I was in the hospital. Now I'm home. Sorry for missing.
No.
Can respond normally." To
No.
which Celia would say, "Hope you're feeling better. Can I get a refund, please?" Chocopi would say, "I'm sorry, but can you wait 2 days? I'll
Maldición,
do
Yami.
everything. I
Manito,
didn't
no he
think
hecho
it would take
nada.
so long," and then would proceed to ghost Celia. She'd still try to get in touch with her, right, up until May, and then would realize,
Uso
oh,
poder,
yeah,
yo
she
que tú le
didn't
quitas
get a
modo,
response. After this whole interaction with
Nah, nah,
Michi,
nah, nah.
right, her
No, no te
sister,
preocupes,
what
manito, no le
happened
digo
on
nada.
Twitter,
No hay
Chocopi would add
huevos,
Celia
Yami.
on Discord. But after adding her, she again would ghost her and wouldn't respond.
No, 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 pobre
So
manito, pobre
essentially, a
manito.
6-month nightmare with $300 missing.
Manito
Again,
existe,
not a
Yami,
small
con una
amount of money.
pistola.
Tara would say, Chocopi mentioned that she was at the hospital during April, and that's why she had not replied to Celia's DMs dating back to March 18th. But during that time, Chocopi was actively posting on Michi's account. And here we can see there was a new drawing almost every few
Recordará
days.
todo esto.
15 in April alone. After hearing that Michi was Chocopi's sister, Celia decided to reach out to her to see if she could get in contact with Chocopi. At this point, she didn't know Michi was Chocopi. So after Michi had given Celia Chocopi's Discord, she would ghost her. And we can also see how in DMs with Chocopi on Discord, Celia would be ghosted too up until September 2025. So this lasted almost 9 months. At this point, Celia was getting desperate. This was around the same time that Michi, on October 29th, 2025, had made her pity post saying, "Recently, many people on Twitter have started to hate on me and accuse me of using AI without any evidence. It's really hurtful." So Celia would quote tweet that, saying, "Please ask your sister to return my $300. She used the PayPal email blank. Does anyone else recognize it?" So here Tara would say, while pointing to this image with an arrow in the document, again, I cannot get over the formatting, Celia's quote retweet of Michi's October 29th post started getting a lot of attention, and someone reached out with information about the PayPal email she had sent money to. As PayPal is banned in Russia, artists often have to use middleman services to receive payments. The email didn't belong to Chocopi, but a middleman on Telegram. Celia decided to contact them. It's not the middleman's job to make sure every commission is delivered, as they are only facilitating a service for the payment. Celia decided to reach out to the intermediary on Telegram, as this was probably the only way she could still get her money back. The middleman provided Celia with Chocopi's Telegram account so she could get in contact with her. And at long last, Celia got a response
A
from
ver si
Chocopi.
puedo hacer la
So here,
piel del
Chocopi was very
sobreviviendo
responsive.
con
She'd
los
say, "Listen, I'm gonna get you
guachos.
your money on November 4th.
Yo
Just
miré
please
yendo
remove
ya,
the
yo
post
miré.
where you can see the PayPal email,
Okay.
as it's not mine but the
Son muy
intermediaries. And you'll become a
Adiós.
artist. I will return the money to you." And lo and behold, she'd actually end up sending it way earlier than November 4th, saying, "I managed to send the money ahead of schedule and I returned your money. Please delete the message where
No le
PayPal
dejo
is
juego
visible
con
and as
mucho
soon
petadas,
as possible,
joder.
as the middleman is not at fault. And if you can, please delete your messages where you wrote to my sister Michi." So now that her way of making money was threatened, now that the email was out and about, she finally stopped ghosting Celia. And after almost a year of having $300 held hostage, she got that back. Tara would say Chocopi agreed to return Celia's money on November 4th. Celia finally got her money back, but as of me writing this, the other client who got ghosted has not been able to get their money back. The refund was done ahead of time, not because Chocopi was kind enough to expedite it, but rather because the middleman made an agreement with her and would be paid late instead. So in the end, it was the middleman's money that was used to refund Celia. And here we can see the middleman himself admitting this in DMs with Celia on Telegram. Despite all that happened, Chocopi never really apologized to Celia, and instead, a week later on November 9th, 2025, she decided to post the commission sketch she had sent to Celia back in March 2025 on her private Telegram with the following caption, which translates to, "As shitty as always, bro." After Michi's post, and seeing how more people were becoming aware of her schemes, Chocopi decided to abandon Michi and make another Twitter account instead. Although Chocopi was supposedly retired and inactive while she was operating as Michi and Mashiro, she was secretly posting AI adoptables on Fur Affinity as Chocopi around this time. So look, if you don't know what Fur Affinity is, I'm envious of you. If you do, God bless you. Point is, she had directed her efforts towards furries because I'm sure she understands that they have a lot of money to spend on things like adoptables and art. She'd be posting this rat, I guess, on October 15th, 2025, using the Chocopi account on Fur Affinity. This was her getting ready to make a full comeback because the next section is titled Chocopi Returning from Retirement. Chocopi's new account, Chocopi with 2 zeros, was created during October 2025, probably after Michi's October 29th tweet, but wouldn't become active until December 2025. On December 1st, she deleted her retirement post from Telegram. Just like when she made a new account for Michi, Chocopi said her new account was made because her old one was blocked. So in other words, shadow banned because of NSFW drawings, right? A very handy excuse. The document would continue. My first and last interaction with Chocopi was during October, under her disguise as Michi, when I was planning to draw in Magma with her. To no one's surprise, when I found out about her new account during December, I was already blocked. Turns out I wasn't the only person that was blocked in her new account. Multiple artists who had commented on Michi's tweet and people who had called her out before were also blocked in this new account. So she pretty much just pre-ordered their blocking. she was ready. This time around, I think Chocopi finally realized that everyone's seen through all her tricks and lies, and ignoring people is way more effective. So instead she hides comments mentioning AI and blocks the accounts that sent the message. And on top of that, when an image is being, quote, retweeted, she can't hide comments, so she blocks the accounts and turns off comments in the artwork that is being, quote, retweeted. Take, for example, the first artwork she posted in this account, which also happens to be plagiarized, this time from the artist Seven Hayes, using the same technique, right? Going through image to image, same pose, same character, same outfit, but different art style. Comments were turned off under that artwork as another Russian artist, Kabacha, made a post warning people about Chocopi's new account. Kabacha is one of the multiple Russian artists that have been aware of Chocopi's schemes for a long time. As such, Chocopi has made fun of her on multiple occasions in the past. More recently, this includes mocking Kabacha by making edits with her IRL face. This would of course be done on Chocopi's Telegram account. After turning off comments, Chocopi went quiet in her new account. She wouldn't post again until 2 weeks later. On December 22nd, 2025, once again, this new artwork was plagiarized from another Russian artist, Gecko-tan. Her artwork had only been posted a few days before Chocopi. So here we can see on the left the original on December 19th, and on the right we can see Chocopi's on December 22nd. So yeah, you know how this works by now, right? Image to image, different art style, same pose, same character, same outfit. According to Chocopi, who posted this on her private Telegram account 1 hour after Ringekko's post on Twitter, this was going to be a coincidence. So here you can see Chocopi saying, I was so excited I thought I'd post some art today, then I saw Ringekko's art and I don't get why it looks so similar, even though this is the first time I've ever seen it. Are we living in the Matrix? I can already feel them dragging me into another plagiarism scandal, but fuck that. Then she would say, fuck, Ringekko blocked me too. But months before, in March 2025, Chocopi was blocked by Ringekko on her other account. And she had actually complained about it, or at least made fun of it on her Telegram. So to Teru, this wasn't a coincidence, right? This was like a vendetta. If you blocked Chocopi, she would take revenge later on you by plagiarizing your work. The document would then continue. Unlike her previous account, she has now moved on from Hololive/VTuber fan art to gacha games. It makes sense. As the VTuber space is filled with artists, they are more likely to point out that she's tracing AI. Still, Chocopi has continued to plagiarize multiple artists in her new account up to this day, more brazenly than before. On February 22nd, 2026, yet another artist, Uof, made a post about Chocopi plagiarizing their friend's artwork. Chocopi turned off the comments on the artwork that Uof had QRT'd and blocked them. And just like any other time before, when someone points out what Chocopi is doing, she and her friends just laugh about it in her private Telegram. On that same day, February 22nd, 2026, and in reference to Uof's quote tweet, she would say, write more documents exposing me, it turns me on. While hiding comments and blocking people is effective on Twitter, it's even easier to get away with being a tracer fraud on her Instagram, where comments can be entirely deleted instead of just hidden. Around this time, the Grok Edit image feature was added to Twitter, so anyone could edit anything other people posted to the site without permission. Chocopi, someone very familiar with plagiarizing and running other artists' work through image to image, would happen to find this feature very convenient. So just so there's no confusion, this is at the end of 2025, right? December 30th, more specifically, in which she says in her private Telegram group, there's a lot of whining on Twitter about the new feature. Get it through your head that AI rules the world. Here's some content for you. On February 22nd, 2026, she would also comment on this again, saying how ironic that these idiots are trying to assert their rights on a social network where AI controls everything. Elon the AI practice on the post. So let them shut up and go to Blue Sky and write their documents there. Yeah, that's right. Nobody needs them here. So yeah, Chocopi seems to really like billionaires, whether it be Pavel Durov or Elon Musk. At this point, it's quite obvious the kind of man that she's into. But if you were on Twitter when that feature actually got released, you would have seen the amount of artists that were absolutely shocked to the core that any of their art can just be twisted into a prompt with the click of a button by other users. And yet here we had Chocopie celebrating it. Terry would then say, just like Chocopie, a lot of the slop raiders running Patreon and Twitter accounts don't even bother typing their own prompts anymore and instead plagiarize other artists' works with image to image. So here we can see on the left another drawing that was made by Enhaze, someone that Chocopie had plagiarized before, and on the right we can see another Twitter account by the name of Yuyumi SFW with the same exact pose, same exact character, same exact outfit, but of course ran through image to image under a different art style. Chocopie's style in this account looks just a bit different from the one in her previous one. It is still stolen and trained from Croquette's art. However, a bot update now has a variation in the style output. So on the left, we can see 4 different illustrations made by Chocopie's AI usage, trying to copy the artist Croquette, and on the right, we can see an AI that was specifically trained from Croquette's art. And so what Tara's trying to say here is that while Chocopie's art does have similarities to Croquette's art, there's clearly some sort of variation in the AI that makes it a tiny bit different. It's not one-to-one compared to the AI that was specifically trained to emulate that art style. The document will then continue. On a request from a doc collaborator, I've refrained from mentioning the bot name of this document. This is a Russian Telegram bot that a lot of Russian tracers use. The reason Russian tracers opt to use this bot is because it's more accessible than English AI generation sites that require payment and do not take Russian cards. The bot works with tokens that you could buy with a Russian card or earn for free by referring people to use the bot. So yeah, very handy. I'm guessing that most of these people don't really use this bot with a credit card. They use it by referring people, and then they just create new accounts to refer themselves. That's just how a lot of Telegram bots work. And so this would lead us to the next subsection titled Selling Procreate Brushes. While Chocopie has finally removed no AI from her bio, she is now trying to sell Procreate brushes as if the images had been made from scratch by her, when all she is doing here is using the filling tool, blurring the edges and adding sparkles. There is no rendering done in this time-lapse. And here we can see that time-lapse in question. There really is no drawing going on. No rendering either. This was Chocopie just making it seem like her brushes were making her achieve these exact results, when in reality, it was AI, obviously. Or at least, according to Teru. This is not the first case of an art scammer selling brushes. Famously, an artist that goes by Ylanest sells digital art courses and has over 1,500 brushes for sale. Some brush packs cost up to $150. All her videos consist of her pretending to render on Procreate by a deceptive method of using the eraser tool on layers to reveal the AI render underneath. It's a big old industry, guys. And as AI gets more advanced, people will figure out more ways to scam, and it'll get bigger and bigger. This would lead us to the next subsection titled Delusional Mental Behavior. On December 30th, 2025,
Delusional Mental Behavior, what?
This would be a 2025 artist summary template. The whole point of this is having 12 slots in which an artist shows off the drawing they're most proud of for each given month during the year. They'd also have a text post with it saying things like, there were highs, there were lows, there were moments where I wanted to give up. This year was hard, very hard, especially because of the huge wave of hate that fell on me after the accusations of AI and doxing, which I didn't commit. There were nights where I just sat and cried, hysterics, nervous breakdowns, etc., right? Like the same exact playbook used in previous posts, really just acting like the victim. Tara would say, to put it bluntly, reading this after having learned about everything she had done in the past, which I have not covered in this document as I tried to keep it specifically related to AI and tracing instead of what people typically think about when they hear drama, I can only imagine this person is not just a scammer but also a compulsive liar. I used machine translations for this document, but I also had Russian helpers who spoke English confirm the accuracy of these translations. One of the translator's comments about Chocopie's voice messages was, the translation doesn't show how cruel and creepy what she writes is, and this is something I mentioned before. These translations don't really do justice to how crazy or delusional sounding these messages really are. Tara would then say, from August to October, those 3 months of art block and silence that Chocopie mentions in her post just happened to be when Michi and Mashuro's accounts were actively posting instead. That's because in her 2025 summary, August, September, and October would be missing art. This is because, no doubt, she was focusing on Michi and Mashuro's accounts. This is what Tara was implying here. Tara would continue, as I had mentioned earlier, Chocopie still ridicules the artist she had doxed before, while claiming that she never doxed her, like in the message above, despite the artist not being active on social media anymore. These posts from Chocopie's shitpost telegram, right, the private telegram from February 2026, are making fun of said artist who is currently pregnant. We can see her saying here, I don't give a shit about this person, even if she has a miscarriage, because she's still that fucking bitch who loves to whine about how bad she has it. Even if they cut her up into 10 pieces, I wouldn't give a shit. She's just a fucking piece of shit. The next day, on February 15th, 2026, she would also make another post saying, guys, I'm pregnant. Please don't post about me on outside, or I'll definitely have a miscarriage, crying emoji. So here again, she's making fun of this person. And when she says outside, she's referring to a Russian Telegram group in which they expose fraudsters like Chocopie. But this wouldn't be it, of course. She really wouldn't let this poor pregnant lady just live her life. she'd bring her up again on March 13th, 2026 in a voice message, saying, "This is my absolute favorite take. When I joked about Blank's abortion, they're like, God, how dare you bring up personal stuff just because of some online squabbles? Well, because she was the one who attacked me first. It's just an online conflict. It shouldn't spill over into real life. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Ha 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 ha. The person who literally pinned everything on me and made herself out to be the victim, I have no right to touch her personal life? Yeah, fuck that. I don't give a shit." Tara would say, "You would think that from these posts, we're talking about an entirely separate situation or a long-time feud. Yet all this toxicity is merely because someone simply told people that Chocopi was tracing AI." And so this would lead us to the next subsection titled Fake Improvement. On March 22nd, 2026, Chocopi posted a before and after comparison of her art improvement. The 2014 art is part of Chocopi's improvement meme I had shown earlier in the document, but it's attributed to 2015 meme, not 2014. Alright, so there are two images here, right? The first image is something that Chocopi had posted back in 2024, showing art from 2015-2024 with this coincidental 2023 art block, right? I had already shown this. But when it comes to this subsection, Terry was referencing a tweet that was made in 2026 on the new Chocopi account. Here we can see the image that was used in 2015 on the previous template again, but this time Chocopi would claim that it's from 2014, comparing it to an AI trace she made in 2026. Terry would say, "This proved that the template image was real, as it had been deleted from Chocopi's account and there were no online sources for the picture. This is referring to the one that was made in 2024 with that little art block in 2023. Beginning with 2019, we can find that art attributed to a Commission's portfolio account called Vanu and posted on May 18th, 2019. The other artworks and auctions uploaded have the Nymphia Tiana account.
Que no escucha de la misma manera ciertas frases.
The 2020 image is accurate as it dates back to February 6, 2020. This is also a Commission site.
Eso de que la brillante en las balas de cañón
point out that the 2021 art is
a un
actually
pirata robot.
as it had been posted on Nymphia Tian's VK account. So VK is like Russian Facebook. Tracing AI will not improve your art skills. As a reminder, Asami was exclusively tracing AI for 3 years, and when the time came to maybe finally draw something without the aid of tracing, she was still unable to draw anything by herself and still had to trace an AI image. So this section here was to show that obviously this was fake improvement, but that before incorporating AI into her workflow, Chocopi was slowly but surely improving. There was an art style there. Now she uses AI, and this AI is not going to improve her real skills. It's just not going to happen. When you do that, you're essentially giving up on this hobby. You don't want to improve anymore. So look, I'm sure this was already one hell of a roller coaster when it came to Chocopi, all these different accounts, her role-playing as her 15-year-old sister, charging egregious amounts of money for AI-traced commissions, ghosting clients, making fun of the pregnant lady, doxing anyone who speaks against her if she can. But as crazy as this all is, she also happened to have a sidekick, Neon Yakwi, otherwise known as Maria, which leads us to the next section. Neon Yakwi, Chocopi's best friend. Neon Yakwi, who also goes by Tan618 or Maria, is one of Chocopi's closest friends who translated Chocopi's reply to Diariku to make Chocopi appear as a victim. Maria seems to have an unwavering loyalty to Chocopi and is one of the main Russian tracers that interacts with her on Twitter. Her other friends seem to keep their distance on Twitter, probably because Chocopi is always being called out for tracing while they're doing the same, and only interact on Telegram. Both of them really like Chandiyu's style, so they even have one of Chandiyu's drawings as matching avatars on Telegram. But get this, okay? Chocopi gifted Maria an iPad with the money she scammed from clients on Twitter back in 2025. The artist with no integrity that saw how much money Chocopi was making by scamming people on Twitter decided to follow her lead. As an example, Maria listed that her prices started at $10 on her Blue Sky, which is now deleted, but updated them to $300 after she started tracing AI. So on the right, we can see the Telegram post made by Maria saying, "Guys, I'm an iPad kid now," with an iPad and a pencil. And then the next post would be, "Choco bought this for me, don't judge me, I'm a kept woman." So joking around that she was already taken by Chocopi. But even before getting her iPad, Maria was already looking into ways to hide tracing. And here we can see 2 posts made by her. The first one being on February 2025 saying, "Hey guys, does anyone know if you can hide layers in Clip Studio? I just want to use AI to trace, please help." The second one was made on the 2nd of May 2025. "One look is enough for me to close the channel, and when someone accuses me of AI, all it takes is a smirk from me and that person ends up apologizing." Like Chocopi, Maria has 2 Telegram channels, one for art and one for shitposting. Maria was always aware that Chocopi was Michi, Mashiro, Laverial, etc. She had retweeted Michi's October post, but quietly removed the retweet after I had replied to it to avoid becoming involved. She would follow the same pattern of behavior as Chocopi. She'd very clearly say, "No AI" in her bio, and when someone would confront her in reply saying, "Wow, so everybody's tracing AI these days," she'd say, "This is very offensive. I have a speed paint for this art as I do for all my art." Or another reply where she says, "Darling, I'm not trying to prove anything to you personally. If you could find my Telegram channel, you can find my drawings starting from 2021. Tara would point out that both of these comments defending herself are no longer findable on Twitter. They've been deleted. And so, just in case it didn't get through your head, Tara would yet again list red flags that you should look out for when you encounter an account like Neon Yakwi. joining Twitter recently, posting high-skill Hololive fan art, right? So a fandom with a strong fan base that just so happens to have curvy anatomy. Another red flag is great anatomy, but of course, some weird things happening, like 6 fingers, wonky hands, looping hair, and of course, having no digital footprint. The idea that this highly skilled artist just spawned one day, right, and started posting. In this case, though, Terry the detective managed to find old art
Cine
of Maria under a different
alternativo.
username, Mary Meow. I think the difference
Sí.
here speaks for itself. I'm literally not gonna
Ya
say
sabemos qué
anything,
tipo de
right? I mean,
películas se
holy
meten en el
shit.
cine alternativo.
Maria's old art compared to the art that she posts today
Ay.
is not even in another
Me
world
encanta eso
or
de no se
galaxy, it's in
pueden
another
descargar
universe.
juegos,
We see 3
música,
different examples here. November
películas,
2023, January 2024, and
ni
March
cine
2024. These are
alternativo.
the drawings you'd expect someone who is just starting to draw to post. Someone who is an amateur, someone who's barely started to learn how to draw. And yet by 2025, this is the kind of art you expect from someone who's been drawing for over 10 years extremely passionately and regularly. This to many was no doubt damning evidence, but there was even more. Maria was still posting original art that wasn't traced as far back as February 2025, but then all of a sudden they had become an expert. Terry would say pro artists aren't created in a vacuum, and generally you will be able to trace back an artist's digital art online even if it's under a different username or old social media accounts.
A ver, ¿cómo tóxicas las quieres?
Twitter was
Sí.
hacked, so she couldn't delete her old art to cover her tracks. Had that happened though, she has an Amino Apps profile you could look up that shows her previous art from 2023. You really can't hide anything from Teru. Like,
A ver, no tan nivel estoico,
just
pero...
like the previous art we already saw, there's a huge skill gap, but also a completely different art style. Now, as I said, this is a pattern of behavior. Maria would also have
No total y completamente loca, pero...
Pero que tenga ese punto que le dé alegría a la relación.
This third time lapse right here on the right would get deleted because, according to Teru, Maria forgot to hide the layer she used to trace the horn and flashed it for a second. And what's interesting is that this horn belongs to another image she had traced just a few days before. Very embarrassing. But according to Teru, there would be another time lapse with even worse slip-ups, and it would all be in the face. At this supposed skill level, drawing a solid face and eyes should be relatively simple. You wouldn't have to trace over a previous face or eyes you drew before. Evidently, Maria didn't set those Procreate layers as hidden so they wouldn't show in the final time-lapse, and she only noticed they were in the time-lapse after uploading it to Twitter. The post was then deleted. So yeah, even in Procreate, where you can hide layers, it was obvious that there was some tracing involved here when it came to the eyes. But that wouldn't be everything weird in this time-lapse. There would also be an instance of 6 fingers. Terry would say it's very easy to miss as it happens near the end. Maria was not paying attention and traced an extra finger. Of course, by the time she had noticed and deleted the image on Twitter, it was too late. People had already shared it and uploaded it to Danburu, the image board. Maria went back and fixed the fingers, then re-uploaded the image. Terry would say a single artwork having an extra finger is not indicative of AI tracing. This is a result of multiple red flags accumulating over time. Artists can make human mistakes, and in the past, before AI, you can find artworks where artists accidentally added an extra finger while drawing hands. I would like to note that the amount of artists accidentally adding extra fingers has increased since then, though. So to some of you, when you hear Terry talk about things like this, it might seem obvious to you, but for a lot of people, it's not. There have been actual witch hunts against real artists because of the rise of AI and the lack of trust in the arts community. This is why Terry makes these disclaimers. It's important for someone who doesn't know art not reading this. And of course, continuing with this pattern of behavior, Maria, just like Chocopai, would post art that is very similar to Chandaiyu's style, using what seems to be a Laura that was trained exclusively on Chandaiyu's drawings to make her own AI-generated traced illustrations that she would post on her Twitter. The resemblance is insane. And of course, seeing that Maria was probably doing this for the same reason that Chocopai was, money, she would also charge for commissions.
¿Qué,
Cody?
Sí, 7,000 del año.
$300. Prices were $135 for a half body back in April 2025 before raising them to $300 during December 2025. We confirmed that unfortunately many people had commissioned her before finding out she was tracing. The following images are from her card portfolio. On one of these images, you'd see a missing hand. And on another image, you'd see incredible anatomy, and yet there would be looping hair, another sign of AI. But that wouldn't be all, because we wouldn't have just one person pretending to be a 15-year-old in this controversy. We'd have 2. And here we go. Encouraged by Chocopai and her multiple accounts, Maria would try to do the same strategy of making an alt persona to scam more people with traced commissions. On February 2025, this account was created, Mei-chan 200. This would, of course, I mean, I'm tired of saying it, but pattern of behavior, the same exact thing Chocopai was doing. In fact, it would be such a Control-C, Control-V to what Chocopai was doing that Maria, on this alt account, would claim that she was also 15 years old. So weird. They would spawn around the same exact time according to Teru and would immediately start interacting with each other on Twitter. And to Teru, again, this would be another opportunity to point out red flags, but by now I think you already know them. And on top of this 15-year-old artist would already have a Patreon ready to go while charging $200 for commissions. But what if Mei-chan was yet another 15-year-old that was being roleplayed by Chocopi? This is when Teru would outline why they think this is genuinely Maria's alt. Unlike Choco, Maria didn't follow herself when she made Mei-chan Twitter. Instead, she followed Michi, Chocopi's other alts like Lavariol and Kira Uep, and the rest of her Russian tracer circle. The reason I believe this is Maria and not Chocopi is based on these observations. Number 1, when Mei-chan made her account, Chocopi had yet to gift Maria her iPad plus Procreate. Maria was still using a regular tablet and Clip Studio. Mei-chan mentions using desktop Clip Studio Paint. Number 2, although fluctuating a lot, the style did not seem immediately similar to images posted by Chocopi, Michi, or Mashiro, where you could make a vague connection between the faces. And number 3, the desaturated color values of the first few images Mei-chan had uploaded resembled Maria's color palette values from earlier artworks instead of Chocopi's. And here we can see 2 artworks by Mei-chan and 1 artwork by Nyan Yakui. And yes, they look very similar, same color palette, same saturation, almost as if posted by the same person. And so this would lead us to the final section involving both Chocopi and Nyan Yakui. With Teru saying, as it currently stands, I don't expect either Chocopi or Nyan Yakui to apologize or stop what they are doing. If anything, Chocopi will find it amusing that someone has dedicated so many pages to talk about her, and ultimately, all publicity is good publicity for her. But this document was never made with the intention to get a response out of her anyway. And even if they delete their accounts, I doubt they will give up on tracing. After all, this is a very easy scam to run. If they stop, it will be a matter of time until they make new accounts and start over again by pretending to be different artists. This was the case with Misui, who had already made 3 accounts consecutively, and Asami, who after miserably failing to fool people, deleted everything regarding the situation, continued to post as usual, and recently made a new account pretending to be a new artist. We'll check that out at the end of the video. Chocopi has multiple Russian friends running the same tracing scam on Twitter at the moment. Some of these tracers also have VGen accounts. VGen staff does not have a good framework to tell when their users are tracing, so reports usually don't do anything. There was a situation recently where they found a tracer, only to reinstate their account forward screen recording despite all of the overwhelming evidence pointing out that this person has always been tracing before. So if you don't know what VGen is, it's a platform where only approved artists can sell their art, and they have a strict no AI policy, so the entire platform is rooted in trust that you're buying art from real people. But unfortunately, even they can't detect when someone is tracing using AR or something, because who would go to such length to fake being an artist? So Terry would say, for this reason, I urge clients to at least look into the backgrounds of new artists they are planning to commission. Do not trust VGen to do the vetting. The people who do this deflect by calling these situations witch hunts. I don't believe that term applies to a situation where you are letting others know about fraud. I am aware, however, that there's certain people, more often non-artists, that love pointing out fingers and screaming AI towards artworks that, when analyzed by a competent artist, do not show signs of being AI or traced in the slightest. The kind of people that see the bucket tool not filling in the last 2 pixels in the line art intersection and somehow find that suspicious when it's simply a normal digital art occurrence. Because I don't expect Chocopi or her friends to stop making new identities to take scam commissions, I will expand the document to include a summary of red flags I had provided through the document to spot traced AI. Did you think I was done with Chocopi and her friends' alt accounts? I would like to present yet another account likely related to them. Now look, this alt account right here would be called ML Kamari. Again, another red flag showing up out of nowhere, amazing talent, no digital footprint, etc, etc. Teru believes that this account might belong to Chocopi or Nyan Yakui, but unlike the other instances of alt accounts, they couldn't find a very direct source to prove that this account was related to them. Instead, they would do some very impressive, detailed detective work, looking at patterns on dresses in certain drawings, analyzing the tiniest details, like known workflows used by Maria or Chocopi, as well as even looking at the location displayed on Twitter to determine that this has to belong to either Maria or Chocopi. To Teru, this is proof that these 2 best friends are becoming smarter with making new alt accounts that are not directly tied to their previous identities, continuing on with the scam and making money from unsuspecting clients. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the rest of this document would talk about different artists that are doing the same thing based on proof from their art, whether it be their past art versus their art today, whether it be the incredible evolution of their art, or just their shady behavior. But as impressive as Teru's document was with all the evidence, the proof, the formatting, it didn't cause Chocopi or Maria to just disappear overnight. In fact, they would end up replying with their own Google Docs. Alright, so before any official responses were made by both Chocopi and Maria, the first form of response would be made by Chocopi as an acknowledgement in her private Telegram channel. She'd say, "Today, the same person writes about me on all social networks that I'm an AI tracer. I don't really care, I'm just silently blocking. I haven't cared for a long time, it just feeds me, huh." Soon afterwards, on the 19th of June 2026, Maria would actually make a tweet first, before Chocopie. She'd tag Teru and then say, Teru, a fighter for justice, the ultimate AI exposer, the great hope of real artists, or a liar, someone who harassment and falsely accusing actual artists.
Bonito. Oye, se está portando bien, en plan... Era 1 horita y media, otras veces era cada 25 minutos.
Now the tweet would be longer, but Maria would delete it. On June 20th, she would post it again, this time removing the first few lines that we read. Instead, what she'd do is tag Teru and say that Teru falsely accused me of using AI. I wrote a 220-page document refuting all of it. Please, if you believed her, read this document and stop writing offensive things to me. I didn't write this document because I want revenge. I wrote it because I'm genuinely heartbroken for my own hands. The hands that draw everything completely by myself. If I were actually a tracer, I would have just ignored the whole situation. I never would have reacted like this, because there wouldn't have been any real effort or soul put into my art in the first place. But seeing how easily people believed her accusations broke my heart. It killed every bit of inspiration I had left. I no longer see the point in continuing to draw if so many people think it's nothing more than tracing. This devaluation is slowly rotting my mental state. I can't sleep because of tachycardia. I can't stop thinking about it. I still want to draw, but I can't because now it feels completely meaningless. I thought that after our private conversation and a this would finally be over, but she wouldn't even allow me that. She talked to me as if I had no feelings, as if she didn't care about all my experience, like I wasn't even a person to her. My reputation is already ruined. No matter what I do, I'm sure most people will just ignore this document and her followers will keep commenting AI and Tracer under my artworks, treating me like a soulless machine. As if Teru is right that I'm not human and don't deserve to make art. I truly hope that at least some of the people who believe her will read this and realize that I don't deserve any of this. In my whole life, I have never offended anyone. I have never had a conflict because someone else's grief makes me feel very bad myself. And even now, I so want
Vale, cuando yo vi el directo que hizo de esta historia, no había respuestas de esta gente. También te digo, ¿cómo puedes tener la cara de decir de no, no? Aquí está mi documento refutando lo que dice. Dios santo, hermano.
Remembering how Maria was the one who actually wrote Chocopie's statement in which she pretty much acted like the victim. How this might be a page from that playbook. So is she actually a victim or is she not? Well, let's check out the Google document. Alright, so this document is around 97 pages. I don't know how exactly. Teru had 17 pages dedicated just for Maria. The rest was for Chocopie. This document doesn't even talk about Chocopie. These 97 pages are purely just about Maria and her point of view. So let's see what she has to say, and I will take the liberty to sum things up if things get repetitive. So this would start off with Maria saying, So, I'd like to start by pointing out that before publishing the document, Teru made absolutely no attempt to contact or interact with me. I had no idea whatsoever that anyone was preparing a document about me. Why am I mentioning this? Because if you've read Asami's document, which was also written by Teru, you probably know that Teru did reach out to her before it was published. She messaged Asami both in private DMs and by email, asking her to provide evidence, such as speed paints, recording of them drawing together in magma, or actual files of her artwork. She did the same exact thing with Chocopie. She notified her that she was going to write a document about her, mentioning her username multiple times, and even reposting all the derogatory posts about her. What did I get? Complete silence and total ignoring from her side, plus being confidently labeled a tracer right at the very beginning of her document about me before she had provided even a single piece of proof. Let's fast forward a little because the whole issue of Teru ignoring me didn't end there. So here we'd see an image of DMs between Maria and Teru on June 14th, 2026, in which Maria sends 4 different messages trying to reach out and have a conversation with Teru, and Teru ignores her. Maria would say, and now you're looking at the very reason this document exists. In this screenshot, I tried to contact Teru immediately after reading her document about me. As you can see, from the very first moment, I was more than ready to prove that I can draw my own art, by any method Teru herself would choose. I was willing to set up a camera in my room, fully show my face, and whatever it took to completely prove that I create my drawings myself. Maria would then show us a tweet from Teru, in which Teru says, Since I expect neither of them to address this and completely ignore it, the Danburu man can reach out to me and I will share the rest of her AI circle. This was Teru quote tweeting their own Google Doc. Maria would say, here's what Teru wrote on her profile, claiming that I was completely ignoring her. At that point, I thought maybe her private messages simply weren't reaching me for some reason, or Twitter was glitching again, so I decided to leave a comment under that very same post. And here we can see Maria saying, Hello Teru, I'm not ignoring you, I just wrote you a DM, could you please check it when you have time? This is when Maria would continue, I was extremely polite because I genuinely thought it was just a small misunderstanding. I believed that one conversation and providing solid proof would be enough to clear up all the suspicions, but once again I was met with complete silence from Teru. Why didn't I post about the situation on my profile? There are a few reasons. First of all, I'm not a confrontational person. I always try to avoid arguments with people. I don't like drama, because I believe any conflict can be resolved privately between the two people involved. There's no need to drag the entire internet community into it. At this point, I already have some guesses about why she chose not to reply to me, neither in DMs nor under the comment, but we'll talk about that later. Maria would then say, Teru deleted that post but still never replied to me. So this is of course referencing the post that Teru made in which they co-tweeted their own document. On that post, apart from my comment,
Me voy
there
a
was only
caer
one
por
other comment.
el
I have a
único
question for you, my dear
sitio
readers. Did Teru
posible que
really
está
not see
cubierto
my
por un
message?
puente.
Another update later. I posted the document and tagged Teru, but then I deleted the post because I wanted to fix
Sí,
some
que sí.
inaccuracies and blur out the usernames of unrelated people in the screenshots. As a bonus, I suddenly got a reply from my private
falta
messages. So here we
lo
can see
mejor
Teru saying, hello
de
Maria,
esto.
your messages were under hidden DMs. To which Maria would say, hello, okay, what about Magma? Teru would reply with, I hope you can understand that I don't hold any grudges or harsh feelings despite what the people you're involved with have done. I have seen other screenshots that I did not talk about or show in the Google Doc, so it's hard for me to trust you at the moment, especially knowing how involved you are with Chocopi. I don't want this issue to go on forever, but I do believe people can learn from situations and do better. They don't have to be held back by the things they've done in the past. You have the skill to draw on your own after all. I have seen the magmas you have participated in before. To which Maria would reply with, and what are you trying to say? That being friends with someone automatically makes me an AI? So here Maria claims that Teru is lying because her account isn't shadow banned, so there's no reason for her to be in hidden DMs. She also claimed that Teru was dodging the idea of doing a magma drawing session together. According to Maria, she believes that Teru's feelings towards her are purely based on her friendship with Chocopi. She did confront her on this with the message we just read out, in which she said, and what are you trying to say? That being friends with someone automatically makes me an AI? To which Teru would reply with, I don't think what others do define you even when you're friends. Also, in this case, we're not talking about someone who only uses AI. In fact, I assume my replies will be forwarded to her anyway, which is why I hope you can understand I can't take anything you say at face value. Maria would say, no, I'm not going to tell Chocopi about this. I'm too lazy to translate. Anyway, why don't we do a magma session? And Teru says, I just wanted to respond since you DM'd me because I know what it feels like to be ignored. My intent was to just clarify this was not just about AI. Maria would say, to be honest, I don't quite understand what you mean by this. You don't explain anything at all. It's much more painful than being ignored than receiving accusations that don't apply to me. Do you know that my racing heart has kept me awake for 3 days? Oh, never mind. In any case, that was the reason I wanted to resolve everything quickly by going to the magma with you. But now I don't understand what you're trying to say. You clearly refuse to discuss the topic of magma, so you mean you won't believe me in any case? To which Teru would say, you're an artist already and have skill. It's not about how capable you are, but rather artworks that have already been drawn in the past and how you closely involved you were with Chocopi. I hope that clears things up. So Maria would say, so do you think I'm AI or not? I don't understand anything. Teru, it seems we've come to no conclusions in the end. Tell me clearly, you won't remove my part from the Chocopi document no matter what evidence I provide? Maria in the document would say this is the 3rd time she ignored my question about the magma session, while also admitting that I am, in fact, an artist and that I do have skill. So if you're not an artist, what was all this for, Teru? You deliberately chose to ruin my reputation and call me a fraud just because you're unhappy with the people I'm friends with? Very fair. There was no reply after my last question. So what do we have in the end? Teru refuses to join me in a magma session and refuses to edit the document to remove the misinformation about me. This means she sees herself as the judge and me as the defendant, but for some reason I don't even have the right to a defense. If I hadn't decided to stand up for myself, spending a massive amount of time and nerves, who would have protected me? Who would have actually looked into it? No one, and I wouldn't have received any reply in DMs if it weren't for this document. So far to Maria, this is all very unfair. She feels as though she's been mistreated, like she didn't have a chance to defend herself, and that her reputation is now ruined purely because someone decided that she was an AI user. At the same time though, from Teru's perspective, one could argue that the document was mostly about Chocopi. This was the main person that was featured there. They might have seen Maria purely as just an extension of Chocopi, someone who was aiding them in their scamming AI enterprise. But now that we're reading a document that was written by Maria in which she tries her best to defend herself, how does she refute everything that Teru said in their document? Well, this brings us to the next section. Maria would say, that's all for this part, let's move on to her evidence. And now let's talk about my Telegram messages, which Teru translated and used as proof that I use AI and make huge amounts of money from it. We'll go through each one separately. So the first thing we'd see here is that image that Maria had posted in which she showed off an iPad, saying, Chocopi bought this for me, don't judge me, I'm a kept woman. Maria would claim that this was a joke, that she had used her personal savings of around 65,000 rubles, which was $600 at the time, to buy this. Chocopi was not the one who bought this for her. They would show an image of the transaction that was done on some sort of banking app showing minus 65,000 rubles. Maria would then justify why she needed an iPad, why it made drawing easier, and would then show the first drawing that they ever drew on the iPad, saying that the reason why they're showing this here is because it'll make an appearance later in the document. She would then show 2 different Telegram messages that she had made that were featured in Teru's document. The first one being, hey guys, does anyone know if you can hide layers in Clip Studio? I just want to use AI to trace, please help. And the other one being, one look is enough for me to close the channel, and when someone accuses me of AI, all it takes is a smirk from me and that person ends up apologizing. Maria would claim that both of these messages were jokes, that even if she was tracing, she would never make it this obvious. This is why she doesn't consider this to be solid evidence of tracing. The next major part here would be about how in Teru's document, we were told that Maria was repeating Chocopai's pattern in which she acted like a victim when people pointed out that she was tracing, using 2 tweets as an example. The ones that were deleted, in which Maria says, "This is very offensive, I have speed paint for this art as I do for all my art," or, "Darling, I'm not trying to prove anything to you personally, if you could find my Telegram channel, you can find my drawings starting from 2021. Maria would say, quote unquote, acting like a victim. First of all, why exactly am I acting like a victim? Secondly, even if I were, how am I supposed to behave when someone shows up with 0 proof and calls me AI? Should I go up to her and say, wow, thank you so much, you're right? Or maybe even apologize to her for making her think I'm an AI tracer? Teru, as an artist yourself, how do you usually react when some random person who knows nothing about you or your experience comments, wow, cool AI line art, or something like that? Do you immediately start a stream just for that one person or invite them to draw together in Magma? After all, as you yourself say, simple speed paints aren't proof. What I also found interesting are Teru's double standards. So here Maria links an image from the Asami document in which Teru said, proving that you aren't tracing is really simple if you are not tracing AI. This person was invited to draw together in a browser-based Canvas website, but their response was that they don't have to prove themselves to anyone or convince anyone. This website in question being magma.com, this is a simple free way to show everyone you are not tracing. So to Maria, Asami got this chance, Chocopai got this chance, but again, she didn't. Saying that to her, it seems that Teru doesn't think that she deserves a chance to prove herself in Magma. Next up, she wouldn't really understand why this artwork that she had made of Shadow as a human was used in Teru's document. She'd say, I still don't understand whether this was meant in the context of him looking ugly or that he's too beautiful, I don't know. And she'd argue that of course he'd look different from her other drawings, this is a man and she was drawing women. I think Teru included this in their document because there's a very distinct difference in how this character was rendered, the art style he was drawn in, compared to other characters. It doesn't really matter what the gender is, but hey, I could be wrong, it's up to you to decide. Maria would then start talking about the red flags that Teru had in her document, like for example how Nyanyakwi joined Twitter on June 2025, and the red flag here was that there was no history, no digital footprint, you just show up with amazing art. Maria would say, sometimes I get the feeling that Teru is jealous of Twitter and doesn't want anyone except herself and her friends to post here. And then she'd argue that she's been online since 2017 running a Telegram channel and actually does have quite the history on the internet. This is when she would try her best to address the second red flag, which is, you will notice that despite the pro anatomy, there are multiple tracing elements in their art, instead of a one-time mistake such as wonky hands, extra fingers, and most of the time, long looping hair that lacks coherence. So for the looping hair, Maria would argue that there are no signs of AI even though it might look strange. That's because she draws randomly and can't overthink every single strand and doesn't aim to make everything perfectly correct. She just wanted to look beautiful and please her personally. She'd also have the same argument for the ears, arguing why does every single detail have to be anatomically correct? If we start dissecting any artist's work like this, it would turn out that we're all tracers and there are no real artists left in the world. Just as a reminder, she is referencing these 2 images right here, right? Clear looping hair and ears that Teru found to be, well, interesting, worth pointing out at least. For the hand that looks kind of weird, Maria would argue that she specifically took a photo of her own hand IRL to draw it, admitting that maybe it didn't turn out great, but still emphasizing that she didn't use any AI. She would then argue this is a minor flaw, unfortunately she's not a big fan of drawing hands. And finally, when it came to the whole 6-finger issue, Maria would say, finally, a genuinely strong argument in your favor, Teru. In this case, I have no proof. It's entirely up to you whether to believe me or not. But yes, it is a mistake. I often screw up hands in this kind of pose. Usually I notice it quickly and fix it, but here I simply didn't catch it in time. The only thing I can say about this is that I have one old drawing from 2019 to 2020 where both hands have 6 fingers. So you can see this isn't the first time it's happened, and it occurred long before AI even existed. So, it's definitely interesting that she has done this mistake before, but this was like 6 years ago, and you would assume that someone drawing for more than half a decade wouldn't let something like this so easily pass. I mean, you could make the mistake, but then realize you made it and correct it before posting it. It's interesting to miss 6 fingers as an experienced artist and post it anyway. She would then argue that the last image here of this hand has nothing wrong with it. She genuinely is just curious why this was even included in the document.
Hostia, pues se ve un poco rara. No te voy a mentir esa mano.
That's the best way I could describe it if you're not looking at the screen right now. She'd argue even if it does look weird, why does only
Hola, vengo a hacer una pregunta porque me quedo jugando un rato más a la puta maquinita esta de mierda. El de la última oportunidad, cada vez que lo gasto me gasto un alma, ¿no?
Sí.
Vale, ¿para qué sirve eso?
para que llegues a los jackpots y cosas de la última oportunidad. Y para que consigas...
Vale, ya entendí, ok. Se murió el gato.
Sí, el primero se va a morir el gato. Siempre.
Oh. Hermano, ¿y este jackpot? ¡Lo he ganado! ¡He ganado todo!
Aparte de para que llegues al final del juego. Si no haces lo de las almas y la última oportunidad, no llegas al final del juego.
Sí, estoy al final.
Has reclamado el...
Sí, ahora estoy rascando hasta la mesa.
Sí. Es bueno. Hay un logro en el que tienes que darle ese ticket a la...
Voy a subir todo de nivel y a ver qué pasa. Estoy rascando ahora estoy rascando la pared de la habitación.
According to her, these were back in 2020. And this brings us to the next section, in which we can see Maria's first ever drawing on an iPad being compared to this more recent drawing in which the art style, the anatomy, literally everything is different. For Maria, this worried her the most, because according to her, Teru was deliberately picking out her most unsuccessful artworks to make herself look right. And how people who are too lazy
Estoy borrando los edificios. ¿Qué cojones es esta cosa?
That first artwork, right? The very first one I drew on the iPad with great difficulty. Well, then she showed us some art that she made even before that on Clip Studio. According to her, these were done even before she had received an iPad. She would then say, and here are a few artworks I drew much earlier in Clip Studio. Why didn't Teru choose any of those? Wouldn't it be more logical to compare two girls with similar body types instead of picking one with huge breasts and the other with
el dibujo entre los
censurado? But I'm suggesting that she deliberately chose my unsuccessful sketch of Ina specifically to look more convincing to other people. Now, when it comes to this, I think Teru didn't specifically pick this deliberately because it was bad or anything. It's just that this drawing, this first iPad drawing, was done in the same exact year, just a few months apart from that crazy good Narissa drawing. Even if it's your first time drawing on another medium, the foundation should still be there. And this drawing simply doesn't show the same person who had drawn Narissa. At least that's how it seems for me. You know, I'd be curious to see what you think too. If there was like a 5-year,
Claro, yo solo estoy clicando en él.
But as it stands
La diferencia
months apart, this isn't like
de dejar un rato la habitación ventilando.
She's a wizard or something, which is also a
Señor.
possibility.
¿A la primera? A la primera.
Que puedes fallar el tal.
Sí.
Yo es que lo acabo de sacar a la primera.
Arguing that it's not easy to adapt to digital when you've drawn on paper your whole life. She would then show us a bunch of drawings that she made physically on paper, and while some of them do look cute, none of them are anything close to what's being shown today. I mean, these drawings right here were as recent as 2022, and they show
Una cosa que me pasa es que, o sea, no sé si tarda mucho.
So this never really was about the concept of going from physical to digital. This was about just, you know, the idea that there was a massive skill jump. An artist usually has growing.
Pero no quiero reclamar, pero tampoco lo puedo quitar de mi pantalla, ¿no? Lo voy a dejar ahí, a ver si...
Hay un logro para que venga el pibe.
Sí, hay un logro en el que se lo tienes que dar a la...
I mean, man, if we're going to look at this right here, like the perspective is absolutely screwed up. If a normal person showed me this, I wouldn't say you have a serious problem with anatomy. I'd say you have some more studying to do. But compared to
la
the
organización, lo que yo no entiendo
miraculously, there's a massive difference. This isn't the same person, period. Is 3 years enough to go from this to the drawings we saw earlier? I'll let you decide, okay? I'm not an expert artist, but there's clearly a massive difference here. Teru's main argument was that there was a massive skill jump specifically from 2024 to 2025, in which they believe Maria started using AI. Maria would argue that for the year of 2024, she spent every single day drawing. This, on top of already having decent skill, meant that this was normal. This is when we would reach the whole infamous Narissa Ravencroft horn incident, right? In which Teru accused
quiero que vengas y te lleves el puto boleto, tío.
Maria would say that she never uses hidden layers. Also saying, while it is true that this horn was traced, it was traced from my own artwork in order to save time and get details right. Reading her document, it feels like everything I do is either done for AI or because of AI, because everything ultimately comes back to that. Of course, Teru, I have absolutely no other reasons to delete my artworks except AI. None whatsoever. It must be kind of sad sometimes to realize that
Ahora puedo
not
comprar de
everyone is
5 en
obsessed with
5.
AI as you are, huh? Another thing I wanted to say is how surprised I am by the absolute confidence with which she says the phrase, "This horn belongs to another image she had traced just a few days
Qué
before."
loco.
And so that's it. Here she argues that Teru was running to conclusions that there was no proof that she had stolen it
Voy a
from
cerrar el
another
juego.
art piece. And that's it. She doesn't talk more about the horn. She doesn't even specify
Ha
why she
estado bien
did
estas
it.
17 horas en
Because
2
remember,
días.
after the time lapse showed that she was tracing the horn, she would immediately delete it. No mention of that. When it came to the other slip up, however, the whole 6-finger mistake
Es
and
muy duro
the idea that she was
realmente.
tracing
17
eyes
horas
on the
en
character,
todo.
Maria would say that Teru made an
¿Quién
oversight
ha
here because
venido?
the time lapse
El
wasn't
Knight.
deleted, saying that it was published
Oh,
precisely
no.
because of her 6-finger mistake, saying that she wanted to show that it
Un
was
Knight
really nothing
cazando
more than a silly error. Now, she didn't link the time lapse,
Que tú te
unfortunately, showing
estás
that it wasn't
viendo.
deleted, but whatever, right? Let's just take her word for it. She'll then emphasize, yes, I really did trace the eyes from
Qué
my own previous
culpote
artworks.
que
Is
acabo
that
de ver.
illegal or something? Saying that this was totally normal, but there was
me piro
nothing
ya.
special or dramatic about it.
Ok,
She then
bye
showed
bye.
the
Que
lapses
tiene un
in which, say,
DLC.
The first, second, and fifth ones were deleted because Twitter flagged them as 18 plus. Again, there's nothing to verify here. We have to take
cosa
the word
tiene un
for it,
DLC?
and sure, we will. Now this
¿Qué
brings
hace
us
el
to a
DLC?
very interesting part of the document where I had to do like a double take. So Maria would attach part of Teru's document in which Teru would say, "We confirmed that
DLC
unfortunately
scratchy.
many people had commissioned her before
¿Qué hace el
finding out she was
DLC?
tracing.
Sí,
The
veo que
following
lo
images are
tienes.
from her card portfolio. Notice the missing hand. At this supposed anatomy skill level, it is unlikely that the arm would be placed in such a position." So here we can see two drawings, right? One with a bunny girl and one wearing a blue outfit. Maria would focus on the
¿De
one
qué
with the
trata el
blue
video,
outfit
Nunes?
and would highlight the hands.
De
saying the
ella.
missing hand,
Estoy con
and
eso.
this
De
is
gente que es como de, no, es que yo sé dibujar.
I mean, it was very well formatted, right? You
Y
can't
en
really
verdad
mistake the
son
images,
estafadores que hacen
pointing
dibujos
towards any
que
images
trazaría.
referenced. You could see
De
that
eso
the
va.
arrow
En
was
este
pointing
caso,
specifically at the bunny girl in the
literalmente
pink.
es,
I mean, the
es,
arrow
es,
literally
es
was
gente que,
pointing
o
at
sea,
the missing hand in
es
question.
una persona que
So now that
dibuja
Maria
y ya
pointed it
siendo
out,
como
yes,
de,
the hands on the blue girl also look kind of weird. But it's interesting how she completely missed the point when it came to the pink bunny girl.
Se
It is
jacta de ser
anatomically
artista,
inconsistent
pero
to have
esto
her
de...
in these
no,
colors,
este,
and it's
es que
not
el
bad
documento que estamos
being
viendo
shown
ahora es de
either.
una
But it seems
persona,
that Maria
o
misunderstood
sea,
the accusation
hay un
here.
artista que se
We
llama
add,
Teru,
by
que
the
hizo un
way, how do you
documento
even imagine an AI
de
generated art
dos
so
chicas
detailing? But I think at this
que
point,
son
any of you
bastante
watching have
conocidas por
seen AI
trazaría.
art, you could
Y
definitely see a
una de
difference.
ellas
In
le
fact,
hizo
it
un
could be
documento
more
porque
basic.
con ella
At this
no
point,
quiso
AI
hacer
can
un...
do just about anything, which is why it's such a
No
problem.
quiso entrar a una
Maria would
llamada de
argue that
estas
she had
dibujando
spent several
juntos
weeks working
y no
together
le dio la
on putting
oportunidad de
full
defenderse
accuracy
y
to the
decir que
design.
realmente
And
ella es
would
una
argue that one of her
artista.
clients would reach out to her and say,
Pero...
"Yeah, I didn't
vamos
find the
que...
stuff she said about you that odd. The only thing that was a little
Guión-bajo
weird was the
animación.
6 fingers." She
Cero.
also argued that she would send
Tenía que
Teru's
desenchufar
Google
mi
Doc
wifi pa'
to
que
a
ande
second
isiando.
client of hers.
Y te pedo
Hermano,
también.
This was proof that if she was actually a scammer,
¿por
then
qué
only
no
cared about
vienen
money
a por
which she
el
had
puto
actually reached
ticket
out
de
to
la
her
última
clients and
oportunidad? Es
spoken
que
to
no le
them.
quiero
And
reclamar.
next up, we would all of a sudden see yet another commission she had drawn that's part
Ay,
of
lo
the
de skin de la
portfolio.
gente se queda.
Hermano,
Guión
¿puedes
bajo
venir a
animación.
por el
Said
puto
was
ticket de
losing
mierda?
hair. More
No
specifically,
cliquetis.
godlike anatomy skill, yet messy looping
Capaz lo
hair
tengo que
always
rascar a
present.
mano.
Maria would say, "Thanks for the compliment on the anatomy, but otherwise, Teru, you are really nitpicking way too hard. Real AI tracers have no clue what hair
Ok.
actually is. They just trace
Tipo
the outer
veneno,
silhouette and
no
forget about
sé.
the internal strands. Not to mention that hair is a very
Ne-
flexible element that adapts well to any kind of stylization."
Ay,
I've
aleluya,
been writing
hermano,
this document
30
for the third
años
day now,
para
spending
venir a
enormous
por
amount
el
of time
ticket de
on
la
it,
última
and asking
oportunidad
myself, why
ganador.
would I explain
Hermano,
such obvious things? But then I remembered that there are people who believed it right away. One of them is a well-known VTuber, but I won't say who.
Okay.
Just know this as a fact. As an artist, you are never safe from documents like this. Wait, is she referring to me? No, I'm not a VTuber. I just have a model. I'm not a VTuber, dude. No. Anyway, she'd continue. Even if Teru decides to write in her doc that you're
por
AI just because
fin.
she feels like it, people will believe her, not you.
Vale,
Without
¿y ahora
reading
qué va a
the actual
pasar?
content and without waiting for your side of the story.
Guión
¿Pasa algo?
bajo animación.
Estamos
So look,
cerca,
I think I
solo
speak to
falta...
everyone when I say that
No voy
Teru
a
Un poco de
preguntar qué fue lo
paciencia.
que vi Nals 22 ojito Nals
Limpia
22
este desastre.
¿Qué
¿Qué es lo que viste de qué? ¿Del documento? ¿Del juego?
So the track record's definitely there. I did initially stream Teru's document because, I mean, it's a Teru document. I mean, find me a document that's
Esto
ever
es una
formatted. When
locura.
it came to the actual
¿Cuántos más
video,
han de morir?
the majority of Maria's response, as well as right after
Los
this,
que haga falta.
Chocopai's response. Do you feel like Maria's document has swayed your opinion so far? I'm curious to hear about it. In any case, Maria would continue on this topic of hair looping and say, another thing I found pretty funny is that she 100% knows I'm a real artist, referring to Teru. It's obvious from looking at my work, and as I already mentioned, I've posted my old traditional pieces on Telegram, ones she has definitely seen. It's clear from me that I'm far from the beginner, and I've mentioned my university studies multiple times on my Telegram channel. Yet here, Teru keeps talking about me as if I have absolutely nothing to do with art. I mean, Teru, do you seriously think I don't know how to draw hair? Lol. Next up would be the section about Mei-chan, right? The whole 15-year-old artist that Teru claimed to be Nyanyakwi, aka Maria. And from Maria's point of view, she really felt like there was no proof whatsoever that tied her to Mei-chan. She'd argue that Teru is only making this connection because they both use Clip Studio Paint, in which she ironically says, congratulations, owner of this account too, if you use Clip Studio Paint as an artist. She compares my old artwork with this person's work based on colors. Once again, she deliberately picks the most similar piece possible to make her point stronger, and she'd argue that this evidence wasn't objective. She would end this section about Mei-chan.
Hermano, voy a cambiar el modelo porque no... Hoy estuve usando el iPhone porque no quería trabajar en el PC. Me dolía mucho la cabeza. Sí. O sea, me sale todo el rato de tiene un 20%, menos de 20% de batería. El problema es que me sale todo el puto rato la notificación. Y cada vez que me sale se me para el puto modelo. Es como de hermano.
And at the same time, I'm studying at university. My exams just ended, and even during exam period, I'm still drawing and posting, even if a bit less often than usual. I know that no matter how much I try to prove I'm innocent, people will believe whoever they like more. But I don't understand why I know how to
Me preguntaste el otro día lo de la salud y está al 80.
Maybe I overlooked some important detail.
80 de porcentaje de la batería.
Claro.
Ni tan mal, pero me parece con ese
Pasa
porcentaje
que
me parece raro de que sea tan rápido.
No sé. Quiero decir, en 5 horas consume toda la batería. En menos. 4.
Rarísimo.
So he responded as one would expect. Teru then told him that the only way he could prove he actually draws himself was to join her in Magma. The artist agreed, and for a while the situation wasn't brought up again. Teru refused to believe the artist because he couldn't draw several poses he wasn't used to drawing without references and found them quite difficult. It's also worth mentioning that in every other aspect the artist did everything Teru asked, and they spent 5 hours in Magma. This turned into a big conflict and a flood of posts from both sides. In the screenshot above, you can see the artist asking Teru to publish the full unedited video of their Magma session, since only she had the recording. Instead, the most she released was a 6-minute video that only contained dialogue and not even the actual drawing process. So this would then become a back and forth. The artist in question, the one accused, would post a full 4-hour video with a speed paint where you can clearly see his hands and the monitor. Teru would say, congratulations on your video editing skills. Next time, make sure that you really start on a new canvas and we don't see the layer you're painting from. And while the situation was messy, with constant back and forths, blocking, communities attacking each other, Maria would argue that after the third speed paint from the artist, in which he recorded his second monitor as well, this finally put a definitive end to the matter, in which Teru was wrong. People began expressing outrage at her behavior, only then did she decide to resolve the conflict through private messages. So here we can see Teru saying, I reached out to clear up some misunderstandings and I apologize as it should have been done this way from the start. She would at the artist in question and say, thank you for listening to what I had to say, and despite everything that happened, still being willing to resolve these matters.
Ahí está la que está realizando el
but it was
documento.
resolved privately and both sides ended up being satisfied with the result. Even Maria admits this. Yes, the situation was eventually resolved and both sides reached a mutual agreement. But doesn't it seem strange to you that Teru only decided to apologize after she realized public opinion had turned against her? Do you remember the post where Teru
¿Cuál,
said that
de
Magma
Teru?
session is enough to prove that a person isn't tracing from AI? Let me remind you.
Buah.
This time even Magma wasn't enough.
Es una maravilla el documento de Teru.
Videos weren't enough either. You'd think that when you see the evidence clearly isn't working in your favor, why not just admit you were wrong?
Entonces, ¿qué ha hecho Teru? Es, vamos, maravilloso. Pero es que me encanta que la chica, una de las chicas a las que está acusando, que ni siquiera es la principal, es de... Y esta es amiga de la otra, que se ríe en Telegram y sitios así, de artistas reales y doxea artistas que la dicen que usa IA y cosas así.
Y yo digo,
¿qué
carajo?
Hombre, ¿qué más cosas de usaría, tío?
Pasen contexto.
Nada, un par de estafadoras.
¿Sin pretexto?
En Twitter últimamente cada vez más hay gente que se hace pasar por artistas, que en verdad es gente usando IA para o hacer directamente las imágenes
Criox-animation.
O trazar encima
Sí.
de ellas. Ese es el contexto. No hacen falta más.
No.
Es un artista real.
Criox-animation. Sí.
Es un
¿A qué
artista
cabrón,
real
jaja?
haciéndole un documento a una en concreto de la que muchos habremos visto arte y le habremos dado like sin saber qué decía. O trazado
Pero se
con
trabó feo, ¿eh?
trazado de. Y. Y nada, y ahora está una de las chicas, la que es
Pero feo,
amiga
feo.
de esa, está ahí como de, no, es que a mí no me han contactado y yo no he trazado. Y yo. Básicamente eso es lo que estamos viendo.
Things she drew between February 7th and May 19th. 0. A person who positions herself as an artist barely draws at all, but makes a huge number of posts about AI. Of course, I understand she has her own reasons for not drawing, and who am I to lecture her about it, but no matter how many of her posts I look at, artificial intelligence appears so frequently that
Yo
it
creo
starts
que
to
ha
look like
sido
you're insecure about your own art. You say you're tired of
la
all this
capturadora,
negativity, yet you surround yourself with
duramente.
it. Don't you realize that by constantly shining a
Épicamente.
spotlight on the problem, only drawing more
Durísimamente.
attention to these kinds of accounts, not a
Dios
single
mío.
one has stopped or come to their senses after your documents, and you know that. In any case, no matter what I say in this document, I do not wish you any harm, Teru. I'm hurt by how he treated me, but at the same time, I feel very sorry that you have to exist in such an aggressive environment, even though for some reason you choose it yourself. I'm still ready at any moment to join you in Magma.
Y encima,
Invite my
o sea,
followers, yours if you want,
me encanta
and
porque esta tía está como de, no, es que claro, la mala es la que hizo el documento, que por cierto los documentos es una maravilla de documento. Y más que es hasta bonito el documento. Y está ahí en plan de, no, claro, es que me has atacado sin motivo y no sé qué, y encima tú retuiteas así y no sé qué, y eres un artista que no dibuja y pi, pi, pi. Todo porque las han pillado por estafar a gente, porque esta gente tiene comisiones abiertas de arte y tiene clientes. Para luego poner ya. Y me encanta esta chica de, no, es que te invito a jugar. Claro, luego no ha querido dibujar conmigo y tal, aunque yo lo he intentado porque sabe que en verdad no hago bien. Digo, hermana, 6 dedos en las manos, orejas mal hechas, que se te cuele la capa que estás trazando de otro dibujo que has robado literalmente en el... Ya no es un dibujo de ella que estás trazando, es un dibujo de otra chica que estás trazando en el timelapse. Es como de... Por favor.
So they can give me tasks, poses, and characters instead of you. That way, at least in front of them, I can clear my name. So at the end of the document, Maria really tried to push this idea that Teru is AI obsessed, that she witch hunts just about anyone, that because of that previous conflict, it showed that she was unreasonable when she thinks that someone's using AI. But at the same time, even though this document's close to like 100 pages, Maria failed to mention something pretty important: her relationship to Chocopi. This wasn't even mentioned like once, barely, when she was just DMing Teru. It's as if she completely separated herself from Chocopi. She didn't even mention how she had written Chocopi's own response on Twitter while advising her to act like a victim to make people feel bad for her. It was definitely interesting, and I'm curious to see what you think about her response. But speaking of Chocopi, she also had a response as well, posted one day after Maria's. On June 21st, Chocopi would post, "I'm exhausted from false accusations about me. I will run a drawing live stream this week," and would then link a Google Doc. But interestingly enough, unlike Maria's document, this one would be less than 10 pages. It would start off by saying, "Before addressing the accusations being made against me, I want to make one thing absolutely clear. I do not use AI-generated images in my artwork, nor do I trace, edit, or sell AI-generated content as my own work. My art is created by me. Like many artists, I use references, study anatomy, practice techniques, and continuously work to improve my skills. Every piece I publish reflects my own effort, experience, and artistic development. The claims that I secretly create or operate accounts dedicated to selling AI traces or AI-based artwork are false. Despite these accusations being repeated across different platforms, no credible evidence has been presented that connects me to such activities. Because misinformation has continued to spread, I feel it is necessary to address these claims directly and clarify the facts." The document would be then split into 5 different sections, starting off with AI accusations. Chocopi would say, "Live drawing on Magma. In 2025, I made 2 Magma canvases with my Telegram followers. Unfortunately, they got vandalized, so I never did these events again. Here are the pieces I've made then, streaming every stroke on Magma. And so here we'd see some art that she says she drew on Magma. We saw this one in particular in Teru's document. Here are some examples of vandalism. I'm going to blur some of these words. I don't know what they mean, but there's definitely a couple penises here and there. And then it would say, hands recorded speed paint. Although Teru claims that I faked it, it is actually impossible to live record tracing in that certain video. Firstly, I use an iPhone, which doesn't have any feature that lets you green screen the AI picture to trace over it. Secondly, my hands are literally tied up. Here's the uncropped version of that video. Now, initially, she would be wearing handcuffs in the video for the first like 3 seconds, but then would just remove them and put them next to Pavel Durov's image. In any case, this uncropped video doesn't really give us a perspective that shows us whether she's actually using AR tracing or not, so it can't really be used as proof for that. She would then talk about the magic Russian AI bot. Teru claims that I used this definite Telegram AI bot called Stable Waifu, using Croquette art style to generate my art. Here is the image I tried to make using the prompt it made of my artwork. I also included Croquette art style tag. Can you see the difference? I find it obvious. So on the left we see the art that she had posted, on the right we see the AI generated one using the Croquette tag. To her this is definite proof that these two are very different. I wonder what you think. We would then get to the section My Art Progress. I've been making digital art for more than 6 years now, and since 2020 I posted on socials. Unfortunately, my previous Telegram channel was shot down by doxers, so I don't have a lot of my older artwork. My art technique was built for years. Here are some unevident tools I use in my artworks. Number 1, texture brushes. I love adding details that no one ever notices, just to make it look perfectly polished. There's clothing textures, sparkles, glitter, skin, and more. For all of that, the Chinese Procreate brushes I bought, you may find them on Taobao or Xiaohongshu. And number 2, photo bash. I use this technique for making complex details like clothing, furniture, or accessories. That's how I make things look realistic. There would then be a subsection here called Some of My Drawing Process, and we would just see more sketches of drawings we've already seen before, in which Chocopai tries to show off the different techniques that were just mentioned, like photo bashing and different brushes. The second major section would be called doxing. She'd say, this is indeed a very difficult topic for me. Because of this situation, I didn't use Russian social media for a year because I was afraid. I was getting death threats every day. I was harassed, bullied, and hated despite my requests for help and justifications. So one of the examples of doxing would be this image in which we can see rest in peace with a flower and a candle under it, and right next to it we'd see an image of what Chocopai claims to be her mother. There were also screenshots of the Telegram channel of the doxer who was paid by Anonymous to dox her. She then specified, Anonymous used to post lies about me on their Telegram channel. They accused me of using AI and provided bullying to me by their audience. This situation took over a year until they deleted their Telegram channel and left quietly. They used to act like a victim every time I tried to defend myself. They accused me of their mental problems, blaming me for making it worse for them. Besides, they used to spread misinformation that I doxed them without any evidence. They didn't listen to any words of mine, any supplications, they just kept going. Because of them, my personal information got leaked. My home address, my parents' contacts, my family, and much more. I have gotten death threats, my phone was blowing for messages and calls from anonymous numbers. I couldn't sleep or walk out of my home without fear, but some people still think that it's my fault somehow. Subsequently, their lies spread into Teru's document as well. I could clearly see that it was them or their friend trying to proceed with their previous actions. So look, this is horrible for just about anyone, even if you're an AI tracer or whatever. I mean, obviously, like including your family in this is definitely a step too far. Even doxing by itself is definitely too far as well. But I don't know who Anonymous is supposed to be here. All I know is just how they used the image of her mom. She would use the image of someone she hated that was pregnant and made fun of her and was saying, I don't care if she has a miscarriage. Is Anonymous meant to be the pregnant lady that she was making fun of constantly in her Telegram channel? I don't know. There's not enough details here to make that correlation. Point is, this is very nasty business, and regardless of whether Chocopai was doing it to someone or someone was doing it to Chocopai, doxing is never okay. The next section will be called Accounts. Multiple accounts aren't mine. I would like to clarify that I have no connection to the accounts that have been mentioned. The accusations are based on similarities in usernames, font choices used in signatures, and the fact that certain accounts appear to be linked to the same Google account. However, none of these points prove ownership or any involvement on my part. I mean, typically, if something is linked to the same Google account, I mean, you know, it's definitely interesting. Anyway, she would continue. Similar usernames and fonts are very common online and cannot be used as reliable evidence that multiple accounts belong to the same person. Likewise, I have no control how other users name their accounts or present their work. Okay, but when it came to Chocopai, Teru had some pretty solid proof. Attributing old usernames to new ones, seeing name changes on Danburu, using Web Archive to make connections, I think it was fairly solid proof to prove the connection between those different accounts like Lavadiol, Mashiro, and Chocopai. She would then say, I do not create, operate, or manage any accounts that sell AI-generated traces or copies. My artwork is my own, and I take my work and reputation seriously. I respectfully ask that conclusions not be drawn without clear evidence. False accusations can be harmful to artists and their professional reputation. This brings us to the fourth section here, Nyanyakwi and Miyuchi. I would also like to address the claims involving my friend Nyanyakwi and my sister Miyuchi. Some people have suggested that they are involved simply because they are friends with me, or because they interact with me online. Friendship is not evidence of wrongdoing, nor does it prove that someone shares another person's actions, methods, or artistic practices. There have also been claims that Miyuchi does not exist and is merely one of my alternate accounts. This is completely false. Miyuchi is a real person and my sister. Accusing someone of being a fake account without any evidence is both unfair and harmful. At this point, many of the accusations appear to be based on assumptions, speculation, and associations rather than verifiable facts. Similar usernames, shared social circles, or personal relationships do not constitute proof that accounts are connected or controlled by the same person. I respectfully ask that people avoid spreading claims about me, my friends, or my family without clear and reliable evidence. Everyone involved deserves to be treated fairly and judged based on facts rather than rumors. And finally, this would lead us to the final section, 5, titled Conclusion and My Final Message. Finally, I would like to address not only the person who started these accusations, Teru Pancake, but also those who choose to amplify them for attention, engagement, or profit, such as Cat and Chat, etc. Behind every account is a real person. Spreading unverified accusations may seem like entertainment or content to some people, but for the person targeted, it can have serious consequences. It damages reputations, it creates stress, harms careers, and affects real lives. For a long time, I have done my best to support fellow artists, encourage others in the community, share opportunities, and help people whenever I could. It's painful to see those efforts ignored while rumors and speculation are treated as facts. It is also painful to see these artists blocking me and texting horrible things about me after all I've done. What is happening here is not accountability. Accountability requires evidence. Repeating accusations, making assumptions, and building content around someone's alleged wrongdoing
Me encanta,
without
pero
proof
es que
contributes to
ninguno
oppression and
refuta
misinformation. If your goal
las
is solely to
evidencias
protect
que hay, en
artists,
plan de,
then
hermano,
fairness, honesty, and evidence should
explícame
matter more than views,
por
clicks,
qué
engagement,
coño
or financial gain. Turning someone's hearts into
tu
content
arte
without
tiene el
proper
pelo
does
lleno
not
de
matter.
putos
Y el
loops,
divorcio.
¿sabes?
Consider the impact of their actions, stop spreading unsupported claims, and remember that real people are affected by these accusations every day. I will continue creating art, supporting other artists, and standing by the truth, regardless of how many times these rumors are repeated. There would then be another page here that is completely empty, so I guess it was just left out by mistake, but that would be the gist of it. Chocopi feels like there's not enough proof or evidence that connects her to the other accounts mentioned in Teru's document, and argues that the AI bot that Teru was accusing her of using just couldn't generate the same images that she was, well, drawing or generating, whatever you might believe at this point. After posting the document on Twitter, Chocopi would post this on her story on Instagram, saying, "To everyone accusing me of using AI, I've put together a Google Doc addressing the main accusations and questions I've received. The link is attached to this story. I choose to block people who accuse me rather than argue endlessly in the comments. It's simply much better for my mental well-being." Later, I'll share a link to a Twitch stream recording showing me drawing in Magma in real time. To everyone who supports me, thank you so much. And to those who still have doubts, I encourage you to look through the materials and watch the stream before making any conclusions. Now, I tried to find the Twitch stream in question or even her Twitch channel, but she doesn't even have it on her own card website. So I'm not sure where that is or if she did it already, but the point is, I couldn't find this proof of hers. However, just as Teru had predicted, this hasn't stopped her from continuing to post on her Chocopi account, with the most recent post being on June 27th, 2026, garnering quite a bit of engagement and even advertising her Patreon in the replies. Nyanyaku would also do the same thing, posting her most recent art on June 25th, 2026, also getting great engagement. Look, overall, regardless of whether these two artists are using AI or not, if you were insane enough to watch this entire video up until this point, then you'd know it's getting very hard to tell what's real and what's not. It's getting very complex to determine who you can trust and who you can't trust. So if there's one positive thing to take from this whole thing, is that now there's a document written by Teru that is purely made to educate you on what to look for when you try and commission an artist. As I had mentioned prior, this will be in the description and the pinned comment of this video. That way you can take a look at it for yourself and hopefully not get scammed if you do decide to finally commission your first artist. So that's great news. And for old time's sake, when it comes to Asami, she has made a new account, initially calling it Hina, then renaming it to Rinawa, but very recently she deactivated it. It seems to be some sort of a trend. She deactivates, comes back with a new design, deactivates, and does it again. But one thing is consistent here, and that's the fact that she wants her new account to be focused on lolly content. Maybe because she's hoping that when she's caught again, the extremely passionate lolly community will brigade anyone that has anything negative to say about her and keep her in business. Who knows? One thing I do know though is that she did create a Patreon account, so a Patreon page should be inevitable at this point. Anyways, thank you so much for watching until the end. You're insane, you're crazy, you're absolutely bonkers. I love you platonically. One of my favorite animes is Bleach, and right now GamerSubs has an awesome collab going on. Use the code Mugen for 10% off to get your Bleach flavor. If you want to see exclusive content from me, then definitely check out my Stack page. It's like Patreon but better. And I'll see you in the next video, whenever that is. Take care out there, and don't get scammed. Mwah!
Vale. Cabeza in life. Hostia, qué duro.
This is a case of an artist who's accused of AI, and the public is very on the fence about whether AI was used in their process or not. And this is the artist in question. They go by the name Juvie. Don't send them hate. Please, please. Okay. In cases like these, also, oftentimes there is no evident smoking gun, so we don't want to be dogging on people like that. There is a suspicion that Juvie's art has resembled some popular AI models. An example is this piece looking similar to these types of models, you know, popular AI art styles, if AI could even an art style. Some more examples of their work, including this one that has now been deleted. Again, deleting pieces is always a 50-50 because some people will look at deleted pieces and be like, oh, this is proof that they traced or used AI, whatever. Sometimes artists will delete pieces for different reasons. Maybe they think the work wasn't satisfactory to their standards, so they want to delete it so that they can have artwork that actually represents how they truly feel their skill set is at currently. Sometimes it is does go both ways. So there's another deleted post. This is detailing on a moto jacket that is in one of the art pieces. And
hermano, en mi cerebro, yo os juro que ya había abierto el VTube. Pero acabo de mirar el stream y ha sido como de, uy.
And in the vertical detailing, suddenly turns sideways, which moto jackets often don't do. And there are funky kind of detailing in the buttons. This one is very funny because it's like two characters kind of like very intimately leaning into each other, except they're looking in like vastly different directions. One is looking straight out, one is looking down. I also do want to point out that this piece again has multiple eyelids. There are real people with multiple eyelids. Super real. I know people like that. My boyfriend's got uneven eyelids. It happens, right? That's not often a trait artists typically draw on their characters. Doesn't mean it can't happen. It's just not often drawn on characters. Typically, they draw characters with one eyelid. The photo also alleges that these are AI models that look similar to this piece. And more side-by-side of art pieces. So here we have another art piece that was deleted, examples of eyes that are still up, and some AI models that could be referenced. Again, I want to add, this is not a smoking gun, right? It's just something to think about because AI, at the end of the day, is trained off of human artists. Midjourney is trained off of like 16,000 non-consenting artists. So if you're an artist who just happens to have artwork that Midjourney is trained on, your art is going to look like AI because AI was trained off you. If you just happen to have an art style similar to the artists that were trained off that AI was trained on, you're going to unfortunately look like you used AI when you didn't. So it looking similar isn't necessarily a smoking gun, it's just a food for thought, you know. This is the call out that was made about Juvie, posted by an account by the name of UFO San 7 weeks ago. It reads, I want to bring attention to something suspicious going on with Juvie. There's strong evidence that they've been tracing AI generated art. Their speed paints, especially the Madoka Magica one, looks very unnatural. The process jumps from a rough sketch to extremely clean line art, including shadow lines with no signs of using tools like the lasso or mask. They render disconnected sections, and which is unusual. And here is another piece that was highly suspected of being AI that's now been removed. And they indicate there's inconsistencies in the character design. So another thing they point out is the difference in style, how on April 19th, a bunch of art was posted, and some of these have now been deleted. And 3 days later, the art improved drastically. They posted this piece. So this is an example, right? Like 3 days later, they posted pieces that look like this, that has a really heavy level of like posing and stuff like that. And then there's pieces May 11th, May 18th, and the post reads, the difference in style and anatomy rendering is so extreme that it doesn't look like the same artist at all. That artists do improve gradually over time, but this massive jump feels suspicious. Now they break down other aspects of the character design. So this is their OC. And the OC has some notable elements, including golden long hair, 2 gray horns coming out of the head, 2 ribbons that come out from behind the gray horns, and this big crown and bell earrings. So they note that in some aspects or some of the artwork, the crown is completely missing. Sometimes the horns are missing. Sometimes the 2 big ribbons are missing. Sometimes all 3 are missing. And 2, in the bell is drawn in a funny way. And we'll kind of look at that. So this is the character design of the OC in question. So again, the OC has 2 long ribbons, the horns, the crown, the bell. This is the one where they're saying the bell looks odd because the cut in the bell, right? There's like obviously a gap in the bell so that when the inside shifts around, it actually rings. The center of the bell is just intersecting it, which is not how bell anatomy works. Now, benefit of doubt potentially could be that they just never looked at a reference photo for a bell, so they just thought that's how it looked like. It could be AI. Now, next is they added a Pokemon piece where the clothing from the character Raihan doesn't match up to the official clothing of the character. This doesn't necessarily mean that AI is used. It is suspicious. The thing about AI is that AI is not good at generating characters with complex outfits. It will tend to fudge it up. This is why when we've covered Genshin Impact fake AI art accounts in the past, they will typically make the Genshin Impact characters wear normal everyday clothing, like button-downs, robes, etc. Because AI can draw or generate a robe, a button-down. AI cannot really generate child's complete outfits because it's too complicated. There's too many moving parts. Typically though, when an artist is to draw a character, they would look at the reference photo and then draw that. So they would get the character outfit correct. The straps of the clothing, right, are wrong. The hood is supposed to be orange on the inside with teeth. That's not there. The coloring is also off, but that could be an artistic choice to make it blue instead of like a gray-black. Just some elements. Also, again, the character is wearing a hoodie with orange cuffs on the sleeve, and it's not really maybe it's this, but this is like super thin. So again, it could just be like a miss from the artist. They completely forgot about it. People say it could also be AI. And then the Madoka Magica piece adds that the sleeve is incorrect because the sleeve here, there's a band. There's an additional band, pink band here, that is being highlighted on this piece. And in their old 2018 art, apparently they actually got it correctly by drawing the pink bands where they're supposed to be. And that's again one way that AI will tend to mess artwork up, by being unable to draw complex pieces correctly. I mean, I think one thing that's interesting, and maybe it's a lore thing, I haven't seen Madoka, so is there like a lore reason as to why this part of the skirt is just missing? Like most definitely like could be a lore related thing that I don't know because I didn't see it. And here they have their speed paint. The speed paints are what most people are suspicious of about their artwork because they do a base sketch, which is totally fair. And I guess it looks like it was intentional that like there is this cutout here. Maybe it's like something lore related about the anime. They do a really rough sketch and then they immediately start doing the line art as if they know where everything belongs. And they also immediately start coloring the character in with a heavy amount of environmental lighting when the environment isn't remotely blocked in. What I mean by this is like typically the way, not all artists, right? Every artist draws differently, but most artists when it comes to drawing, they kind of, when it comes to coloring their piece anyways, right? They will draw their character. I'm just drawing a person. So stick figure, okay, and then we're gonna give our stick figure person some eyeballs. They're just bald, sorry. They'll draw somebody like this, okay? And then they would kind of block in the environmental colors. Hypothetically, our person's underwater. Okay, blue water. Hypothetically, we add gradient up to the sky because it's water. We add in a little bit of environmental lighting. Oh yeah, right, like this. And then typically people will go back into the art piece. I say typically, everybody draws differently, and they will paint the environmental lighting onto their character. I don't know, paint something like a little bit of, we'll just blend this straight into the environment, something like this. We make it into a multiply layer, you know, to like blend the character into the water. And then I'm doing this with my mouse, so it looks real bad, but you might want to like give a little bit of a highlight on the head. If you really want to be fun, you could draw like, okay, this looks kind of dumb now. I'm trying to draw the like water ripples, you know what I'm talking about? Okay, doing this with a mouse is like turbo hard also. I hope the sentiment is there. But yeah, like water ripples on the head, whatever. Typically afterwards, or some part of the process, you draw both together. Okay, you draw a little bit of character, draw a little bit of environment, blend it together. You don't often see artists immediately knowing how to draw or color the character when the environment itself isn't colored in. Not often doesn't mean impossible. Some artists are the absolute GOAT and can do that. So there is a possibility, right? But yeah, but that is one thing they do, is that they immediately render the piece fully as if it was in an environment that isn't drawn yet. And they don't need to tweak the colors anymore after they draw the environment. Yeah, normally if you have a very high understanding of like colors, you still need to tweak it a little bit once you finish the piece. Like once you finish the environment, you gotta add a little bit more, but there's no really like tweaking of the colors here. It's kind of just like adding fine detail. And this is their old Madoka piece. That was one of the aspects that was a bit suspicious to people. And you can kind of see a similar thing with like other speed paints they do. It's not a smoking gun. We didn't see them directly trace over AI, you know, but they upload like a sketch piece, kind of something like this, and then they have a speed paint where they do a sketch and they draw in the eyes. They basically immediately know where everything goes again, right? Like they draw kind of block in the head. They immediately, bam, right here is the eyes. We don't need to move it. We don't need to change it. The eyes are perfect. The mouth is in the perfect spot. The nose is in the perfect spot right out the gate. Then they do the line art and again, color in as if they already know how it blends into the environment. Again, definitely possible that somebody can draw like this. AI tracers also tend to do that. So UFO-san, going back to the piece, continues, another red flag is the gap between their final drawings and their actual anatomy skills. For example, in the Madoka piece, the base is drawn at an amateur level with several blatant errors, and the proportions are off and certain body parts are positioned that doesn't make anatomical sense, which makes it hard to believe the polished line art and rendering are due to a consistent, skilled hand. The final piece looks far more refined than what their anatomy would realistically allow. And then again about the sketching phase, there's a notable lack in tweaking in their sketching phase, and they highlighted the sketching phase of an artist by the name of Yonayama Mai, where rough sketches typically get adjusted by resizing, moving, changing a little bit till you get it perfect, and then you can fix it. Their sketch tends to be basically perfect out the gate. And they add that there's rough sketch matches the final line art really closely, and there's almost no visible construction, correction, or reworking, which feels unnatural. It's not impossible. Really good artists can do it. It's just you rarely see people work like that. There has to be some level of tweaking and adjustment that happens. So UFO stands for the Madoka piece. They notably leave the background color last. Normally, artists add color to the background first to help with understanding the levels, brightness, darkness, warmth, and colorness. But it's odd how they managed to render everything in a way that the lighting and ambience remains consistent even when rendering in really small parts. And there's no correction in colors of the proportions or the shading. The drawing is magically complete in one shot, even after hours of rendering. How do they trace? UFO-san speculates that part of the actual process could be invisible to the speed paint due to the fact that they draw in Clip Studio paints. From my knowledge, Clip Studio paint cannot hide layers. And UFO-san adds that the biggest red flags is the fact they censor the words trace and AI in their comment section, and that UFO-san reached out to them directly and they ended up getting blocked. You know that piece that was deleted? The piece that was the two people kind of intimately with their heads against each other? It's just suspect because we have a sketch. It is a boxy sketch, to be fair, right? It's a bit of a rough sketch, and then they immediately go in with the most perfect line art ever out the gate, and then they start coloring. It's suspicious. Again, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. They do the paint by numbers type of coloring that some artists do paint like this, you know, oil painters do paint like this, people who have a background in doing traditional art do paint like this, but they're kind of doing like a paint by numbers where they're like painting in different values.
Podemos ver el vídeo de Sammy Colby.
What's up, guys? Sam Colby. Tonight we are in the heart of Appalachia, a haunted
region
of
hemos
America
tenido
known for its cursed land, cryptids, and missing person cases.
De gente trazando ya. Oro,
in order to avoid all these dangers, it's got some rules.
One, if you saw something,
Sammy Colby en los Apalaches.
Two, if you heard something, no, you didn't.
And number three, never go out into the woods from dusk till dawn, ever. But tonight we're breaking all the rules of Appalachia for you guys.
What the fuck? We're trying to teach you about it.
And tonight we brought two sacrifices, Groovy, Gavin, and Tyler!
Sacrifices?
Yeah, I like that. Friends. I mean friends.
What's the difference?
What the heck? Sacrifice thing's not the vibe.
How about just sacrifice that guy?
No, we're gonna do something to that guy.
What the fuck?
Anything can happen in the Appalachian Forest.
Dude, and we'll never talk about it, bro. What happens in the Appalachian Mountains stays in the Appalachian Mountains.
Yo, bro, you're like kind of an expert on this stuff, right?
You're the cryptid man. I dabble in it. Cryptid? What do you mean? Are there cryptids here?
People believe there's a lot of stuff out here.
Name one. A lot of people believe in skinwalkers out here. One of the scariest cryptids.
I thought you're not supposed to say that.
Yeah, you're not really.
I thought we were breaking all the rules.
But we're tight. Me and the skinwalkers, we're tight.
Skinwalkers are tight?
Yo, you're not supposed to say this. We're breaking the rules of the skinwalkers already.
Oh my god,
Perfecto, ya tengo todo lo...
Well, you can't say the word skinwalker?
It's like calling upon the skinwalkers to come
Yeah, like you're not supposed to say that.
I feel like
We're not supposed to say skinwalker? Wait, don't say skinwalker?
Oh, we gotta get in here. We're gonna call skinwalker. Holy fuck. You know what's crazy that I didn't know about Appalachia? Is this mountain range is almost 500 million years old. It is older than trees.
Vale, ¿qué logros me quedan, tío?
Is that possible? You could be that's wild. It was just a bunch of rock for 500 million years, older than like Saturn's rings.
Older than these guys.
That's hard to do.
Pasan todos los otros juegos.
It's all good, man.
Y al final en 30 minutos
We're gonna forgive him for that one.
o menos tras el prestigio.
This place has seen everything for such a
En
long
el
time.
joder, consiguió un yato en el primer boleto que rasque.
Yeah, a lot of people believe over time there was a lot of just
A ver,
caves created
daba
just from
5, voy a
nature, and so a
prestigiar.
lot of monsters, cryptids, paranormal things live under the mountains.
That's where I'd live if I was a monster. Under the mountains.
Me too.
In a little cave.
That's the thing, is a lot of people say the reason why there's so many missing persons cases out here in Appalachia is because monsters and cryptids take people into their caves.
This is crazy. There's a big conspiracy. If you overlay a map of all the missing cases, missing person cases, and all the map of the caves, they line up very well.
Vale, entiendo que para conseguir
I didn't know that.
There's a lot of missing
jackpot
cases
en
right
el
where
primero
caves
que
are.
rasques,
Saying is that we should definitely stick together.
la única forma que se me ocurre
Why'd you say it like that?
es que compres suerte con los platos.
I mean, yeah, that would be horrible. That's
Okay, we're definitely not gonna split up later.
Que compres mucha suerte con los platos.
feeling we're gonna split up later in the video.
Let's go explore this carnival spot. We're not at just any spot in Appalachia. This is Lake Shawnee Amusement Park. This is home to a centuries-old massacre, accidental deaths and drownings, and worst of all, an ancient burial ground. In 1926, a man named Conley Snido opened this park to bring joy and community to the local coal miners. But the curse could not be avoided. There have been 6 known deaths in and around the amusement park, and unfortunately, many of those being children. These accidental deaths ultimately led to the park being shut down.
Until in 1987, when Gaylord, an employee who worked at the first park, reopened it. However, when they were adding new features to the park, they uncovered a bunch of Shawnee artifacts. This led to a professional dig that uncovered that there were an estimated 3,000 bodies from thousands of years ago buried beneath the fields these children played on. And since these finds, the park has been shut down and is now a hotspot for paranormal investigators around the world. We're at Lake Shawnee right now. It's 100 years old. It's an abandoned amusement park. And again, we're in Appalachia, so this place is cursed land in a bunch of cursed land.
Yeah, the owner just showed us a bunch of bones and really terrifying things.
Yeah, so this was sacred ground at one point. So there's like 3,000 bodies buried around this property. Children laughing, carnival music, and the sounds of concessions is also common here, even though no one's came for the rides in nearly 40 years.
Again, guys, back then, this park was a really happy place for most people. However, nowadays, some psychics and investigators believe that malevolent entities call this park home as well.
So guys, we just came back in here because one, our battery was just drained for some reason, so we had to go change it, which we've only done the intro as you guys have seen. And as we're changing the battery, we hear a bang on the shed.
I'm going in with a flying right hand, bro. I don't care what it is. If it's a child, forgive me.
Hey, yo!
It's like a 5-year-old.
It's like a 5-year-old kid.
No, but actually, that's crazy you say that because most of the spirits here at the amusement park are children.
I was totally kidding. If you were listening, children spirits, I would never do anything harm.
There's actually quite a few kids that have died.
A lot of accidental deaths, but let's walk around the park and we can show you what happened. Whoa, see like that? Here we go.
Is there someone messing with us? There has to be something like blowing against.
What is hitting this? It almost seems like that, like metal thing.
Yeah, it's like smacking it.
Yeah, it sounded exactly like that.
The wind wouldn't like knock that into it. Not only is Lake Shawnee part of Appalachia, so all those haunts still affect it, but it has many of its own manifestations. Drained batteries are the easiest way to tell if spirits are near, and many believe that they need that energy to manifest.
Mysterious chants
chanting is heard from the woods, visitors are shoved, and some quit mid-investigation due to sheer panic.
Wait, is that the tractor?
Yeah, that's the tractor.
Oh, dude!
Can I sit on the tractor?
Yeah. You sit on the tractor. What's your story
I want to sit on the tractor. You don't sit on the tractor before they tell you the story about the tractor.
Tell me about the tractor.
Oh no! Oh my God!
You really sat down on that thing.
Oh no!
Sat down.
Brave.
Tell me about the tractor.
Yeah.
One of the old owners was driving this tractor when he saw a little girl in a pink dress come up to him, and she was just staring. So he thought that she liked the tractor, and he was just like, "You can have it." Threw the keys, and the tractor is in here ever since. Now the keys are just completely gone. So this was like decades ago.
This tractor's been here since he saw a little girl over his shoulder. Wait, what is that?
What?
I heard that. There's like...
I hear a whistle.
Oh my God, that's not good, right?
Wait, actually? Are you serious? Was that bad?
That's
Right?
like the worst thing you could possibly hear. That's like a common known
Ey,
myth.
no, coño, yo veo una plataforma, no hay nada.
What happens with the whistle?
People say that can be like a skinwalker mimicking someone. They tell people specifically not to whistle, because sometimes something will whistle back.
Dude, I deadass heard a whistle.
I heard that too.
Me too.
It was right on that bus. Should we go on
Should
the
we
bus?
whistle back? Let's go.
A ver, está todo activado.
I did not anticipate this to be as scary as it was, I'll be honest.
What did you say?
What did you say? I didn't hear what you said.
You were just like, let's go whistle in this bus.
Yeah.
Why do you want to? Why would you want that?
Like, what the fuck is this? Like, where are we?
Why is there a bus here?
Dude, I honestly have no idea.
So there was a little girl, and no, I'm just kidding. It's like this
Like the same story?
So there was a little girl, and over her shoulder, she saw another little girl.
And then she threw the bus keys out,
And the bus keys are gone.
Oh my God, dude, this is crazy looking. This is a converted bus. Oh my God, it's the Ghostbusters.
That's what we're talking about.
Awesome.
Dude, we're the Ghost Edgers.
Oh yeah.
What?
Wait, so what is actually the story with this bus?
There's a boy apparition seen if you take photos. The Boy Scout was sitting in the driver's seat. Somebody took a picture of him, and there was another boy sitting right next to him.
Wow.
Both of you guys are Boy Scouts, right?
We were Boy Scouts. I'm an
Makes
Eagle
to
Scout. I'm shocked to find out you're a Boy Scout. That's actually crazy.
I hated it. I'm kidding.
No, no.
It was cool in middle school, right?
Dude, being a Boy Scout was sick, bro.
Them guys.
Wait, what? What did you say?
Shit, I gotta go.
I'm gonna start using that one.
What the?
Learn from this guy.
That's crazy.
That actually is an insane thing to say.
And that right there is the ticket booth.
Is it?
Yeah,
Actually?
that one is.
You guys are saying names, but you're saying it with such like power that I know that there's something fucked up about it.
Are you ready to experience the fucked upness?
I don't know if I am. I'm really more scared.
Do you believe in ghost, Tyler?
I do, but I'm like a bit skeptical.
Okay,
Alright,
well,
how
that's
about you,
cool.
Groovy?
Honestly, same. We have a pretty similar like belief level.
I'm very open to it. That whistle that just happened freaked me
That
out.
was weird. And the bangs in the shed already.
Wait, I like kind of want to look more at that. Like, what was?
I heard like animals right there.
Wait.
Yeah, there's another whistle.
You heard the whistle? The whistle. Dude, someone's. Dude, I swear to God, I hear a whistle coming from that side.
Really?
Wait, that side is the Ferris wheel side, right?
Yeah, right over there.
Should we go?
Should we go towards the whistle or should we go away from it?
When you hear things that are far in the Appalachian forest, it's actually close. And then opposite. If it's close, like a noise right next to you, it's far away.
That's counterintuitive. I wouldn't have thought that at all.
Yeah, it's weird stuff.
I'm glad I have some experts here.
Weird stuff in the Appalachian Mountains.
Hey, Appalachian or Appalachian?
Dude, I actually have no idea.
I've heard it's Appalachia.
Everybody comment down below. Appalachia.
It's like if you throw an Appalachia.
Yeah, you get in there.
No, that can't be true.
It is, we swear, guys. Appalachia.
Come on.
I think I say Appalachia.
But you're fucking wrong, dude.
What the fuck?
Get off the channel.
Alright, good job, guys.
Holy shit, somebody go down.
Watch out for the goddamn
there's
thorny
so
ass
many thorns.
Dude,
Go down it.
if you go down that, you might eat some thorns.
Straight to the dick.
Oh, dude, this thing is so steep.
Dude, you ready for thorns?
Dude, this is like the most.
Wait, can you peel the thorns back for me, Gavin? Be a gentleman.
Dude, I let him go right as you go down.
This is a so
Dude, if I let go, like,
So hard is crazy steep.
It's like, who's going down there, bro?
This is just a drop.
more than 45 degrees.
Dude, the kids probably die in this
This is
thing.
the accidental deaths right here. What the fuck?
It goes into the ground.
Try and go slow.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Oh, that looks fun.
Ow! It's the worst slide
It
ever.
literally looks like the spirits of kids would go down and just be buried. Like, look, it goes like a foot underground.
Parents would take their kids here when they were done with them. Like, yeah, go down this slide real quick. We're done with them.
I don't think that's how kids work, Tyler.
Really?
I can't wait till I'm just done with my kids. Send them down the slide.
This is so bad.
I hope you don't ever have kids. I'm done with these guys.
I'm done with you. I thought that's how it works. That's how my parents were. No, I'm kidding.
I'm so sorry, man.
I'm kidding.
So this is the kissing booth?
Wait, what?
A ticket booth.
That's what I thought.
That's what we were talking about.
Why is there a hanging thing in there?
Oh my God, there is a hanging thing. Is it open?
I think it's...
Oh, there we go. It's a pool. It's all it's full.
That's pretty weird.
Fuck.
Oh, God. Why would they make it so creepy? Wait. Something, it's on.
What?
Yeah, what is that?
There's like some machinery over here. I hear it in the walls.
There's no walls. Leave me out there alone. They're in your skin. Dig off your skin.
We definitely have to investigate this because isn't the ticket booth one of the most important spots?
Yeah, this is a super active place because there was a film crew here and one girl was in here investigating. She actually got locked in. She panicked and then had to go to the hospital because she was like hyperventilating and stuff.
Wait, isn't this also where the drowned boy hangs out with?
The drowned boy hangs out in the front by the clown.
I feel like the kid who didn't study for the test and you guys are like speaking like a different language to me right now.
We're trying to teach you about it.
Whoa! Fuck that, dude!
Wait, was that not you?
No, dude!
What was that?
Wait, fuck! What if we get locked in? Holy shit,
Right
that
after
scared
you
me.
just talked about the locking in. I mean, yeah, guys, that could have been the win.
It
but,
is,
like, it's
for sure.
fucking scary.
It
Oh,
was
wait,
so
why was that
violent.
so much harder than the wind right there?
Straight up,
I don't know.
hated that.
That was actually awful.
That scared the
Oh my
fuck out of me.
God.
Another story the guide was saying as we walked around here was that somebody came in here and just got launched backwards as soon as they came in.
So maybe someone's sitting here alone tonight?
You're so...
I was looking at this. It started swinging. Let's go.
Yeah, that's all you.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go to the Ferris wheel.
Get me out of here. You go first, Colby.
So many children spirits haunt this area, but the darkest energies inside the park are said to be by the water, which is known to give power to the spirits. So this place was ran by indigenous people called the Shawnee tribe. Oh my God, I almost fell in that. Whoa! So it's Lake Shawnee, and then over here to the left, you can't really see it, but there's another water hole. This is where 3 people accidentally drowned or died.
Yeah, but that's the weird part is you shouldn't be able to drown in this. This is a man-made lake that has a flat bottom to it, right? But multiple people got stuck on the bottom, or what they would claim as pulled down into holes, random mysterious like holes that aren't supposed to be at the bottom of the swimming pool, and died.
Yeah, so the little boy that you were talking about that we're gonna talk to in the front got his arm stuck in the hole down in this lake and drowned, and now he protects the amusement park.
So it's just very strange how people kept drowning in a man-made lake.
That's
We did just hear a bush move over there.
I wasn't gonna say anything because I don't want to freak you guys out, but that totally moved like 2 seconds before you started talking about
The bush?
Yeah, we heard a bush like on the other side of the lake right there.
You hear that? That bird sounds like a whistle even. It does. Wait, you're not supposed to whistle. It's like the rule.
There's plenty of rules later tonight that we are going to break.
Oh yeah, we've got to tell you guys.
Specifically to try to stir things up in Appalachia.
Yeah, we're gonna break all the rules here.
Let's go.
All
That's
of
cool
them?
with you. Yeah.
No, it's not really cool with me, actually. I'm actually not cool with that at all.
You big rule follower.
I'm a big follow the Appalachian rules kind of guy.
Oh, what is this? Conley T. Snitto. Oh yeah, this is the original founder. Dude, look at this.
Whoa.
1926. Hey,
Whoa.
what's up? That is 100-year anniversary of Lake Shawnee.
Everything is sixes. 1986, 1926, 2026.
That's
I like
three
that.
sixes.
Oh my gosh, it is 3 sixes.
It's almost like Hell Week 666 is this year. It's
Oh
crazy.
my God, that's fucking crazy with the brand new merch too. That's fucking
That's kinda
wild,
insane.
dude.
This stuff is pretty hard.
How did this get on me, bro? I didn't even put this on.
It's just so you know, amazing merch, magical powers that just appears on you.
Shopshore.com and Zoom is a hot topic all around the nation.
Check it out. Anyway, 100-year anniversary of Lake Shawnee, and we're here tonight to break all the rules here. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fucking shit?
What the hell? What does that one say?
Oh, wait.
Oh yeah, dude.
In this field in 1783, 2 children of Mitchell Clay were killed by Shawnee Indians. Clay was the first white settler in Mercer County. Whoa.
That's the craziest story about this
What are all
place.
these coins for?
Offering. Offerings for the kids.
Should we give offerings to them?
Do you have coins?
You got pennies.
You got coins?
You carry coins on you?
That's kind of dope of me.
We have some coins. I want to put some coins up here because this is one of the saddest stories that we'll ever hear.
Before this was an amusement park, this was sacred Shawnee tribe land. But in 1775, way after the Shawnee had left, these European settlers, the Clay family, moved here. Now this obviously upset the Shawnee because it led to the most horrific tragedy to ever take place here.
So they had husband, wife, and 14 children. And so they were living here for a couple years. The dad said to his 2 kids, go help us build a little fence, right?
But not too long after, the daughter Tabitha heard sounds of violent struggles in the distance. When she arrived, she witnessed her 2 brothers being attacked by Shawnee raiders.
So the Shawnees killed one of the kids and then also stabbed Tabitha to death and took the last kid, Ezekiel, back to their camp.
The rest of the family had fled, but when Mitchell Clay came home from his business trip, he gathered a rescue team to help find his son. They successfully found and killed the Shawnee raiders, but unfortunately, he was too late.
When he arrived, his son was smoldering on a stake after being burned alive.
16 years old, Ezekiel.
Oh my God.
So imagine going and, like, your son gets kidnapped by Native Americans. You go find him, you kill all the men there, and your son's burning alive on a stake.
But what that shows is that this tribe believed this land to be so sacred that they wanted to protect it.
Dude,
so
that is horrible.
They made this monument and also another burial site at the end of this trail.
The children have a gravesite in the forest they still haunt to this day. The only way to get to this site is to go down what is now known as the Creepy Trail, way in the back of the amusement park where even the owner refuses to walk down.
At the end of this trail where their monument is, that's one of the most haunted spots leading into the Appalachian Mountains. So we figured later, maybe that's where we break all the rules.
Fire. That's sick. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Sounds like a plan.
I have a great video idea. Let's break all the rules in the most haunted place ever. That's fire, yeah.
Sounds like our channel. Like and subscribe.
But again, guys, that's why they call this cursed land within the cursed land, because the Appalachian Mountains are already cursed, but then Lake Shawnee just has so much cursed history on its own. That's actually crazy. I actually feel like we've only been walking here for 10 minutes, and every piece of this land has had a story that's just actually terrible.
When we told our friends that we were coming here, we have never gotten this many responses and messages from everybody saying, do not go. This is the place that you're gonna go missing. This is the place that someone's gonna attack you. Like, be careful.
Yeah, all the viral TikToks of Appalachia, like, it's everywhere. I saw a couple. It's pretty bad.
There's an incredible amount of just missing cases in the Appalachian Mountains, and they're like really strange ones too.
But look what's right behind us, guys.
What? The most famous death at Lake Shawnee was a 10-year-old girl who was riding the original mechanized swings. When the ride was moving, an unknowing truck driver backed up into the ride, and a little girl slammed into the truck at high speed. Her ruffled pink dress was soaked in blood.
It was this one right here, where a little girl was swinging one time. A guy pulled his truck accidentally back right here. She swung and like ran into the truck and just died immediately. So you can see her walking around with a blood-soaked pink dress around these grounds.
And so it's this one right here?
This one right here with the fire truck.
Her apparition is seen all over the property, but she loves playing with bells and jingling keys.
Oh my God. So wait, look at this, guys. It's crazy to think that this carnival ride from 100 years ago is still here. They shut down this carnival for like 20 years and then had someone rebuild it and still use the same one. But this is said to be one of the most haunted spots, so I would say we come back here and do an investigation.
We have to.
All right, the final location that we have not seen, the Holy Grail, the Ferris wheel.
The Ferris wheel. Oh my God.
Dun, dun, dun.
That was so climbable. Dude, we can definitely climb that.
We gotta climb.
Hey, we signed waivers. We can do whatever we want.
Yay! Oh my God, guys, this looks incredible.
It just looks like the land is literally swallowing.
It's a part of it.
The land does what it wants here, and it's taking back its territory. That's so sick.
That was a cool way to say it.
That was a cool way to say it. Bro's been practicing that one.
In my room before we got here, fuck. Dude, this is so
cool.
This is probably the oldest Ferris wheel I'll ever see in my life.
100 years old.
Alright, well.
Hermano, duele el cerebro.
Let's get to our investigation.
Let's start this.
No, this is the hard part. Before we start, I got an idea. Come over here.
I can't see shit.
Yo, dude, you know what this reminds me of? Ferris wheel and Explorer sticker. Check it out.
Should we put it on there?
Yeah, dude. I mean, like, remember the last time we put one of our Explorer stickers on a Ferris wheel? That was Chernobyl 5 years ago.
Yeah, man, I feel like life back then was a lot more stressful. And like every trip we'd be on, we'd just be anxious about where we'd end up in the future.
To be honest, guys, we've learned so much about how to handle stress and anxiety about the future in therapy, which is why it's the perfect time to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp.
It's okay to take things day by day.
Yeah, one thing thing I've learned to do that's helped a ton is focus on the bigger picture rather than needing every single thing to go perfect all the time. Whether your goals are for your job or just to eat healthy and go to the gym. Instead of beating myself up when like one thing goes wrong, I just get back to positive reinforcement of when I do hit my goals.
And guys, we both go to therapy and cannot say enough how helpful it is to have reminders from a professional to give ourselves that support. You guys have knowledge.
Anyway,
with a
let's get into this investigation. Yeah, this is fucking amazing. Can we just stay here all night? Yeah, this is fucking amazing.
Rename this video hanging out by the campfire with the boys. You know what? Screw this skinwalker stuff.
Guys, we are making a fire right here by our main camp because we are here to give offerings. They say that the spirits of Lake Shawnee will be nicer to you if you give an
Me duele la cabeza, me quiero arrancar la putísima cabeza de una puta vez.
Not for the spirits of the kids. Okay, cool.
Hermano, el puto calor me tiene enferma, te lo juro.
Hostia, me acabo de ver el espejo. Unos chorretones por la cara de sudor y yo me cojo un loco. Joder. Yo no sé si me estoy quedando tieso por el calor o por las horas, yo no lo sé.
No, yo definitivamente me estoy quedando tiesa por el calor, pero es que... O sea, me estoy quedando tiesa y me duele la cabeza al mismo tiempo. Me va a petar una puta neurona, hermano, me quiero morir. No sé cómo putas voy a hacer directo este verano, tío.
No message.
What they do?
I'm here, I guess. He's like, ditto.
Fuck, I'm sorry, guys. We're here to investigate and hear your story tonight. We come here with respect. Please communicate with us. Hell yeah.
We can't let this go out, but we do have to go on the other side of the entire amusement park to do our first investigation. Yes. So let's hope this burns and we'll come back fast.
This is definitely gonna go
This will 100% go out. We just laid a bunch of logs and sprayed lighter fluid on it. We did not make a real fire. Luckily, most of the investigations will be around this lake, so we'll be able to see if this is about to go out. I'm gonna run for my life if it's about to go out. Oh my God, First investigation.
Let's do it.
Joder, y el estómago empezaba a molestarme, me cago en Dios.
I don't love you.
I was like fully believing you for a second. I'm like, really?
What a terrible way to go. Dude, you know it's actually like the 7th most common way to go.
Who?
Yeah. What? You're on the back.
Can I fact check you?
Yeah.
Give me a moment. Fact checking this information.
I just completely made that up, but it's all good. We're at the beginning of the Lake Shawnee amusement park. This is where you would check in. This is where you get your tickets.
Right there.
So dying from pooping is definitely not the 7th most common cause of death.
Alright, never mind.
You lied.
I'm just a fucking liar.
Basically, you guys fucked with me. Yeah, that's messed up. Yeah, that's crazy.
We are going to be putting a couple pieces of equipment down by this scary freaking maze, dude, and in the entrance, and then asking questions with the DR60 recorder here by the entrance, because there was a boy who drowned in the lake over there that we talked about earlier. He said to roam around right here at the entrance. Now, if we're going to get any like confirmation on what's going to happen tonight, he's the main guy that takes care of this entrance area.
Yeah, supposedly he's a protector spirit. Like, this should be a nice little kid. He's a good entity. But maybe before we start, we give him an offering as well.
That's true. If he's right here by the ticket booth,
Jesús, voy a comer. Iba a decir voy a comerme en vez de tomarme. Me voy a tomar una omeprazol. Pero es que estos días... Hoy he tenido una mala suerte con los medicamentos, tío.
Some tickets for me and my friends here. Will this cover it? That one friend who says they'll split the check. What is that, 30 cents or something? 38 cents.
Dude, maybe 100 years ago?
That was probably like a gajillion dollars, dude.
Alright guys, so for our first investigation, we are here at the very beginning of the park. And honestly, we just want to know if anyone's here and if they have any warnings for us, because we're going to be breaking all the rules.
Please don't break the rules.
Yeah, please don't break.
Again, hopefully we can get in contact with the little kid who drowned here, because he's a protector spirit, so he can let us know if we're making a bad choice doing this.
I'll ask a question first and we'll go around in a circle.
Cool.
We heard that a drowned boy is here protecting the park. If so, can you say hi?
If you are here, my name's Gavin. Nice to meet you. I'd love to know your name.
I would also love to know if you're happy to see us here or if we are intruding.
Is it a bad idea to break all the rules of Appalachia tonight?
Okay.
See what we got.
So we're gonna play it back, and again, this should just have all of our voices and nothing else.
We heard that a drowned boy is here protecting the park. If so, can you say hi? If you are here, my name's Gavin. Nice to meet you. I'd love to know your name. I would also love to know if you're happy to be here or if we are intruding.
Whoa! What the fuck?
Break all the rules of Appalachia tonight.
Holy
What
fuck!
the
That's
fuck?
nothing besides. Are you intruding? That's crazy.
Dude,
What the
I
fuck?
just pissed myself.
What
Everything
the fuck?
else was this volume, and it was like, "Phew." What the fuck? It like screamed.
Is that normal? Does that happen usually? Is that like a normal thing?
It has not screamed that loud since the catacombs. We've tried this for like the last 6 months. Ever since.
Wait, what was the question
Actually
that it did
crazy.
that
It was
to?
like, "Are you happy to see
I
us?"
asked if you
Or
were
are
happy
you
to see-
intruding?
Or if
Or
we're
are you
intruding.
intruding?
It sounded like what I would imagine, like "Whoa, get off the land" kind of vibe.
Like you're not welcome.
Like you're not welcome, yeah.
I would also love to know if you're happy to see us here or if we are.
Hermano, me duele el cerebro, te lo juro.
Dude, we're intruding.
And then nothing.
What the fuck?
What
We're
the
definitely not talking to the little boy.
No, not
That's
at
not the little
all.
boy at all.
We do
dude.
not have the little boy protecting us.
No.
There was no
Yo
answers,
estoy
and
llegando
then
al
on
punto de que no
yours it was just
respondo
like a
bien. Me
silence,
cago
just
en
like
la
a.
puta.
But right after yours, it was 10 times louder than our voices. It sounds like we are not welcome. If you want us out of here, can you say the word out?
Que bien baja el termostato.
We left you
Pendejo,
some
no dura nada.
offerings, but
Hace
is there
calor,
anything
ya,
else
ni-
or any other
Baja el
offerings that you
termostato.
would like from
Dice,
us?
dice el que hace un rato estaba de... No, es que me estoy
I'm very
muriendo,
curious if you're
¿sabes?
enjoying our presence
Me
here
derrito.
now, or if we're causing a burden to you.
Is this land actually cursed or not?
So the reason why I was like freaking out about that is you guys can see at the top when it's recording and when it's not. When it's all red and it's holding a red, that means it's recording. So it was recording a ton after each
Yo,
one of
la
your
gente
3
no
questions.
funciona. No, 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 no. Pero porque tú tienes latas frías y yo no.
Pero funciono. Hermano, yo estoy trabajando, ¿sabes? No puedo estar derritiendo.
And you guys down in the comments, please, like, let us know if we're just being crazy.
No es como trabajar mientras el cerebro me hace en plan pum pum,
Casi 4
¿sabes?
horas de chamba.
Es que hoy no chambeé porque tenía demasiado calor como para hacer nada.
To say the word out. Yeah, we might be stretching, but it does sound like out. Like a slow, like you said, out.
Can we do one more time?
Sure.
Myanmar 4. Sed. Ah, fue más de Chile el día de hoy.
No, no, de chill no. De chill nada. Que como no he trabajado a la tarde, tengo que rushearme esto y no puedo irme a dormir hasta que no haya terminado. O sea que de chill nada. Todo. Básicamente.
The first word too was like again.
I don't know.
¿Qué te queda? Todo.
Todo. Pero es mucho ese todo.
Todo. O sea, voy por 16 posts de 55. Tú me dirás.
Myanmar 4. Sed. Pobrecita Nulcita toda explotada como una chica de oficina con salario mínimo.
Lo peor es que la explotación es de uno mismo porque yo soy autónomo. O sea que no... No hay jefe. El problema es que sigo teniendo que hacer
Myanmar 4.
cosas
Claro, X eso digo.
diariamente. Pero es que entonces no puedo ser una chica de oficina. Porque para eso tengo que trabajar para alguien. Ah.
Guys, for investigation number 2, we actually have a trigger event to try to see if we can contact the little girl who unfortunately died on the swing right here. Before we start it, Gavin, you have a little stuffed animal, man.
Yeah, this is just mine though.
Yeah, no, George, you don't want to give it to her for an offering? Or?
I guess I'll give it to her.
I feel like you should just give it to her, bro.
Feel free to put it maybe on her chair or under, whatever.
Or on her nice table that has all the other offerings.
Oh my god. Is it like messed up if I put this at the top, like king of all the other offerings?
It's the coolest one.
It's the coolest, best one. Awesome.
Just 5 dogs.
Nice.
Right. That one looks so new.
It's so new and precious.
Yo, that's all scary.
Oh my god.
God, the upside down smile. To the little girl here, we're sorry that you passed the way you did. Hopefully you're finding enjoyment on the swings of your life.
Along with giving her an offering, we also have a little trigger event that we wanted to do. Have you guys ever heard about Ring Around the Rosie?
Oh, I've heard of the game. I'm pretty
Like the history of it.
What's the history?
La chica de la oficina cumple su cupo de horas y se va a puto casa, ¿sabes?
Yeah, it's like kind of horrifying.
Well,
La que trabaja a distancia no. La que trabaja a distancia tiene que terminar el trabajo.
Play Ring Around the Rosie really quick around her swing set. We'll all fall down. We'll turn on the Alice box and see if she comes out and says something.
If we play in a circle like this, I think one of us should hold their hand out for her and keep a space for her. So when we all fall down, we'll see if she comes to play.
Aunque trabajas en tu casa tienes también unas horas de trabajo. Si trabajas más, las tienes que contar como horas extra.
We should do this more.
Hell yeah.
I think we should just do this for like actually fun.
Is there anybody here with us?
Please say something.
Hello.
Hello, friend.
La
If
cámara.
you're here with us right now, can you please make yourself known by communicating with that REM pod on that bench over there, or this box in my friend Colby's hand?
Yeah, all you gotta do is come up to this box and talk into it. Dude. No fucking way.
What?
The Alice box is dead.
What?
It's completely dead.
No way.
It's not even working. I just looked at it to be like, wait, why the hell?
But you just turned that on, right?
Yes, look.
What the fuck?
The battery's completely dead. We just charged this at the hotel.
Didn't the flux just not work either? Guys, we tried to have another piece of equipment too, and it just didn't work.
What is going on?
They said, didn't the owner say the energy, like, or something had died?
The owner said that every battery on the property was dead one morning, like in the tractors and the buildings.
Holy shit, wait, we just charged this stuff.
Really?
And our camera died, like, after the intro too? Like, what's going on?
Wait, dude.
What?
Look at the screen.
Why the
night vision broke too.
What the fuck is the screen doing?
It was just on, and then now it's like flickering. It's like draining that battery too.
Look at that. What's it doing?
Is it responding to this light? Like, is it acting weird?
No. Look.
Oh no, it's definitely this light is malfunctioning.
It's out of battery as well.
No way. The fourth thing?
Another thing is going out of battery. What the fuck?
Yo, guys, that fire is dangerous. Oh shit.
Alright, gotta get it.
But that's so weird. Everything is dying.
What's happening?
Including the fire.
I don't like the vibes of this place.
Barely made it back. It's like barely on fire. One more piece.
You know what's making it smolder so fast is the wind.
Nice, guys. Barely. Alright guys, we just got the fire fixed. Well, actually, Tyler and Gavin did.
I appreciate you taking the credit for that.
Stand around, you know? Anyway,
whoa.
Wait, we just watch?
Yeah, watch what?
You guys tending the fire.
Oh, nothing else.
Nothing else.
What are you guys talking about?
We have a very special surprise. We did a video a long time ago with Gavin at the Paris catacombs.
We did do that.
And we unfortunately only got 3 pairs of waders. He couldn't go through the water in the catacombs without it being completely soaking him in the cold.
I do remember that.
And so we got you a present. We finally found the missing waders that never arrived in the mail.
Yeah, they came, dude. Sick.
What a weird time to give these to
It
me.
was crazy.
Well, thanks, I guess.
Yeah,
Like, I don't think
no, check her out. Happy birthday, dude. Wasn't it your birthday like last week?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it.
That's amazing. Just in case.
No. I know where this is going.
And just in case that you want to try out your new present, one of the most haunted places in all of Lake Shawnee is the lake.
Is Lake Shawnee.
But specifically, it's known for malevolent entities. Like, psychics have came here, and they're like, okay, the kids are super nice, but the lake has some dark entities.
And
well, wasn't the lake where the kids died?
Yeah, all the water was where the kids died, and the water is also where people were pulled under.
Oh, my eyes! Basically, what you're asking Gavin to do here is put on those nice boots you got him and then crawl into the Death Lake.
Yes, for lack of better words, yeah.
Death Lake.
It's not that big of an ask, right?
Listen, man, there's a shallow part of the lake where you can just stick your little toes in and maybe do like an Estes method or something. I don't know.
An Estes method in the lake, dude, that's crazy.
That does sound pretty cool, actually. I'm not gonna lie. It sounds like some Stranger Things, like laying in the bathtub.
Oh, for sure, man. It feels like a birthday present, right?
Gain psychic powers.
That's what we're trying right here. Or you can make Tyler do it because he volunteered to go in the lake.
I just want to do anything but go in that ticket booth.
I'll go in the lake. He goes in the ticket booth.
Come on, bro. That's the opposite of what I want.
Come on, dude.
I think that sounds like a great plan.
This channel is about exploring yourself.
Explore everything.
Damn, you can't wear the Explorer without exploring yourself.
Exploring your website to go buy one?
Exploring each other later tonight.
I have a girlfriend. What?
Me too.
Hey, but when it's another dude, it doesn't count.
Dude, you get one dude and one girl. That's
Wait, you guys all have girlfriends?
Yeah.
I didn't ask.
All right.
Okay.
The groovy prance, the groovy jig.
I'm jigging, guys. Look, I'm jigging it. I'm jigging it.
Careful, don't walk in the lake.
Well, that's exactly what he's gonna do, actually.
Oh, don't walk in the lake.
Wait, I gotta just make sure my pants don't get wet.
Wait, so this is like the darkest spirits are in here?
Yeah, the darker, malevolent ones.
And the ones that pull you underneath and drown you until you die type of thing.
I know this is probably basic vocabulary. What does malevolent mean?
Bad.
That's not such a beautiful word for a bad meaning. Yeah, malevolent?
Would you describe yourself as malevolent?
I mean, not anymore. Malevolent, like that sounds like a beautiful name.
Oh my god, Gavin, dude, be careful. Holy fuck.
Do not.
That would
have been awesome.
Oh my god, he's doing it again.
Oh, let's go.
Dude, don't fall. Dude, psychics say that they can see like people in the water, like floating.
Dude, I imagine that scene from Hercules, the cartoon where he has to jump into the pit of dead people to grab the girl. That's what I imagine.
Good call out right there. Wow. Dude, if I see dead people, I'll jump in there.
Why?
Why?
To save them, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, you're a hero now. Jigging on their grave, dude.
This one we could have just not charged, I don't know, but this is also not working.
No.
Headphones are dead?
Headphones.
Way.
That has actually never happened to us. These headphones last for like weeks.
Yeah, a long time.
We have a second pair, so I'm gonna go get those.
Mierda, pues hablando de headphones.
Something has not worked.
Ahí se fue la batería de los míos.
I'm like actually nervous to see what we hear.
And if there is something that doesn't want us here and thinks we're intruding, you're probably gonna run into it in the
Vale, ya está, ya vuelvo a escuchar.
Into the water.
Oh hell no.
Try not to get possessed. Throw those things on.
Okay.
I just imagine him falling down.
Oh, dude, that's so messed up.
It's like actually killing me.
Dude, why are you laughing? This is so crazy, bro.
I would jump in to help you if you fell back.
I literally just thought I saw or heard hay.
Whoa, immediately, okay. We turned it on loud, he can't even hear us, so. Is there anybody here?
Hey, again.
Oh.
Hey, what the fuck was that?
What?
I just heard like
a
door.
Who's saying hey right now? Or messing with the door?
Help us. Wow, that was crazy.
What the fuck?
Are you stuck? Do you need help?
I am
stuck.
Fuck, I heard that.
I am or Sam.
Are you one of those
I don't understand what's going on.
Well, we're trying to just communicate with you. You can talk to us through this device that Gavin's holding right here.
Yeah, it's a little radio. You can pick out words to communicate. Can you tell us who you are?
Yeah, what's your name?
Tuesday?
It's Tuesday right now.
Tuesday.
Yeah, it's Tuesday.
Did he say right now?
Stand higher.
Stand higher? Wait, is he talking about Gavin or us?
That's where, like, they're trapped.
Right there?
Right there. Dude, it is so loud. Where are you trapped? How can we help you?
Hey, it's Matthew.
Matthew!
I asked who it was.
Matthew.
Matthew, how can we help you? Why are you stuck? Is that because you are the one who died here?
Potential area.
That's the potential area.
Yeah,
I
Matthew?
can't say bye.
I can't
Say bye. I can't say bye. Can we help you? Are we capable of helping you?
Me and you.
Can you tell us why all of our equipment has been dying?
There's one.
One thing? Draining our equipment? Did you drown in this lake?
Wish.
Wish.
Jingle?
You know what's crazy? The little girl that died on the swing set loves.
Right.
She loves like the sound of jangling keys. Holy fuck, helicopter. Like right over us.
No me tenía suficiente suerte. Es que no me acuerdo de poner.
And you.
Se me ha olvidado los que chiquear muy.
I know.
Are we getting that right? Is there one thing or entity keeping you here? Are you stuck?
25.
Are there 25 of you in the lake?
Rescue me.
Holy shit. 25 that need to be rescued?
There's 25 around here.
How can we help?
Dancing.
We literally asked him to do a jig, and he's dancing so much. I think he's watching
Education.
Educating people about it? Letting people know?
This is the day.
Do you have a message that you want to tell everybody? Educate people?
With you.
What would happen if we broke all the rules of Appalachia?
What are some of the rules we're gonna break? Maybe we gotta get specific.
Like the whistling thing.
What would happen if we whistle?
No.
No. Don't do it.
Anger. Shadow.
Oh, that's crazy.
No angry shadow.
An angry shadow? I don't like that at all. An angry
And
shadow.
so did you.
To get this straight, if we break the rules of Appalachia, there's like a shadow figure, an angry shadow figure that will come? Is that what it said?
Come here.
Come here!
Oh, I'm sorry for my loss. Family and friends.
Oh my god!
Whoa, those are so clear.
I'm sorry for my loss. Like, I'm sorry that I died to my family and my friends.
Yes.
Like, he's the little boy.
Is that the message you want to say to your family?
You died in these waters?
Just me.
Just me.
Just me.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, yeah.
Dude,
Wow.
3,000 people were buried here. I can't get over that. Like, we don't know who we're talking to.
Well, we gotta get our friend out of this lake. What can you tell us about Lake Shawnee Amusement Park?
Who is it?
His name's Gavin. He has orange jacket on.
Outside the rose.
Oh no, I tapped him on it.
Oh, it's all good. I mean, that was a crazy Estes method. Holy shit.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Are your toes frozen right now?
Dude, listen how loud it is.
That's so loud. I don't even need to put it to my ear. It's like a
Dude,
speaker.
it's so loud.
way too
I couldn't
loud.
hear a thing you were saying. Everything it was saying was so clear.
Well, it made a lot of sense. It seems like somebody wants to tell like their story and that we're halfway there. Like we have like a part in telling it. And then when Sam was asking about breaking the rules of Appalachia, it was just like angry shadow. Let's get you out of the water.
Yeah,
man.
here
Wait, let me hit one more jig.
Oh, no way.
Are you good?
Hey,
Hey, shit. Oh, dude.
Oh, they also said dancing.
Oh, I did say dancing. I remember
like that.
saying
They like
Dude, that's crazy because we started this whole thing off with that.
Oh, God.
My toes.
He made it. Let's go, Gavin.
That fire does not look good.
All
We
right,
should go fix it.
Let's go.
We got the fire burning once more. However, we are now completely out of wood. We either need to go find some or we're fucked.
Whose idea was it to put the entire thing in first?
I thought that was yours. That was yours. I'm almost positive it was your idea.
No.
I was trying to rip the bag open. You're like, what if we just burn the whole bag? We don't have to rip it open.
Do we have the footage? Replay that shit?
No, I didn't say that. Burn the entire thing. I didn't say that, guys.
Man, 4 guys, no wood.
What are we gonna do?
Maybe this.
Oh my god! I was so close to that.
Oh, we're out of that too. That was actually.
We're out of that
was
too?
it?
Oh, we're fucked.
Oh, actually, there's a little bit more. All right, now we're out.
No!
That was our last bit.
How are we gonna start a fire again if we needed it to?
I don't know. It also rained last night, so I don't even think like wood would catch on fire out here. You know what
Yeah,
I
it's
mean?
gonna be really bad. So basically what you're saying is we need to go very fast.
Yes.
Let's do this next investigation right now.
Let's do it.
We are back.
Wait, didn't we leave the door open?
We did. That's very interesting. But it did shut on us earlier, so maybe that's it.
Could be whoever works here still.
Tyler so kindly volunteered his own accord to go here alone in the ticket booth, which he loves so very much.
Dude, you do love the ticket booth. You were talking about it all night.
What?
I just heard, I thought I heard like a pack of wolves type of thing. Did you guys not hear that?
Maybe I won't get in there. You guys can stay out here.
We are going to be splitting up. Tyler, you can go alone in the ticket booth and do the open spirit box session. We are going to be going over to the playground.
Dude, if it says something crazy, I'm just going to run to you guys like a child. Be like, please help me. All right, boys.
Okay, do you want us to turn this on really quick?
We'll turn that on.
Come on, I'm an expert now.
Full power, yep.
Yeah. I'm kind of a natural. Someone else.
Yeah, you might say.
And then I'm going to press sweep.
Yeah, you're doing it. That's it.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, man, we got it.
We got a ghost hunter over here.
Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. He doesn't gotta worry about me.
Wow, alright.
Alright, good luck, man.
Peace out, soldier.
Maybe one of you guys join me or something?
That's embarrassing, dude.
You got this, man. Come on.
There's someone in there for you, man.
Okay, I'm gonna go in here on my own accord.
Alright, good luck, man. We'll be right here.
You wanted this.
No, I really didn't.
No, you've been talking about it all
You
night.
signed the waiver, dude.
I signed. We all had to come here.
You wanted this.
Yeah, he literally texted us in the group chat saying, "Can I please be alone?"
He said, you wanted this, brother.
He said, please.
Gaslighting's not real. You're just crazy. Oh no! No, it's stuck.
We're gonna set up a flashlight over here to see if we can get some answers. If it doesn't work, we also have an obelisk. But I think we should try to figure out who all is here other than the kids. Because we got a child that was drowning. And it does sound like there is something else forcing them to be stuck here. And obviously something not really loving that we're here based on our first investigation.
Yeah, and it seems like there's a lot of people stuck here that need our help with something.
I would like to help him if we can.
We could try to help them.
I'm not kidding right now. The door's literally stuck right now. I'm trapped. What's that noise? Dude, this is actually terrible. I'm like having a really bad time.
If you're here, can you come up to this red flashlight? You touch it or twist it, we'll know that you're here.
Muffled over there. Hi, it's me who was possibly talking to you earlier. We're just here trying to figure out kind of what you're trying to tell us. If there's anything you want to share, we heard that maybe you lost friends and family, and we're very sorry about that. But if there's anything we can do to help you, just give a little bit of your energy to this flashlight here. Was this toy down here yours?
Oh! Wow! Whoa. That's the only thing I wanted to talk about is that toy.
I'm here in the ticket booth right now.
Mierda, he puesto el mismo dos veces.
If there's any entity here right now, can you please communicate through this radio to let me know if you're here? I can't really make out any of the words. I can't get over the fact that door's actually stuck.
Do you like playing with toys?
Yeah, if you had just a good time here at this carnival.
Oh my god. This was like a great place back in the day. Like a lot of people had fun here.
Unlike a lot of places, yeah, people speculate that there are some things that are darker, especially because of the burial grounds. However, this was a place of joy. Like, it is a carnival, an amusement park. We had a great time here, including maybe this guy.
Yeah, did you have a lot of fun
Entendible.
riding the Ferris wheel or the swing?
Or the playground?
Yeah, maybe hanging out on the playground.
Es que con este calor, hermano.
Nice.
That's a yeah.
Go, I heard God.
Suscribientes a mí, sí. Que está haciendo demos.
So hard to hear anything on here.
No demos, no, está haciendo retro.
Oh. Oh, I heard Sean.
Is there anything that's scary over here that we
Está
should
jugando
be
el
worried
Doom
about?
64,
What
vámonos.
if it's like a little kid? Yeah.
Yeah, there might have been a lot of happiness here, but if you're scared nowadays, let us know.
Jesús, mi puto
If you think this whole place is...
Right.
Wait.
Nothing scary is by the playground.
So maybe there are safe places and
Y nos vemos mañana, gente. No sé si por la tarde. Ya el típico sigue. Así que nada, gente. Y nos vamos, y nos fuimos, y nos fundimos.
Ladrón.
Y nos derretimos.
If outside the carnival is more of a darker place,
Y nos vamos, y nos fuimos, y nos fundimos, y nos derretimos. Y nos vamos, y nos fuimos, y nos fundimos, y nos derretimos.
That makes more sense. We've gotten positive answers kind of like in here, but then like right at the edge, outside of the
Hermano, es que, o sea, se me balancea la cabeza sola entre el dolor y el cansancio. O sea, estoy a un momento, a un segundo de pegarle un cabezazo a la mesa.
Da gracias que te vean te dan los fundidos a negro.
Jesús.
That's pretty on the nose. Do you think we'll encounter any scary things on this creepy trail?
I mean, it's called the creepy.
El fundido a negro
It's gotta be called the creepy trail for some reason.
se avecina.
We've been saying that we're gonna break specific rules of this region of Appalachia.
Entre eso y el mareo, el estómago, el cerebro fundiéndose.
Oh yeah, just barely.
Mi puta madre. Y encima no es como que yo pueda decir de, bueno, pues aquí está, ¿sabes? Suficiente pocho tengo ya el...
I said hanging doll and it sounded like I said hanging doll a little bit. Oh, I gotta hear that back too. It's so hard to make out the words. Does this hanging doll have some meaning or is this just
Suficiente pocho tengo ya todo el orden en general del trabajo. Con el puto calor me quedan 10 días, hermano, para el próximo día de pago y tengo que asegurarme de hacer literalmente todos los posteos y a ver si consigo... O consigo, es que tampoco sé. Si la gente se... suscribe a su servicio, ¿no?
Yeah, they should. Everything's breaking or dying.
Wait, do you think it's the negative spirits that are taking all the energy of our equipment tonight?
It's barely on.
That's so weird. Maybe it's taking the energy of this too.
Man, I'm not getting much. Oh, yo, dude, I thought I saw a reflection through this glass here. It scared the fuck out of me. Yo, what the hell? Are you happy that you have visitors on your land right now? No, kind of heard a no there. Have we overstayed our visit at all? Call. Who do you want me to call? The last time.
Do you want to say bye to everybody? If you'd like everyone to know that you're doing okay, just flash that up as bright as you can before we leave.
Turn this off too. Just give it power one more time and we'll be done.
Just a little brighter.
It's so
dim.
like
just to stay in there.
That's so weird.
Oh shit. Yo, what's up?
The door's locked!
You're fucking lying. Wait, go.
What the fuck?
Oh shit.
The door? Oh, it got jammed?
Oh, it got really...
Oh no.
Oh, there we go.
Holy fuck, man. Are you good?
We're actually like...
Oh, thank God, bro. The second I got in here, like literally the second y'all left, I like came in all the way. I like couldn't open the door. I was actually stuck in there.
How she got locked.
It was no latch.
How was that, man?
The scariest thing that happened for sure was that door locking immediately when I walked in here. And then I could have swore one of you guys were walking past here for a second.
Really?
No, not at all.
I was like, what the hell? I thought I saw something. I shined the light and I couldn't see anything.
So did anything make sense there?
I kept asking if we were welcome here. The only thing I made out was a no.
Oh.
Which that seems to be a trend of tonight, I feel like.
Yeah.
Were you guys seeing anything over there?
We definitely think we were talking to a kid spirit.
They were just like, yeah, like around here it's nice vibes, but outskirts is not as good.
Yeah, where the creepy trail is.
Oh no.
Dun, dun, dun.
Creepy trail, don't you?
No! We didn't want to just go check the fire and like go and break all the rules on the creepy trail, you know? Like,
The fire. Speaking of.
How is the fire?
Wait, the fire's out. You can't see it at all.
This is not good, dude. If that's out, we're actually fucked.
Is it actually? No, there's no fire left.
I see some embers.
Oh no! Oh my god, look! It's still alive, barely.
Okay, it's still alive.
Oh, we're good, guys. Just put in some more wood.
We don't have any more.
Oh, wait.
We have no wood, bro.
Okay, well then we have to break these rules fast.
We got like 20 minutes to break these rules. Unless this is one of the rules we're
I
breaking.
was gonna say, at the end of the day, that is a rule. If we're about to start breaking rules, we could just put this fire out and see what happens.
I could piss on it.
I can piss on it too.
I also could
too.
We could just
Should we do a four-way piss?
Yeah, dude.
Four-way
That's
piss.
how you bond. Remember that, guys. You should try it with your homies.
It's called sword fighting.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry.
Wait,
That's not what we were talking about.
Oh, why you
¿Qué vas?
Alright guys, it's finally time to break all of the rules of Appalachia. Are you ready?
No.
Well, we just broke the first one. Right here in front of us!
Venga, por favor, carga Twitter.
There's no more. I wish I didn't spread all the lighter fluid into here and waste all our wood.
Yeah.
Well, you're kind of your fault.
Well, yeah, I wish you guys didn't tell me to like place all the wood.
That was crazy.
That's a really weird decision you made.
Me?
Yeah.
What the heck, man?
Well, anyways, guys, we're breaking all the rules of Appalachia. Number one's already done. But we think the best place to break the rest of them is on our way to the gravesite of the 1700 murders because it's in the middle of the woods on a trail called the Creepy Trail.
Gavin, aren't you the expert? Like, what happens genuinely if we start breaking all these rules?
I feel like the people that break the rules don't live to tell.
Oh, shit. Actually, imagine.
No, I mean, I think the whole idea of it is like these rules are so that whatever beings or creatures are in the woods don't get you. I know the most about skinwalkers, so obviously, like, there's a lot of rules tied to not saying skinwalker or
We've, guys, stop.
Oh,
they like to whistle, so that's why they say
volvió el perro.
Whoa, whoa.
El perro culazo que me cago.
Me estoy muriendo. Estoy a un píxel de pegarle un cabezazo a la mesa. Me duele la cabeza por el calor. Es como de... Bueno, pero si te mantienes hidratado, ¿sabes? Es como de... No me duele la cabeza por deshidratación, que no dejo de beber como si fuera esto una puta fuente, ¿sabes?
No llevarte una fuente en verano porque la dejas seca, entendido.
Pero, hermano,
Pero tus palabras.
hace mucho calor. O sea, mucho calor para mí. El problema sobre todo es que lleva haciendo calor todo el día, entonces... Encima, eso que decía Tarry, ¿no? Tarry decía de, buah, me he ido una hora antes de directo. O sea, yo me puedo ir de directo, ¿no? Pero tampoco puedo quitarme del PC porque todavía me queda trabajo. Porque hoy a la tarde hacía mucho calor y dije, no puedo trabajar, me dolía mucho la cabeza. Me tomé un nolotil, no me hizo nada. Me tomé un ibuprofeno, no me hizo nada. Así que simplemente fui a tirarme a un puto sofá a la calle. ¿Problema? Todo el trabajo sin hacer.
Ese es el problema.
Y encima tengo cosas acumuladas del fin de semana.
So let's keep looking into the trees, and guys, if you see anything, let us know.
Please let us know. But as we keep going, if you guys hear something as well, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. So this goes for double if you hear your name called. Something is trying to get you. There's a lot of mimicry here, which is what you were saying at the beginning.
So,
hearing mimicry?
Yeah, so what I can explain about skinwalkers is this is what I've heard from an actual Navajo person, which is what skinwalkers kind of come from. Skinwalkers are supposed to be kind of like an ancient witch that can morph into different things. So the way it was explained to me by actual Navajo people, this is not from me, is that you can wear these witches would wear animal skin, and people believe that they would turn into these creatures essentially. So like some people, I think a common one was like dogs they would turn into, or wolves.
Like furries?
No, that's just me.
Let's keep going while you explain.
Yeah, so all sorts of animals.
What the fuck was that?
Wait, was that like a...
Was that our barn?
That was the shed. That was the shed.
Yeah.
You heard something? No, you didn't.
Oh,
fuck.
Oh shit.
What?
Wait, what are you looking at?
Dude, something just moved right there. Like a footstep behind us.
Okay, things are starting to happen. Right after we do the first breaking of the rules.
Love that.
That's great.
Also, if you hear voices and they're close, they're actually far away. If you hear voices or noises and they're far away, they're actually close. So that...
Estoy haciendo como la mitad básicamente
Even closer than we think.
para irme, para terminar de trabajar rápido. Rápido, entre comillas. Técnicamente es algo que podría hacer en una hora. El problema es que el calor me mata.
Te fatiga.
Ya no solo eso, sino el tema de que me da dolores de cabeza el puto calor. La gente que me duele la cabeza y que tengo que estar aquí sentada delante del puto ordenador es como de hermano. Me quiero arrancar la puta cabeza. Y por lo menos me gustaría cobrar el próximo mes, porque así termino de pagar las cosas que tengo que pagar. Y luego ya que, yo qué sé, luego ya si quiero lo puedo mandar a la puta mierda, ¿no? Pero...
Oh, there's more right here. Oh shit!
¿Qué te queda por pagar?
¿Mm?
¿Qué te queda por pagar?
Pues estoy pagando a plazos. Uno de los customizables que tengo. Pues, ¿qué vas a quedar a pagar? Me queda pagar pagos de la mesa.
Yes, you are. What's the next rule, brother?
Next rule is do not whistle in the woods at
Y...
So should we give it a jangle?
Y de este...
We all have a whistle solo. One
No tengo más cosas.
The whistle solo, and then we all do it at the same time. Ready? We start, go around.
Tengo bastantes cosas pagando en plan a plazos como concepto.
Man, applause.
Thank you, man.
La mesa, tengo cosas para el...
Me imagino que el iPhone no.
Para el tema de molde, no, el iPhone no. Para el tema de moldes, quiero decir, el iPhone lo compré por 80 pavos.
Ah, un pago único.
You hit him with the Hunger Games? Yo, dude, that was clean.
He knows ball. He knows ball.
Alright, Sam.
Si hubiese costado más, capaz lo ponía a plazos, pero por 80 euros.
Yours was the creepiest whistle.
Creo que ni yo haría eso.
That was so airy, man.
That was really airy. I don't know.
He just hit us with the...
Alright, maybe my lips are a little loose, alright, guys?
Yeah, loose lips.
That's what they called it back in high school.
¿Quién diría que el Pokémon sería divertido?
Everybody knows your nickname from high school.
Bro, alright, should we try it all at the same time?
Oh, yeah.
Wanna count us down?
Try to go for as long as possible.
Okay.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Vale. Esto está.
That was it.
That was a beautiful. We hit
Sí.
it there at the end.
We harmonized.
That was beautiful.
Maybe, I don't know if that's gonna be good for the people at home.
Everyone's like,
Maybe like,
Oh yeah,
Ears bleeding.
Just lost like everyone.
But apparently high-pitched noises travel and can invite evil spirits or bad luck. You can inadvertently summoning ghosts or even the devil himself.
So I have something that's like kind of like a whistle, but much more intense.
You brought something?
Oh, no, you didn't.
It's gonna make this a lot worse.
No, you didn't.
Oh shit.
No! You guys know about this?
Is that an Aztec death whistle?
This is probably the most horrifying sounding thing you can imagine.
Have you seen this, Tyler?
I have. So
I think he has one too.
I own one.
Why does I want an Aztec death
You
whistle?
gotta have one. It's like a requirement.
We have one too, but like, what the fuck?
Yeah, go on.
But yeah, basically, for you guys watching, you blow into this and it sounds like a horrifying scream. And it's really loud.
Maybe we don't do that.
I think we have to.
I mean, we're breaking all the rules, right?
Does someone specifically want to blow it?
I mean, it's your blow.
Okay.
It's your
Yeah,
whistle,
I've already wet it before.
This is an uncut scene.
I've never filmed uncut. Okay. This might be a little broken. I hope it works. Okay, I'm gonna blow this as loud as I can.
Oh,
so.
I'm covering my ears.
Okay, everyone, close your ears at home too.
Yeah.
Yeah, plug your ears. If the whistling didn't work, this should. Okay.
That was so loud.
Fuck, dude.
Wait, let's be completely silent.
What is that? Huh? That's like a dog. Dog barking. I heard someone behind.
I hate how little we can see with this light in our face. Literally can't see more than an inch.
We're trying to find skinwalkers. We're like just seeing
It's like-
blackness.
Like there could be a skinwalker like 2 feet in front of us right now. We wouldn't see it.
Sam could be one for all I know holding the camera.
Yeah, we never know. Actually. Sam, how do we know it's the real you, man?
I don't know.
Oh,
Wait. Is this the grave?
Okay, should we break all the rest, like right here?
Yeah. Wait. So is this the grave of the kids?
Yes. Bartley and Tabitha.
Bartley and Tabitha and Ezekiel also.
Yeah, Ezekiel's seen around the grave, but he's not like listed on here.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is the same story we were talking about at the very beginning. You know, where they kind of got attacked and abducted.
Yeah. Oh, it's so sad.
Dude, that is actually just horrifying.
Yeah. Wait, what's crazy is they have those
Mm-hmm.
like chicken things, which are also like whistles and crazy sounds, right?
Oh yeah, you know, they make super loud noises.
I wonder why they have that here.
But speaking of, next rule, we can't sing. Just never do it.
Sing?
Sing. Oh. And what I realized is, like, we've already sang today.
Wait, we did.
Rosie.
Rosie.
We broke that rule.
But you guys like this song, Staying Alive, Staying Alive?
Don't get them copyrighted.
Oh shoot.
You can't say it too perfect. What's a song that's like not copyrighted?
We could make up our
Twinkle
own.
Twinkle Little Star? Or something like that?
I mean, we already
Happy
did
birthday?
Happy birthday? That's not copyrighted.
When's the birthday? Does it say? That'd be crazy if it was that.
1783.
Wait, what day?
It does.
That's just when they got attacked.
Since we already sang, maybe we just skip to the next one, because we got like a couple more to do.
Okay.
So the next one is don't speak of the devil or evil spirits at night. Who wants to do that?
How is there an appropriate way? How do you bring that up?
I ain't doing that shit.
You ain't doing that
got
shit?
on my side, so.
Well, we just gotta
Guay,
speak
creo
about
que tengo en la mano. No me deja hacer un escudo en el Minecraft.
what's she doing here, man?
Eso es estar mal.
Why don't you guys take that one?
But in all reality, guys, we have been hearing about some unwanted spirits. Maybe some things that are making things stuck here. Especially like trapping the little children spirits. And if you're out here, and if you're the devil, if you're something darker, we want you to show yourself. We're breaking these rules for a reason. Like, we want you to show yourself and make yourself known so we can prove it to the world that you're here.
I mean, so scary to say.
That is so scary. I don't
I mean,
like
even like skinwalkers, like other people, other Navajo people would say that those people that chose to be skinwalkers, chose to be these witches, are using bad or negative powers to, or bad or negative entities, could be the devil. I'm not really sure what entities they believe in, to obtain these things, to obtain these bad powers. So they, like, a lot of Navajo people try not to talk about it because it's like talking about bad things.
So, like, that's why you don't say the word skinwalker?
Yeah.
Skinwalker?
And I actually think the actual, I might be wrong on this. I think the actual way to say it is like Yi Nataloshi is like the way.
Oh, I don't like that we're saying it.
Wait, that's the proper word to say.
I think. I'm not 100% on that, but yeah, it sounds way
Should
scary.
we all say it? If we're breaking the rules.
Yeah, we can try it.
Are you sure it's Yi Nataloshi?
Yeah.
Well, it's close enough.
It'll be really
I think
embarrassing
people, like,
if it's
know.
not, but
You're supposed to be the Yi Nataloshi guy, so that would be pretty.
Yi Nataloshi?
Yi Nataloshi.
Okay, well, we've
Or
said it so many
Nataloshi.
times now.
You sure it's Yi Nataloshi?
Yeah, we're like, really? Should we say it again? All right, 2 more. Do not provoke or antagonize the beings in the forest.
Beings in the forest.
Skinwalker, if you're listening to me right now, I'm not scared of you one bit.
Oh,
shit.
Look at the balls on this.
And if you want to take it out on me, go to this guy.
What? What the? That doesn't even make sense. You want to take it out on you?
I would be deeply offended if you killed him.
Or threw him into the lake.
Or threw him into the lake.
We're naked.
Uncut.
Fully clothed. Right, guys?
That is cool.
It's not as cool.
The last 2 rules are keep the fire going at all times, which fuck that.
Oh, dude, who wanted to burn the whole bag at once?
I wonder who it was. Not me, everybody. And then the last rule is never be. What?
Did you guys hear that?
What?
It's like a big twig break.
Twig break?
Maybe I'm tripping because you guys didn't hear that.
Don't leave me.
Stay together.
We're not scared of you.
We'll take you 4-on-1.
Anybody here in the Appalachian Mountains, Appalachian Forest, show yourself. We tried to break all the rules so that you'd come out and show yourself, prove yourself to the world.
The last rule, never be out in the woods from dusk until dawn.
Which is exactly what we're doing right now.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
And that's it. We broke all the rules, guys.
Oh, that's easy.
That's it. I mean, honestly, what I'm worried about with skinwalkers, correct me if I'm wrong, I actually think I learned this from one of your videos. Don't they follow you like very long distances after you leave places?
Yeah, no, I have a friend who saw one time, and he would see it every year after that.
Shit.
What?
Like, once he saw it for the first time. And, okay, this is crazy. I even talked to, like, a...
Weird noises.
That bird is weird. I hope it's a bird.
I had a police officer tell me he knew someone that saw one, and once he saw it, he was never the same. Crazy coming from a police officer.
Now we only have one more investigation, which we're gonna do in front of the grave. Let's see if there's anything here with us now.
All right, let's do this thing.
Let's do it.
Did you hear something?
Wait, let's just be quiet for like 10 seconds.
I don't like this.
It sounded like something's there.
What if we did actually summon things?
I don't know. So guys, we're gonna do our last investigation of Spirit Bridge and the Epoch Box. This basically is a yes or no machine we can put down here. The Spirit Bridge scans frequencies just like the Spirit Box did, but it cuts out all the extra like radio sounds. So you're only gonna hear very clear noises.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a really cool tool.
To any of the spirits here, you can come up to this device and click yes or no to answer some of our questions. We'd love to tell your story in memory of you and all the tragedies that happened here.
Okay, alright, there it is.
No! It said no! No twice.
Twice.
Guys, this rarely goes off.
Really?
I swear.
Crazy. We tested this for like 45 minutes in the hotel room. It didn't go off once.
Is there someone here with us right now?
Well, if it says no, I'd be
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't want to like talk about these things.
Yes.
Oh my god!
Oh.
This is crazy.
Did anything new enter here after we broke all these rules?
Once you enter, the door will lock behind you forever.
Ticket box! Sons. All the sons that were killed here. The sons just warned us. Are you angry that we're here?
Stole what?
Stole? You steal something?
I mean,
No.
no! The Shawnee thought this family stole their land. Oh, yeah, that's why they got murdered.
Wait, so is this one of the Shawnee?
Yes!
Oh my god, you got it right.
Holy shit.
So
Dude.
this is one of the Shawnee.
Yeah.
What?
Prophet. Like a shaman?
Are we,
Like a
here,
shaman?
are we
Yeah.
here with the shaman or a prophet right now?
Is that why you don't want us on your land? Guys, genuinely, a lot of people say like this land is sacred. That's why so many things like happen badly to a lot of people because they're like, I don't want you on our sacred land. Like, get off.
Yeah.
There should be a memorial like, somewhere.
Killers it out.
We did not welcome here for 1 second.
Do you believe in skinwalkers?
Oh!
What the fuck was that?
Dude, turn that shit off. We're leaving.
What the fuck was that?
Dude.
Genuinely.
I don't know what that was.
Do you have a message for those that visit you on the sacred land?
Yes.
Wait, aim the light over there real quick.
I swear if I saw anything there, that would just suck.
So are we in danger? Like, what's happening? Yes.
Oh!
Yes.
My god.
Yes.
Wait, are you a being of light and good, or are you a being of darkness?
Maybe that's what it thinks you just set down.
Kinda is a stereo.
Yeah, this is a little radio. We use it to communicate.
Frequencies.
Frequencies.
Use the radio on the frequencies. I think it understands.
Do you want us to use that?
Does it use it?
That's a crazy voice. Yeah.
Sounds like Akon after he dies in the spirit world.
Yes!
Oh, should we use the spirit box really quick? No. Four no's?
What is that?
You took the spirit box away.
I'm sorry, I'll give it back to you. Fuck. Secrets over here?
What? Oh my god, the light died!
What?
The light died.
Really?
Yes, the light's completely dead. Light's completely
What
dead.
happened? Oh my god.
Look, I'm clicking it, it's dead.
The fucking light died too? Guys, we don't know what's happening, but everything is dying. We're out in the middle of the woods, and this is like the 10th thing of our equipment that died.
I don't like that we're in the dark out here.
It knew we were coming out here and then killed our lights. Anything you'd like to tell us? Is there anything you'd like to tell us about Lake Shawnee? Tell the world. The gate? The gate?
I heard the gate. I thought I heard the gate.
Yeah, I heard
hell.
the gate.
The gate to hell?
What?
I thought I heard that.
This land was rumored to be like a portal. Do you want us to leave?
So it gets.
You need to communicate with me.
Oh my god!
You need to communicate with me?
The cemetery is not as empty as it seems.
What the fuck? Holy shit!
As we're standing.
Oh no! The only gravesite.
Ew, fucking scary.
That's crazy. It's not answering us. It's just saying scary things. It's like communicate. What the fuck is that? Holy shit!
What the fuck was that?
Sorry.
Colby, don't break sticks! Shit like that's
I'm sorry
happening.
for breaking your
Scared the
stick.
fuck out of me.
I think that is the message they're trying to tell us. We've been asking.
I don't think we are welcome.
Nope.
Is that true? Do you want us to leave? Just let us know.
The second you say yes to us leaving, we're leaving. We understand after 7 hours of being here that you don't like us.
Sorry. I'm just the messenger.
Whoa!
So it's like the people don't want to talk to us, but they're like sending signs.
Just like get out of here, bruh.
It would make sense that they don't want us here, because I mean, these.
No, they don't want us here.
I mean, because these two kids were like the same as us, like on this land that was owned by these other people, and these other people didn't want them here, just like they probably would not want us here.
So true.
They just want it to continue to be sacred land.
Brothers.
Brothers, the brothers that died. All right, this is your last chance. Give us any sort of message, because we're not really understanding what's going on here.
Nickel.
Nickel. Oh, we paid.
Yes. I could do with a couple or cuppa.
Listen carefully to what I say.
Okay.
We're ready.
Final message, please let us know.
Mind not standing so close?
Oh yeah, sure, we got you.
Fuck out of
We
here.
got you, bro.
I'm sorry.
We're out of here.
We just were not welcome tonight. I don't think they really wanted to tell us their message. All they had to say was leave. They didn't really tell us anything.
They did not want to tell us.
Leave.
Yeah.
Don't mess with this.
That was pretty much the only clear thing we got. There's a lot of haunted stories about this place, and it definitely is creepy.
But the goal of this video was to break all the rules of Appalachia, and we did that. So comment down below if you guys saw anything while we were doing that.
Thank you guys for having us. That was awesome.
Let us know down below where you guys want us to go next, and we'll see you then. Adios.
Today on The Boys, we're exploring the most abandoned areas we've ever stepped foot in.
A year ago. ¿Puedo dejar el vídeo de los boys?
Today on The Boys, we're exploring the most abandoned areas we've
No
ever
se lo he
stepped
visto,
foot in.
bro.
We will wander deeper and deeper into the night to try and uncover what kind of mysteries have been left to rot. So stay tuned, because
voy a
what
dejar en lo que
happens
te
later
da
had
miedo.
us scared for our lives. Welcome to the abandoned jungle.
No way. What is this place?
Old golf course.
Yeah, golf resort, they said?
Holy f, look at this place.
This place is demolished.
Whoa.
Very careful. Yeah, for sure.
Looks cool with the spray paint there.
You think it's a fixer-upper? God, it looks sketchy though.
You be careful, Anna, because all you're wearing is socks and sandals. We have actual boots on. Be careful.
I have a blister.
Look at that baby up there, dude.
See if you can find the Sad Boys logo in here.
The Sad Boys
Shit,
logo.
this place has been vandalized to the shit house.
There's a little bit of a fresh smell of spray paint too. I feel like people, they definitely been here recently. They didn't tell us it's pure asbestos that you're breathing. Look down here.
Por favor, Twitter,
Look how
carga.
crazy this looks on the GoPro.
Oh
too.
shit.
Por
Junior Games
favor.
Room, I found it.
Oh, wait, you already found the haunted pokies? Junior Games Room.
The Junior Games Room. Oh my god, look at the there's some weird spray paints in here.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, you know what I love about this is like the deeper you go in, how pitch black it is in here.
What is the bet that there's someone sleeping down here?
Do you think?
I feel like pretty high.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I had nowhere to go, then I'd probably stay around here.
Man, abandoned buildings that used to have like heaps of tourism and stuff, like creep the out of me, eh?
You just imagine like the snapshot 30 years ago of people
walking around or kids running around, and now it's just this, man.
It's weird that like most places go through that life cycle.
Yeah, I know.
You know, like at one point they're like a lively, bustling place full of people, and then they turn into this.
This is what the prime factory is going to look like in about 5 years.
Some of the doorways are just completely sealed with rubble.
With shit, yeah. Oh shit, yeah. Look, you can't even get up that staircase.
I'm glad that we actually all wore proper boots for this one. For the first time ever, we're not wearing Yeezys and shit.
This actually is the first time I've ever wore steel-toed to a board shoot.
And how safe do you feel?
What?
Oh, it's Dose. He scared the shit out of me.
Oh, I'm excited.
Dude, this shot looks crazy on the GoPros, man.
I feel like we're from a Blair Witch project.
Oh, pentagram. Sick, dude. What?
Ooh, get a shot
Wait,
of that.
yeah, lead us to it. Oh shit. I found a pentagram. The first one of the night.
Dude, and there's just a completely trashed bathroom.
Yo. First pentagram?
Yeah, this is definitely a ritual room by teenagers. Yeah.
Look at this, dude. Wait.
What?
Look at the pentagram. See my light right here? It's the Among Us. Oh man, that is Among Us.
Joe was here.
Holy shit. First pentagram of the night, pentagram count 1. That's 1 pentagram. And for every pentagram that we find tonight, I'm gonna drink a pint at the bar. There's another one. 2. That's 2 pentagrams. 2 pentagrams. There's one right there.
Oh shit, yeah. It says 666.
Yeah, I seen that before too. It's right there too. 666 is right there as well.
Something is coming.
Oh shit, it does too. Something is coming.
What's coming?
I think it's Molly.
Ooh woo.
Sorry, it says ooh right
The
there.
fuck?
You're just reading.
I'm very dyslexic.
Oh, so you gotta stop just being silent, man. You're
Pam,
scaring the
pam,
shit out of me.
pam. Carga Twitter, por
I was just looking.
favor.
Come have a look at how creepy this bathroom
Que me
is.
veo arrancar la polla.
With the GoPro, look at this GoPro shot, Josh.
Tengo mucho calor y se me funde el cerebro. Por favor, carga Twitter. Que me voy a pegar un tiro en la nuca.
Look how f***ed up this is.
Porque no puedo con la puta vida.
Smash, dude. The toilets are obliterated. This one just says toilet was here, and there's an arrow pointing down to broken toilet.
What is that room? Oh, it looks like maybe an electronics room. What the Oh, 1996 when it opened. Yeah. 1997, 1998. Oh, that just looks like hell. This room has concrete ceilings, which is a lot more than you get for a lot of this place, so I feel safe coming in here. Oh, it's literally just a small, like it stops right here. Oh, really? Yeah, it's literally just a brick wall. Oh yeah, what the Okay. So it's like could have been like a storage room or electronics room. I think you Oh yeah, no, look right here. Hear that?
The creatures of the night.
Juicy's moaning already, dude. What did he find? Look behind you.
Look behind.
It's just me.
Oh man, hell no, the KKK. Oh no, what the f? Oh hell no. We're in Australia. What are you doing, man?
Sluts out my man.
Shout.
Oh, shouts out my man, Blade. Man.
Oh, Lex jump scare.
No, let's not. We heard you say that.
Whoa. No way. Is that Bill? I think it's Bill.
Squidward.
It is Squidward.
Loser. Sam is a bitch.
Oh, that's not nice. Bill Cipher's on the wall, dude. Let's go. Gravity Falls reference.
Did you find anything else down there?
We found someone put the KKK on the wall.
Really?
Yeah. Another Among Us.
Graffiti's so depressing here.
This is where people come to like just write shit on the walls, and I think they just write whatever they think.
Boobs.
My feet are wet.
Suck dick for free. My feet are wet. Eat ass. Whoa.
Whoa.
The secret room. That's Yo. 9 3/4. Yeah, that actually is a secret. Bro, there is a secret room.
Third pentagram.
Oh, you found a third one? 3 pints.
And it says something demon. on the wall.
Dude, I wonder what's down here.
There's a secret room down here.
That's a secret room, dude.
Someone busted the wall open. It just goes on.
Holy dude, it gets crazy down here too.
Whoa.
Vale, vale, vale. Ya casi termino.
I can taste the asbestos.
Bro, it looks like someone literally broke out this chunk to get through to the rest of this. This looks crazy.
Or maybe someone's trying to break out. The worst thing about walking through an area
Por
like this,
fin voy a
the
terminar,
first person,
tío.
is you never really know what's on your corners. There's literally an entire conversation.
Se van a caer los putos ojos.
I'm hungry. Are you? Yes. Oh, poor you.
Bro,
The transatlantic cable.
who got stacking bricks duty? Who the got punished and had to stack every brick at the abandoned resort? Dude, that would suck.
Oh, look at that staircase, dude.
That looks pretty sketchy. Why are there so many smiley faces in here, Rue?
And N-words.
Oh, that looks bad. Oh, in there looks terrible.
But what is this spot? Is this
Too small for a car park. Wow, this is kind of strangely beautiful. I'm not gonna lie.
What did he say? Are we going outside?
Whoa, that is beautiful.
Vale. Listo, he terminado. Voy a pegar un tiro en la nube.
Oh, sick. New office chair?
This is like some Last of Us shit, dude.
Whoa, look at this shit. I love a big old machinery.
That's actually probably the best.
Myanmar 4.
Yeah, pretty
Sed.
much. Yeah, the shading.
Pobrecita Nulstita, estás recansada.
Let's go back in. Yeah, back in.
El problema es el calor. Hace mucho calor y tengo el cerebro fundido.
Whoa, what is that? That looks sick.
Porque aparte del hecho de que hace mucho calor, me duele la cabeza.
So that one does
Lo he puesto en el título y llevo con dolor de cabeza desde primera hora de la mañana. Entonces me quiero pegar un tiro. El problema es que me duele la cabeza porque hace calor.
That's called being gay. It's pretty based. There's a name for that.
Another Among Us.
Yo, Among Us spotting.
Entonces pues me quiero morir porque no tiene solución.
Si el calor prácticamente no te deja hacer nada y más con dolor Nulstita.
Whoa, that's a crazy statement.
That's what it says. And there's a penis on the wall right through there.
That's the name of like a
cut him down.
hardcore album.
Oh, I found the frowny face.
What the fuck?
version of the voice.
Twitch.
Oh, it's opposite.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we should go one at a time.
You reckon?
What was that?
What? Did you get bitten by something?
Something.
¿Quién está en directo?
Go one at a time.
Wait, are you?
You okay?
Oh shit.
Oh, the first wound.
What'd you cut yourself on?
Nothing. I'm just standing here and I felt something biting.
What the hell?
Voy a hacer la raid a Missing como el tarro y ya está.
Where?
Something could have kicked up at your hand too.
Yeah.
Maybe. All right.
You okay?
It's gone now.
Ah, bueno.
Yeah, it's. Oh wait. Oh, you think you?
Venga, se va a dejar con él.
Something. Maybe.
Tengo que dejar
It's like a perfectly round little.
Buah, es que ya llevas 7
Do you
horas.
think there are chances?
¿Qué cojones? Voy a dejar con...
I'd say it's pretty low, but there's definitely a chance.
So the roof out here is completely collapsed.
Holy.
Con el Missing, pero no sé cuánto tiempo más va a estar Ica.
Where we had to like survive and like us like.
Os voy a dejar con...
This is where
con
we had
Ica,
reach
pero no tengo ni
Yeah.
puta idea cuánto tiempo más va a estar en el stream.
Look at all this shit over there.
Entonces,
Oh, yeah.
mejor os dejo
Wow,
con...
look at this.
Whoa. This is what we're here for.
Holy
Con el
shit,
Missing.
what?
Yo me
Take a
voy.
look at your last view before the
No
entire
veo
place
mañana.
yourself.
¿O no?
This is nuts.
Ahora mañana decido que tengo mucho calor y me duele mucho la cabeza y le dan por culo al directo. No lo sé. No lo sé. Y no me apetece pensarlo ahora. Se os dejo con el Missing. Yo me voy a ir rápido hoy. Me voy a ir hoy rápido y veloz. Eso. Bye bye, gente. Nos vemos en principio mañana. Pero mantengo, si me duele mucho la cabeza, igual paso a hacer directo. Que os vais. Pero eso. Y lo hago, y lo fuigo. Y lo hago, y lo fuigo. Y lo hago, y lo fui, y lo hago, y lo fui, y lo va, 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 y lo fui. Y lo va, y lo fui, y lo va, y lo fuimos. Bye bye, bye bye.